Welcome, welcome, welcome to Fanfic Universe. Today we bring you an unforgettable story. What if Harry collapsed in the Great Hall, and the Hogwarts magic revealed every single bruise from the Dursleys? Loving our content? Smash that like button and join our family by subscribing. We truly appreciate each and every one of you. Now, let the story begin. Chapter 1, The Collapse. Harry's hands trembled as he gripped his spoon, the golden reflection of the enchanted ceiling distorting across its surface. Halloween at Hogwarts should have been magical, and it was, just not in the way he wanted. The Great Hall bustled with excited chatter, students laughing as floating pumpkins bobbed overhead, their carved faces grinning and grimacing in equal measure. Candles flickered inside them, casting dancing shadows across the feast-laden tables below. "Harry, you've hardly touched your food," Hermione said, her voice cutting through the background noise. Her brow furrowed with concern as she leaned forward. "Are you feeling all right?" He wasn't. He hadn't been for weeks. The dull ache that had started in his shoulders at the beginning of term had spread, a persistent throb that seemed to reach his very bones. But admitting weakness wasn't something Harry Potter did easily. "I'm fine," he said, the words automatic. "Just tired." Ron, mouth full of pumpkin pasty, managed to look skeptical even while chewing. He swallowed and said, "You keep saying that, mate, but you look awful." Harry forced a smile. "Thanks for that." "He means you're pale," Hermione clarified, her eyes scanning Harry with uncomfortable precision. "And you've been wincing every time you reach for something." "It's nothing," Harry insisted. "Just sore from Quidditch practice." It wasn't Quidditch. Oliver Wood was a demanding captain, but the pain had started before practices had even begun. If he was honest with himself, it had started at Privet Drive, in those final weeks before his escape with Ron and the twins in the flying car. Uncle Vernon's grip had been particularly vicious this summer, his frustration over the Masons and the pudding incident leaving purple fingerprints that Harry had become expert at hiding. The pain should have faded by now. Instead, it seemed to be getting worse, as though being back at Hogwarts, being somewhere safe, had given his body permission to finally acknowledge every ache. At the staff table, Dumbledore rose to make an announcement, his purple robe shimmering in the candlelight. Harry tried to focus on the headmaster's words, but they seemed to come from far away, swimming through a fog that was rapidly descending over his thoughts. He blinked hard, trying to clear his vision. "Harry?" Hermione's voice again, sharp with concern. The Great Hall seemed suddenly too hot, too loud. The floating pumpkins blurred into orange smears against the starry ceiling. Harry felt a peculiar lightness, as though he might float away from the bench. He gripped the edge of the table. "I don't," he began, but couldn't finish. The pressure in his chest was building, a strange warmth spreading outward from his core. "Blimey, Harry, you're really not looking good," Ron said, setting down his fork. Harry tried to stand, thinking vaguely of fresh air, of escape, but his legs wouldn't cooperate. The hall tilted sideways. He heard Hermione call his name again, higher this time, alarmed. Then he was falling, the stone floor rushing up to meet him. He never felt the impact. Instead, as consciousness slipped away, Harry felt a curious sensation, like being immersed in warm water, held and suspended. The last thing he registered was a collective gasp echoing through the Great Hall, and a strange blue light emanating from somewhere very close. From him. Minerva McGonagall was in the middle of explaining to Phileas Flitwick why the Gryffindor-Ravenclaw match scheduling was perfectly fair when Albus paused mid-announcement. Her attention snapped to the headmaster, then followed his suddenly alert gaze toward the Gryffindor table. Potter was standing, or trying to. Even from the staff table, she could see the boy was alarmingly pale, his eyes unfocused. Before she could rise from her seat, he crumpled, collapsing to the floor between the house tables. "Potter," she exclaimed, already on her feet. But what happened next froze her in place. As the boy's unconscious form hit the ground, a pulse of brilliant blue light erupted from his body. It spread outward in a rippling wave, washing over the nearest students before dissipating into the enchanted ceiling. For a moment, there was perfect stillness in the great hall, a collective breath held. Then, from Potter's prone form, tendrils of the same blue light began to emerge. They twisted upward, coalescing into ghostly images that hovered in the air above him, a magical projection unlike anything McGonagall had seen in her decades at Hogwarts. The first image took shape, a small, dark cupboard, its dimensions barely large enough for the skinny child huddled inside. A child with familiar unruly black hair and glasses held together with tape. Merlin's beard, Phileas whispered beside her. More images formed, each one revealing moments McGonagall wished desperately she could unsee, a large man with a purple face, hand raised to strike. A horse-faced woman swinging a frying pan that barely missed Potter's head. A wail of a boy shoving Potter downstairs. Hands grabbing, pushing, locking the child away. And then the bruises began to appear, not just in the ethereal projections, but on Potter himself. As if responding to the magic, his skin revealed what had been hidden, faded yellow marks on his arms, the distinct shape of fingerprints around his wrists, the shadow of what could only be a belt mark across his back where his robes had ridden up in his fall. The great hall erupted in chaos. Silencio Maxima. Dumbledore's voice cut through the pandemonium, magically amplified and accompanied by a thunderclap that instantly quieted the room. Prefects, escort your houses back to your dormitories immediately. Staff to remain. Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, stay with Mr. Potter. McGonagall finally broke free from her shock and rushed forward, Poppy Pomfrey right behind her. The images continued to form and dissolve above Potter, each one more disturbing than the last. A cupboard door with locks. Bars on a window. A cat flap at the bottom of a bedroom door, through which a meager bowl of cold soup was pushed. We need to move him to the hospital wing, Poppy said, her professional demeanor strained by what they were witnessing. She knelt beside the boy, her wand already moving in diagnostic patterns. Is that Hogwarts magic revealing this? McGonagall asked, looking to Dumbledore who had joined them, his face ashen. The castle protects its own, he said quietly. I believe we are witnessing a manifestation of Helga Hufflepuff's foundational protection charms. They were designed to reveal harm done to children in their care. These protections have never activated before, she said, her voice taut with accusation. Dumbledore didn't answer, his eyes fixed on the hovering images, each more damning than the last. His magical core is destabilized, Poppy reported. Years of physical stress and malnutrition, exacerbated by, she broke off, her professional composure cracking as she examined a particularly vivid bruise across Potter's ribs. Albus, these injuries. Some are weeks old, but they've never properly healed. McGonagall looked up to see that while most students had been led away, a significant number remained frozen in place, watching in horror. The Weasley twins stood protectively near their brother and Granger, their usually mischievous faces deadly serious. At the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy sat unmoving, his pale face showing uncharacteristic shock. And at the edge of the staff gathering, Severus Snape stood perfectly still, his face a rigid mask that betrayed nothing, except to those who knew him well. McGonagall saw it in his eyes, recognition. The knowledge of what these marks meant, carved from personal experience. We need to move him now, Poppy insisted. Dumbledore nodded and conjured a stretcher beneath Potter with a flick of his wand. The blue images continued to form and dissolve above him as they levitated him toward the doors, an ethereal procession of evidence that followed them out of the great hall. McGonagall caught Severus's eye as they moved. Something passed between them, an understanding, a shared horror. For the first time since James Potter's son had arrived at Hogwarts, she thought Severus might be seeing the boy clearly. Not his father's son. Just a child. A child they had failed. Severus Snape stood in the shadows of the hospital wing, watching Madame Pomfrey work. The Potter boy lay unconscious, small and vulnerable on the white bed. The projection magic had finally subsided, but it hardly mattered now. The damage was done. The truth was exposed. Every memory Severus had of the boy rearranged itself in his mind, slotting into a new, uncomfortable configuration. The flinching when adults moved too quickly near him. The thinness that went beyond a naturally slight build. The way he never complained of injuries, even when he should have. Signs Severus had willfully ignored, because they contradicted the narrative he preferred: James Potter's spoiled, arrogant son. Severus. He didn't turn at Dumbledore's voice. He couldn't tear his eyes from the child on the bed, no longer Potter, just a boy. Just Harry. The bruising pattern on his back, Severus said quietly. Belt marks. Recent ones overlapping old scars. Dumbledore moved to stand beside him. Severus, you told us he was safe, Severus cut in, his voice dangerously soft. Pampered, even. Protected by blood wards. That was your justification for placing him with Petunia. I believed he was. Did you check? Even once. Silence was answer enough. I had an old woman living nearby, Dumbledore finally said. Arabella Figg. A squib. She reported, clearly, she reported nothing of value, Severus snapped. Or you ignored what didn't fit your plans. Across the room, Granger sat with Weasley, both unnaturally quiet. The girl's eyes were red-rimmed, but her expression was fierce, protective. She hadn't taken her eyes off Potter since they'd arrived. I never wanted this, Dumbledore said, so quietly only Severus could hear. None of us want the consequences of our choices, Headmaster. Yet here they are. Severus gestured to the bruised child. Lily's son. Bearing marks identical to those I once bore. Dumbledore's eyes widened slightly at the admission. Severus had never spoken of his father's treatment, but the headmaster was not a fool. He must have suspected. What do we do now? Dumbledore asked, and the uncertainty in his voice was something Severus had rarely heard. Now. Now the Ministry will become involved. Fudge will use this to undermine you. Lucius will use it to advance whatever agenda suits him. The Child Welfare Department, dormant as it has been since the war, will suddenly remember its purpose. Severus's lip curled. And in the center of this political maelstrom, a 12-year-old boy who never asked for any of it. Before Dumbledore could respond, the hospital wing doors burst open. Minerva entered, her face set in grim lines, followed by a red-faced Cornelius Fudge and his undersecretary, the Umbridge woman whose simpering voice set Severus's teeth on edge. Dumbledore. Fudge blustered. What is the meaning of this? I've had a dozen owls in the last hour, rumors that Harry Potter has been abused by his Muggle relatives. That Hogwarts magic revealed it to the entire school. Not rumors, Minister, Dumbledore said gravely. I'm afraid it's quite true. Impossible, Umbridge said, her girlish voice at odds with the cold calculation in her eyes. Mr. Potter has been monitored by the Ministry since his placement. Surely this is some misunderstanding. Perhaps a prank gone wrong. Severus stepped forward, unable to contain his contempt. A prank? Those bruises are real, Madam Undersecretary. As were the magical projections that showed exactly how he received them. Now see here, Fudge began. No, Minister, you see here, Minerva interrupted, her Scottish brogue more pronounced in her anger. We have witnessed evidence of systematic abuse spanning years. Hogwarts magic itself revealed it, magic that cannot be deceived or manipulated. Helga Hufflepuff's child protection charms, Dumbledore explained. Woven into the very foundations of the castle. They activate only in cases of severe, ongoing abuse. And they've never activated before? Fudge asked, looking for an escape. Not in my lifetime, Dumbledore admitted. Not in several centuries, according to the castle histories. Fudge deflated slightly, looking from the unconscious boy to Dumbledore. This is a disaster, he muttered. The public outcry when this gets out. Harry Potter, abused by Muggles. The prophet will have a field day. Your concern for the child is touching, Severus said coldly. Umbridge's gaze sharpened on him. Professor Snape, isn't it? I believe you had some conflict with the Potter family in the past. Perhaps your interpretation of events is colored by that history. Severus felt a muscle twitch in his jaw. My interpretation is irrelevant. The evidence speaks for itself. Evidence which only a handful of people have seen, Umbridge pointed out. Surely this matter could be handled, discreetly. For the boy's sake, of course. For his sake. Minerva repeated incredulously. The entire school witnessed the revelations in the Great Hall. Students have already told their parents. This is beyond containment, and it should be. These muggles must face justice. The Dursleys, Severus supplied. Petunia and Vernon Dursley of number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Granger looked up sharply at that, her eyes meeting Severus's with unexpected understanding. She knew, somehow, about his connection to Lily. To Petunia. This requires investigation before any actions are taken, Fudge insisted. We cannot simply storm into a Muggle household based on magical projections that most of us didn't even witness. Then witness them now, came a weak voice from the bed. Every head turned. Harry Potter was awake, his green eyes, Lily's eyes, dull with pain and something worse. Resignation. Mr. Potter, Pomfrey exclaimed, hurrying to his side. You shouldn't be, the magic, Potter interrupted, struggling to sit up despite Pomfrey's protestations. It's still there, isn't it? Inside me. I can feel it. Dumbledore stepped closer. Harry, what do you mean? The blue light. It's waiting. The boy closed his eyes, his face screwed up in concentration. I think I can. Before anyone could stop him, Potter raised a trembling hand. Blue light spilled from his fingertips, swirling upward to form the same ghostly projections that had appeared in the Great Hall. A cupboard under stairs. A small child curled on a dirty mattress. Locks clicking shut from the outside. My bedroom until I got my Hogwarts letter, Potter narrated, his voice flat. The image changed, a much younger Vernon Dursley towering over a tiny Harry, no more than 4 or 5, cowering on the kitchen floor amid broken dishes. First time Uncle Vernon used his belt. I dropped Aunt Petunia's good plates. Another shift, Dudley Dursley and a group of laughing boys chasing a terrified Harry across a school playground. Dudley's favorite game. Harry hunting. Image after image formed and dissolved, each accompanied by Potter's hollow commentary. Fudge's face grew paler, Umbridge's smile tighter. Granger was openly crying now, her hand clutched in Weasley's, whose freckles stood out starkly against his bloodless face. Finally, Potter lowered his hand, the blue light fading. He looked directly at Fudge. Is that evidence enough, Minister? Fudge swallowed hard. Mr. Potter, this is most distressing. I assure you, the Ministry will investigate thoroughly. You do that, Potter said, a bitter edge to his voice that no 12-year-old should possess. Then he turned away, curling slightly into himself, the brief surge of defiance clearly having drained what little energy he had. I think, Dumbledore said quietly, that Mr. Potter needs rest now. Poppy. Madame Pomfrey stepped forward with a potion vial. Dreamless sleep, she explained to Potter, who nodded wearily and drank without protest. Within moments, his eyes closed, the tension leaving his thin frame as the potion took effect. We should continue this discussion elsewhere, Dumbledore suggested, gesturing toward Pomfrey's office. I'll stay with Harry, Granger announced, a statement rather than a request. Weasley nodded firmly. Both of us will. Severus watched them take up positions on either side of Potter's bed, sentinels against a world that had failed their friend. Despite himself, he felt a grudging respect for their loyalty. As the adults filed into Pomfrey's office, Severus cast one last look at the sleeping child. For the first time, he allowed himself to see beyond James Potter's hair and face, beyond his own bitterness and grief. He saw Lily's child, bearing wounds disturbingly similar to those Severus himself had hidden as a boy. And he made a silent vow that history would not repeat itself. Not this time. Hermione sat beside Harry's bed, her mind racing despite her physical exhaustion. The hospital wing had finally quieted, the adults retreating to Madame Pomfrey's office for what sounded like a heated argument. Ron sat across from her, his freckled face unusually solemn in the dim light. "Did you know?" he asked quietly. Hermione shook her head. "I suspected something wasn't right. He never talks about home, Ron. Never. And when we picked him up this summer." She trailed off, remembering the bars on Harry's window, the locks on his door. "Fred and George mentioned it," Ron admitted. "The locks. The cat flap. I thought maybe they were exaggerating, you know how they are. But they weren't, were they?" "No." Hermione looked down at Harry's sleeping form. The dreamless sleep potion had smoothed the lines of pain from his face, making him look younger, more vulnerable. The bruises that had been hidden now stood out starkly against his pale skin, yellowing marks on his arms, darker ones disappearing beneath his hospital gown. "Why didn't he tell us?" Ron's voice cracked slightly. "Shame," Hermione said softly, remembering books she'd read, articles in her mother's psychology journals. Victims often blame themselves, especially children. And Harry, he's never had adults he could trust. Ron's face darkened. Dumbledore knew. He must have. He's the one who put Harry there. Before Hermione could respond, the office door opened, and Professor McGonagall emerged, her face tight with controlled anger. She approached their side of the bed. "Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley," she said quietly. "You should return to Gryffindor Tower. It's been a long evening, and Mr. Potter will be asleep until morning." "We'd like to stay, Professor," Hermione said firmly. McGonagall's expression softened slightly. "Your loyalty does you credit, but Mr. Potter needs rest, and so do you. I promise he won't be alone. I'll be staying myself." Ron looked ready to argue, but Hermione touched his arm. "We'll come first thing tomorrow," she said, rising reluctantly. McGonagall nodded. "The password has been changed to the sanctuary. The fat lady will admit you." She hesitated, then added, "What you witnessed tonight. Mr. Potter may need your support in the days to come. This will not be easy for him." "We know, Professor," Hermione said. "We won't let him face it alone." As they turned to leave, the hospital wing doors opened again. Professor Snape entered, his black robes billowing behind him. He carried a wooden case that Hermione recognized as a potions kit. "Severus?" McGonagall questioned. "Specialized healing potions," he replied curtly, setting the case on the bedside table. "Poppy's stores are inadequate for this type of damage." Something unspoken passed between the two professors, a shared understanding that made Hermione wonder. She had always thought Snape hated Harry, but the look on his face when he glanced at Harry's sleeping form was complex, anger, certainly, but not directed at Harry himself. "Come along," McGonagall said to them, breaking the moment. She escorted them to the door, adding in a lower voice, "Try not to discuss the details of tonight with your classmates. Mr. Potter deserves some privacy, though I fear that ship may have sailed." In the corridor outside, Ron finally spoke what they'd both been thinking. "Everything's going to change now, isn't it?" Hermione nodded, glancing back at the closed hospital wing doors. "For Harry, it already has." Albus Dumbledore stood alone in his office, feeling every one of his 150-plus years. Fawkes watched him from his perch, dark eyes unblinking, offering neither comfort nor condemnation. The Phoenix had always been an honest mirror. The evidence laid out in the Great Hall had been irrefutable. Harry Potter, the boy who was meant to save them all, had suffered years of systematic abuse under the very roof where Albus had placed him. where he had insisted the boy remain, year after year, despite Minerva's initial misgivings. Despite the signs that something was wrong. For the greater good, he had told himself. The blood protection was paramount. Now, facing the consequences of that decision, the phrase rang hollow. A soft knock interrupted his thoughts. "Enter," he called, unsurprised when Minerva stepped through the door. Her face was composed, but anger simmered beneath the surface, anger he knew was justified. "Poppy has administered more healing potions," she reported, declining to sit when he gestured to a chair. "Severus provided specialized Bruise for the older injuries. The physical damage should heal completely, given time." "And the other damage?" Albus asked quietly. Minerva's nostrils flared. "That remains to be seen, doesn't it? Emotional wounds aren't so easily mended with a potion." Albus accepted the rebuke with a slight nod. "The ministry? Fudge is in full panic mode. The magical community will demand action once this becomes public knowledge, and it will, Albus. Half the student body witnessed those projections. They're owling their parents as we speak. And Dolores Umbridge?" Minerva's expression soured further. "Already looking for ways to minimize ministry culpability and shift blame. Primarily to you." "As expected," Albus sighed. "And she's not entirely wrong. I placed Harry with the Dursleys. I insisted he return each summer. The responsibility is mine." "Why?" Minerva asked, the single word heavy with a decade of unasked questions. "Why them, Albus? You knew what kind of people they were." "I knew they were unpleasant," he admitted. "I did not believe they would abuse a child, their own blood." "Didn't believe? Or didn't want to know?" She shook her head. "You never checked, did you?" "Not personally. You delegated to Arabella Figg, who could only observe from a distance. You never spoke to the boy, never saw how they treated him behind closed doors. The blood protection, don't," Minerva cut him off, her voice sharp. "Don't hide behind that again. There were other options. Other families with connections to Lily who could have taken him in. The Bones family. The Longbottoms, before they were attacked. Even a magical orphanage would have been monitored better than those monsters." Albus had no answer to that. She was right, of course. There had been alternatives, options he had dismissed because they didn't align with his carefully constructed plans. Plans that now lay in ruins. "What happens now?" he asked, almost to himself. "Now. Now we face the consequences of our failures," Minerva said. "The Dursleys will be investigated. The Magical Child Welfare Department will review Harry's placement. The governors will question your judgment, as they should. And Harry?" Minerva's expression softened marginally. "That depends largely on how you, proceed from here. He's awake now, Albus. Confused, embarrassed, and angry. But mostly, I think, he's waiting. Waiting for what? For the other shoe to drop. For the adults in his life to fail him again." She fixed him with a penetrating stare. "Don't." With that warning hanging in the air, she turned to leave. At the door, she paused. "He asked for his friends. I've arranged for Granger and Weasley to visit in the morning." "And Albus?" "Severus has requested to speak with you. I believe he's in his quarters." After she left, Albus remained standing, gazing out at the stars visible through his tower window. The same stars that had shone down on Godric's Hollow the night he had left an orphaned baby on his aunt's doorstep, certain he was doing what was necessary. How many other certainties would crumble before this was over? With a heavy sigh, he turned toward the door. Severus was waiting, and that conversation promised to be even less pleasant than this one had been. Harry woke to sunlight streaming through the high windows of the hospital wing, momentarily disoriented by the unfamiliar surroundings. Then memory returned in a sickening rush, the collapse, the blue light, the magical projections revealing everything he had tried so desperately to hide. His secrets, exposed to the entire school. To his friends. To his teachers. To Snape. Humiliation burned through him, followed quickly by a spike of panic. What would happen now? Would they send him back? Make him face Uncle Vernon after this? The thought made his stomach clench painfully. "Ah, you're awake." Harry turned to see Madame Pomfrey approaching, carrying a tray loaded with potion vials. Her face held none of the usual brisk impatience, only a carefully controlled professionalism that somehow made him feel worse. "How are you feeling, Mr. Potter?" she asked, setting the tray on the bedside table. "Fine," he answered automatically. Pomfrey's lips thinned. "I think we're well past that particular untruth, don't you?" Heat rushed to Harry's face. "Sorry," he mumbled. Her expression softened. "There's no need to apologize. But I do need an honest assessment to treat you properly. Where does it hurt?" Harry hesitated, and used to adults who actually wanted to know about his pain. "My back, mostly," he admitted finally. "And my ribs on the left side. Sometimes it's hard to take a deep breath." Pomfrey nodded, making a note on the chart floating beside her. "That matches my findings. 3 poorly healed rib fractures and extensive soft tissue damage along your back and shoulders." Her professional demeanor cracked slightly. "Mr. Potter. Harry. Why didn't you come to me when you first arrived at Hogwarts?" He looked away. "It wasn't that bad. I'm used to it." "That's precisely the problem," she said gently. "No child should be used to such treatment. It was our job as adults to notice, to help you. We failed in that duty." Before Harry could respond to that unprecedented statement, the hospital wing doors opened. Professor McGonagall entered, followed by Professors Dumbledore and Snape. Harry instinctively tensed, drawing slightly back against his pillows. The movement didn't go unnoticed by Madame Pomfrey, whose lips pressed into a thin line. "Perhaps this could wait," she suggested, placing herself subtly between Harry and the approaching group. "I'm afraid time is of the essence, Poppy," Dumbledore said gravely. "The Ministry is convening an emergency session of the Wisengamot this afternoon to address the situation." "The situation," Harry repeated flatly. "You mean me?" Dumbledore's blue eyes, usually twinkling, were somber. "Yes, Harry. I'm afraid your circumstances have become a matter of significant concern to the wizarding world." Harry felt a flare of anger, unexpected in its intensity. Now they're concerned. Where was all this concern for the last 11 years? A shocked silence followed his outburst. Harry himself was surprised by the bitterness in his voice. He'd never spoken to Dumbledore like that before, had never spoken to any adult like that. To his further surprise, it was Snape who broke the silence. "A fair question," he said quietly. "One many of us are asking ourselves." Harry stared at the potion's master, searching for the usual contempt in those dark eyes. Instead, he found something far more unsettling: understanding. McGonagall stepped forward. "Mr. Potter. Harry. Before the headmaster explains the legal proceedings that will follow, there is something you should know." She glanced at Dumbledore, who nodded slightly. "You will not be returning to the Dursleys. Not this summer, not ever." The simple statement hit Harry like a physical blow. A tightness he hadn't even recognized loosened in his chest, making it easier to breathe than it had been in weeks. "Really?" he asked, hating the childish hope in his voice but unable to suppress it. "Really," McGonagall confirmed firmly. "Regardless of what else happens, that much is certain." "Where will I go?" The question slipped out before he could stop it, revealing too much of his desperation. "That is one of several matters to be determined," Dumbledore said. "But you have options, Harry. The Weasley family has already expressed their willingness to take you in. There are other wizarding families who would welcome you as well. Options. The word seemed foreign, unreal. In Harry's experience, he had never had options, only obligations and consequences. "Mr. Potter," Snape said, drawing Harry's reluctant attention. "There will be questions. Many questions, from ministry officials, from healers, from child welfare specialists. It will not be pleasant." "When is it ever?" Harry muttered. Something that might have been the ghost of a smile touched Snape's lips. "Indeed. However, you should know that you have certain rights in this process. You cannot be compelled to answer without an advocate present. You cannot be administered Veritaserum without guardian consent. And you cannot be returned to an abusive home, regardless of blood protection or other considerations." This last was said with a pointed look at Dumbledore. Harry blinked, processing this unexpected advice from the last person he'd have expected to offer it. "Professor Snape has agreed to assist Madame Pomfrey with your continued treatment," Dumbledore explained, correctly interpreting Harry's confusion. "He has expertise in healing certain types of injuries." The unspoken implication hung in the air. Expertise born of personal experience, Harry suspected, remembering the look of recognition in Snape's eyes the previous night. Before he could respond, the doors opened again, and Ron and Hermione burst in, clearly having run from Gryffindor Tower. They skidded to a halt when they saw the assembled professors. "Sorry," Ron gasped. Professor McGonagall said we could visit." "And so you may," McGonagall said. "We were just finishing." Dumbledore nodded. "Indeed. Harry, we'll speak more later. For now, rest, and know that steps are being taken." He turned to leave, then paused. "I owe you an apology, my boy. One of many, I fear. I am deeply sorry for my role in what you've endured." With that unprecedented statement, he departed, followed by McGonagall. Snape lingered a moment longer, his dark eyes inscrutable. "The potions on the tray are specialized healing brews," he said to Harry. "They will cause some discomfort as they work, particularly the one for bone restructuring. Do not attempt to suppress the pain or it will interfere with the healing process." He glanced at Hermione and Ron. "Your friends may stay until the bone potion takes effect. After that, you'll need quiet." With a curt nod, he swept from the room, leaving Harry staring after him in confusion. Was that Snape being almost decent? Ron asked, looking equally bewildered as he approached Harry's bed. "It's Professor Snape, Ron," Hermione corrected automatically, taking the chair beside Harry. Her eyes were red-rimmed, evidence of recent tears. "Harry, how are you?" "Really?" Harry looked between his friends, seeing the concern in their faces, the questions they were trying not to ask. For a moment, he considered another deflection, another "I'm fine." But something had broken open inside him when that blue light had erupted in the Great Hall. His greatest secret was out. There was nothing left to hide. "Not great," he admitted quietly. "But, better than I expected to be. They say I don't have to go back." Ron's face lit up. "That's brilliant. You can come to the burrow. Mum's already sent an owl, actually, 3 owls. She's furious, not at you," he added hastily. "At the Dursleys. And at Dumbledore, I think. Dad's talking to the Ministry about wizard-muggle jurisdiction or something. Everyone knows, don't they?" Harry asked, the thought making his stomach clench again. Hermione bit her lip. "It was kind of hard to miss, Harry. That blue light, everyone in the hall saw the projections. And word spreads fast at Hogwarts." "Great," Harry muttered. "Just what I needed. More staring. More whispers." "It's different this time," Hermione insisted. "People are concerned, Harry. Really concerned. Even the Slytherins are subdued. Malfoy hasn't said a word about it, actually, which might be a first. The twins wanted to go hex your relative straight away," Ron added. Percy had to physically stop them. And Ginny, he broke off, looking uncomfortable. What about Ginny? Harry asked, distracted from his embarrassment. Ron and Hermione exchanged a glance. She was pretty upset, Hermione said carefully. She fainted when the projection started. Percy took her to the hospital wing, but Madame Pomfrey sent her back to the dormitory once she woke up. Harry frowned. He didn't know Ron's sister well, but that seemed an extreme reaction. Is she okay? Yeah, just shaken up. She's always been a bit, well, you know, about you, Ron said awkwardly. Seeing that stuff must have been a shock. It was a shock for all of us, Harry thought but didn't say. A bell rang somewhere in the castle. That's the first-class warning, Hermione said, looking torn. Go, Harry told them. I'm not going anywhere. Apparently, I've got bones to regrow or something. We'll come back during lunch, Ron promised, standing reluctantly. And we'll bring your assignments, he added, earning a surprised look from Hermione. What? He's going to be stuck here. Might as well have something to do. As they turned to leave, Harry called after them, Ron, Hermione. They looked back. Thanks. For, you know. Hermione's eyes filled with tears again, but she smiled. Always, Harry. After they left, Madame Pomfrey returned with the first of the potions. This will help with the soft tissue damage, she explained, handing him a vial of amber liquid. It doesn't taste pleasant, but it works quickly. Harry took it without complaint, grimacing at the bitter taste. As the potion spread warmth through his limbs, he found himself thinking about what had just happened, about Ron and Hermione's straightforward acceptance, about McGonagall's promise, about Snape's unexpected advice. For the first time in his memory, adults were actually seeing him, not as the boy who lived, not as James Potter's son, but as Harry. Just Harry. A kid who needed help. It was terrifying. It was confusing. And maybe, just maybe, it was the beginning of something better. Severus Snape strode through the corridors of Hogwarts, ignoring the students who flattened themselves against walls to avoid him. His conversation with Dumbledore the previous night still simmered beneath his skin, a volatile brew of old grudges and new fury. You knew, he had accused, standing in the center of the headmaster's office, refusing the offered seat, the offered tea, the offered platitudes. Perhaps not the extent, but you knew that boy was not being treated as he should have been. Severus, no, he had cut off Dumbledore's explanation. I saw those marks, Albus. The pattern of abuse is clear to anyone with eyes to see, and clearer still to those who have experienced it firsthand. Dumbledore had aged before his eyes then, the manipulative chess master giving way to an old man weighted with regret. I believed the blood protection was worth some discomfort. Discomfort? Severus had nearly laughed. Is that what we're calling systematic abuse now? A belt across the back is discomfort. Starvation is discomfort. I never intended, your intentions are irrelevant, Severus had interrupted again. The results speak for themselves. Lily's son, Albus, has spent a decade being treated worse than a house elf. And I. Here his voice had faltered, the admission sticking in his throat. I compounded that treatment with my own behavior. Because I saw what I expected to see. What I wanted to see. Now, approaching the hospital wing for his scheduled examination of the boy, Severus felt the weight of that admission anew. He had been so determined to see James Potter in the child that he had willfully overlooked the signs of abuse, signs he, of all people, should have recognized instantly. The hospital wing was quiet when he entered. Potter was alone, propped up in bed, absently flipping through a Quidditch magazine that one of his friends had likely brought. He looked up as Severus approached, wariness replacing the momentary distraction on his face. Professor, he greeted cautiously. Mr. Potter. Severus set his potions case on the bedside table. Madame Pomfrey tells me you've completed the first round of healing potions. I need to assess your progress before administering the next phase. Potter nodded, setting aside the magazine. The bone one was as bad as you said it would be. They usually are. Severus withdrew his wand. I need to cast a diagnostic charm. It will create a visible representation of your current injuries. It may be uncomfortable to see. More uncomfortable than having the entire school see them? Potter asked, with a hint of that defiance Severus had always interpreted as arrogance. Now, he recognized it for what it was, a defense mechanism. A shield against vulnerability. Point taken, he acknowledged. Remain still, please. Severus cast the charm with a practiced motion. A glowing outline appeared above Potter, highlighting areas of damage in varying colors, yellow for healing injuries, red for active ones, deep purple for chronic conditions. There was far too much color for a 12-year-old body. The ribs are responding well, Severus noted, examining the yellow glow around Potter's left side. However, there is still significant inflammation along the spine. And this, he indicated a purple area near the boy's shoulder, appears to be a poorly healed fracture from several years ago. Fell down the stairs when I was 8, Potter said flatly. Or got pushed, really. Dudley's idea of a joke. Severus kept his expression neutral with effort. It will need to be rebroken and properly set. That can wait until after the Wiesengemot hearing, however. Sir. Potter's voice was hesitant. What exactly is going to happen at this hearing? Severus considered the boy for a moment. No one, it seemed, had bothered to explain the process to him, typical of Dumbledore to shield the child from unpleasant realities, even now. The Wiesengemot is the highest court in Wizarding Britain, he explained, continuing his examination as he spoke. They will review the evidence of your treatment at the Dursleys' hands. Representatives from the Department of Magical Child Welfare will present recommendations for your future placement. Will I have to be there? Will I have to talk about everything? The apprehension in the boy's voice was painfully familiar to Severus. He remembered his own terror when ministry officials had questioned him about his father's treatment, the shame, the fear of not being believed. You may be called to provide testimony, Severus said carefully. However, given your age and the nature of the evidence already presented, it's more likely they will use memory extraction, viewing specific memories in a pensive rather than requiring you to recount them verbally. They can see my memories. Potter looked alarmed. Only those you choose to share, Severus clarified. The process requires your consent and cooperation. It is less traumatic than verbal testimony. Potter absorbed this, his expression troubled. And the Dursleys? Will they be there? They will be questioned separately by a joint team from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and Muggle Liaison Office. Severus cancelled the diagnostic charm with a flick of his wand. Muggle authorities will likely become involved as well, though the magical nature of the evidence presents certain challenges. They won't go to prison, will they? Potter asked, surprising Severus. I mean, I don't want to go back, but I don't want that. Severus studied the boy with new consideration. Even now, after everything, there was no vindictiveness in him. Perhaps he truly was more Lily than James. The wizarding world has different approaches to justice in such cases, Severus said. Memory modification is often employed with Muggles. They may find themselves compelled to treat children better without fully understanding why. Their behavior would be adjusted. Potter nodded slowly. Good. I mean, not good, but better than Azkaban, right? Indeed. Severus began preparing the next set of potions. Your next dose will help with the nerve damage along your spine. It will cause a tingling sensation, possibly intense enough to be uncomfortable. This, he held up a jar of blue salve, should be applied to the older bruises. Madame Pomfrey will assist you. As he worked, he could feel Potter watching him, questions evident in his expression. Finally, the boy spoke again. Professor? Why are you helping me? I thought you, well, despised you. Severus supplied dryly. I held certain misconceptions about your character and your upbringing, Mr. Potter. Evidence has forced me to reconsider those assumptions. Because of the bruises? Because of what they represent. Severus handed him the prepared potion. I recognize the pattern, Mr. Potter. Let us leave it at that. Understanding dawned in the boy's eyes, Lily's eyes, looking at him with a comprehension no child should possess. Oh. Severus inclined his head slightly, neither confirming nor denying the unspoken conclusion. The Wizengamot will meet at 3. Headmaster Dumbledore will be attending, as will Professor McGonagall as your head of house. I expect they will have news for you by evening. Potter swallowed the potion without complaint, then asked, will you be there too, sir? The question caught Severus off guard. I had not planned to attend. But you know about this stuff, Potter persisted. The legal things. And the other stuff. The implication hung between them, you understand abuse in a way the others don't. If you wish me to attend, I will speak with the headmaster, Severus said, surprising himself with the offer. Relief flashed across Potter's face. Yes, please. I mean, if it's not too much trouble. Very well. Severus closed his potions case. Rest now. The nerve potion will begin working shortly. As he turned to leave, Potter called after him, Professor. Thank you. Not just for the potions. Severus paused at the door, not looking back. You're welcome, Mr. Potter. He left the hospital wing with a strange feeling in his chest, something like the lifting of a weight he had carried for so long he had forgotten it was there. Not forgiveness, not yet. But perhaps the beginning of a path toward it. For both of them. The news broke in the evening edition of the Daily Prophet. Boy WHO lived abused by Muggle relatives. Hogwarts magic reveals years of mistreatment. Ministry launches investigation. The headline screamed across the front page, accompanied by a file photo of Harry from the previous year's Quidditch match against Hufflepuff. Below it, an artist's rendering of the Great Hall scene, complete with ghostly blue projections hovering above a collapsed figure. In the hospital wing, Harry stared at the paper Hermione had reluctantly shown him, his face unreadable. They didn't waste any time, did they? He said finally, pushing the paper away. The prophet's awful, Hermione said apologetically. But maybe it's better this way. Getting it all out at once. Harry wasn't convinced, but he appreciated her attempt at optimism. The article itself was a mix of factual reporting and wild speculation, with quotes from anonymous Hogwarts students describing the scene in lurid detail. At least they hadn't named specific students, small mercies, he supposed. The afternoon had passed in a blur of potions, diagnostic spells, and brief visits from professors checking in between classes. Professor Flitwick had brought a stack of charms texts for light reading. Professor Sprout had arrived with a small potted plant that hummed soothingly when touched. Even Hagrid had visited, though Madame Pomfrey had quickly shooed him out when his emotional state threatened to overwhelm the peaceful atmosphere she insisted was necessary for healing. Now, as evening approached, Harry waited tensely for news from the Wizengamot hearing. Ron had promised to return after dinner with food that actually tastes good, not that hospital rubbish, but for now, Harry was alone with his thoughts. The hospital wing doors opened, drawing his attention. To his surprise, it was Professor Snape who entered, followed by Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore. Their expressions gave nothing away, but the fact that they had come together suggested news of some importance. Harry set aside the prophet and straightened against his pillows, steeling himself. Harry, Dumbledore greeted him, his voice gentle. How are you feeling this evening? Better, sir, Harry answered truthfully. The potions had worked wonders on his physical pain, though his mind remained a tumult of anxiety and uncertainty. Good, good. Dumbledore conjured chairs for himself and the other professors, arranging them around Harry's bed. We've just returned from the Wizengamot hearing regarding your situation. I believe you'll be pleased with the outcome, though there are still details to be resolved. McGonagall leaned forward. The most important thing, Mr. Potter, is that the Wizengamot has officially removed you from the Dursleys' custody. They will never have authority over you again. The relief that flooded through Harry was so intense it left him lightheaded. He had heard the assurances before, but this was official, legal, irrevocable. Thank you, he managed, his voice embarrassingly thick. As for the Dursleys themselves, Snape said, his tone coldly precise, they have been questioned under controlled circumstances. Memory modification has been approved for implementation once the Muggle authorities have conducted their own investigation. They agreed to that? Harry asked, surprised. Snape's lip curled slightly. They were not given a choice. The statute of secrecy allows for intervention when Muggles present a clear danger to magical children. What about? Where I'll go now? Harry asked, addressing the question that had been foremost in his mind since McGonagall's initial promise. Dumbledore's expression turned grave. That, my boy, is somewhat more complicated. There are several options before us, each with its own considerations. The Weasleys have formally petitioned for guardianship, McGonagall explained. As have several other wizarding families. The Department of Magical Child Welfare will evaluate each petition. However, Dumbledore continued, there is another matter that has come to light, one that may significantly alter the situation. He hesitated, his eyes meeting Snape's briefly before returning to Harry. It concerns your godfather, Sirius Black. Harry blinked. My godfather? I have a godfather. The shock on his face made something twist in Snape's expression. You were never told. It wasn't a question, but Harry answered anyway. No. Never. Dumbledore sighed heavily. Another failing on my part, I'm afraid. Sirius Black was your parents' closest friend, your father's best man at their wedding, in fact. They named him your godfather, a magical bond that carries significant weight in our world. Then why? Harry's mind was spinning. Why didn't he take me after they died? Why did I go to the Dursleys if I had a godfather? A tense silence followed his question. McGonagall and Snape both looked to Dumbledore, whose face had aged a decade in moments. Because Sirius Black has spent the last 11 years in Azkaban prison, Dumbledore said quietly. He was arrested the day after your parents were killed, charged with betraying their location to Voldemort and with the murder of another of their friends, Peter Pettigrew, along with 12 Muggle bystanders. Harry felt as though the floor had dropped away beneath him. His parents' friend, his godfather, had betrayed them to Voldemort. Had been responsible for their deaths. However, Snape said, his voice cutting through Harry's spiraling thoughts, certain inconsistencies have come to light during the investigation of your placement with the Dursleys. Inconsistencies? Harry repeated, struggling to follow. Black never received a trial, McGonagall explained, her Scottish brogue more pronounced in her indignation. He was simply, imprisoned. With the chaos following you-know-who's defeat, and with his apparent guilt so clear, the usual procedures were overlooked. But what does this have to do with me now? Harry asked, trying to process this new information. Dumbledore leaned forward. The Wizengamot has ordered a review of Sirius Black's case, given the questions raised about your placement. If, and I must stress this is a significant if, Harry, if evidence emerges that casts doubt on his guilt, and if he were to be exonerated, the godfather bond would give him primary claim to your guardianship. Harry stared at the headmaster, speechless. The idea that he might have a godfather, someone his parents had chosen for him, someone who might actually want him, was overwhelming. But the man was in prison, accused of betraying his parents. This is a great deal to take in, I know, McGonagall said gently. For now, temporary guardianship has been granted to Hogwarts itself, with Professor Dumbledore and myself serving as your legal guardians until more permanent arrangements can be made. You will remain at Hogwarts through the winter holidays, Dumbledore added. By spring, we hope to have more clarity regarding long-term solutions. Harry nodded, still trying to absorb everything. And the Weasleys? They still want me, even with all this? He gestured vaguely at the prophet lying on his bedside table. The Weasleys, Snape said with surprising firmness, have made their position quite clear. Molly Weasley threatened to hex several ministry officials when they suggested your placement might be decided by political considerations rather than your best interests. Despite everything, Harry felt a small smile tugging at his lips. He could easily imagine Ron's mother doing exactly that. There is one more matter, Dumbledore said. Regarding your return to classes and dormitory life. Madame Pomfrey believes you will be physically ready to leave the hospital wing tomorrow. However, given the public nature of recent events, we thought you might prefer some privacy initially. We've arranged private quarters for you, McGonagall explained. Connected to Gryffindor Tower but separate enough to give you space when needed. Your friends will have access, of course. Harry was touched by the consideration. The thought of facing the entire school, of walking into the great hall where everyone had seen his most humiliating secrets, was daunting. Having a place to retreat sounded wonderful. Thank you, Professor, he said sincerely. McGonagall nodded, her usual stern expression softening. Your education remains important, Mr. Potter. Professor Snape has suggested a gradual return to classes, beginning with those where you feel most comfortable. Harry glanced at Snape, surprised again by his involvement. The potions master met his gaze evenly, offering neither explanation nor apology for his unexpected advocacy. I think, maybe charms first. Harry suggested. And transfiguration? A sensible choice, McGonagall agreed. We'll arrange it. As the professors prepared to leave, Harry found himself with one more question. Professor Dumbledore. This magic that revealed everything. What exactly was it? Why did it happen now? Dumbledore paused, considering his answer carefully. Hogwarts was founded as a sanctuary for magical children, Harry. The founders wove protective enchantments into the very stones of the castle. Helga Hufflepuff, in particular, added spells designed to reveal harm done to students in their care. But why me? Why now? I've been here over a year. The magic responds to need, to danger, Dumbledore explained. Your physical condition had deteriorated to a point where you were in genuine peril. The castle itself recognized this and responded. Harry absorbed this, thinking of the warmth he had felt as he collapsed, the sensation of being held. So Hogwarts protected me? Yes, Harry, Dumbledore said softly. The castle recognized one of its children was suffering and intervened in the only way it could, by making that suffering impossible to ignore. His blue eyes were solemn behind his half-moon spectacles. I only wish we had not needed such dramatic intervention to see what was before us all along. With that sobering thought, the professors departed, leaving Harry alone with revelations that had fundamentally altered his understanding of his past and his future. A godfather. A magical bond. The possibility, however remote, of family that actually wanted him. For the first time since the blue light had exposed his secrets to the world, Harry felt something like hope. Chapter 2, Aftermath and Inquiries. Harry stood before the mirror in his new quarters, examining a stranger. 2 days of intensive magical healing had transformed him. The lingering bruises that had marred his skin were gone, leaving only the faintest yellow shadows in their place. His perpetually hunched shoulders now aligned properly, giving him nearly 2 inches of height he hadn't realized he'd been missing. Even his glasses sat differently on his face, no longer compensating for the slight asymmetry caused by years of poorly healed injuries. Physically, he felt better than he could ever remember feeling, which only made the knot of anxiety in his stomach more pronounced. Today he would leave the sanctuary of the hospital wing. Today he would face the school. A soft knock interrupted his thoughts. Harry? Are you decent? Hermione's voice called. Yeah, come in, he answered, turning away from his reflection. The door opened to reveal Hermione and Ron, both wearing matching expressions of determined cheerfulness. They carried his schoolbag and a stack of books between them. "We brought your things," Hermione said, setting the books on a nearby desk. "These quarters are amazing, Harry. They're connected to Gryffindor Tower through that tapestry, but you've got your own study space and bathroom." "Yeah, even Percy's jealous," Ron added, dropping onto one of the armchairs positioned near a small fireplace. "Fred and George are already plotting how to get their own private rooms. Something about staging a collapse in Snape's class." Harry smiled weakly at the attempt at humor. "They'd better not. I think Snape might actually kill them." An awkward silence followed, the mention of Snape reminding them all of recent events. The potions professor had continued overseeing Harry's healing regimen, his manner clinical but not unkind, a disconcerting change from his previous hostility. "Are you ready for breakfast?" Hermione asked finally, breaking the tension. "Everyone's been asking about you." Harry's stomach clenched. "What are they saying?" Ron and Hermione exchanged a glance that Harry had come to recognize, the one that meant they were deciding how much to tell him. "Just tell me," he said firmly. "I'd rather know what I'm walking into." Hermione sighed. "Most people are concerned, Harry. There's been a lot of shock that you were treated that way. That no one knew." "Some people knew," Harry muttered, thinking of Dumbledore. "Well, yes," Hermione conceded. "That's part of what everyone's talking about. There've been owls flying in and out of Hogwarts constantly. Parents writing to their children, to Dumbledore, to the governors." "Malfoy's been quiet," Ron added, surprising Harry. "Suspiciously quiet, actually. Hasn't said a word about any of it." "And the Slytherins?" "Mixed," Hermione admitted. "Some seem genuinely shocked. Others." She trailed off. "Others think I deserve it," Harry finished flatly. "That's not exactly news, Hermione." "No one said that," she protested. "But there's definitely tension, especially since," she stopped abruptly. "Since what?" Another exchanged glance. This time it was Ron who answered. "Since Snape tore into some sixth years who were saying it was all an attention grab. Docked 50 points from his own house and assigned detention cleaning bedpans in the hospital wing." Harry stared at them, sure he'd misheard. "Snape did what?" "Shocked us too, mate," Ron said. "But McGonagall said all the staff have been instructed to take a zero-tolerance approach to anyone giving you grief about this. Even the ghosts are keeping an eye out." The thought of Hogwarts spectral residents monitoring student gossip on his behalf might have been amusing under other circumstances. Now, it just added to Harry's sense that his life had become unrecognizable. "Great," he sighed. "So I'm still the center of attention, just for different reasons." "It'll get better," Hermione assured him. "Once something else happens to distract everyone. Like the Chamber of Secrets message," Ron suggested. That was all anyone could talk about before. He broke off at Hermione's sharp look. "Chamber of Secrets?" Harry repeated. "What message?" Ron looked uncomfortable. "It's nothing. Just some graffiti that showed up on Halloween. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened or something. Probably just a prank." "Why didn't you tell me?" "You were a bit busy having magical healing, mate," Ron pointed out. "And we weren't supposed to worry you with school gossip." Harry felt a flare of frustration. More people keeping things from him, deciding what he could handle. Before he could respond, however, another knock came at the door. Professor McGonagall entered, her usual stern expression in place. "Good morning, Mr. Potter." "Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley." She nodded to each of them. "I'm pleased to see you're up and about, Mr. Potter. How are you feeling?" "Fine, Professor," Harry said automatically. McGonagall's eyebrow rose slightly at the familiar response, but she didn't challenge it. "I've come to inform you that Ministry officials have arrived to begin their formal investigation." They've requested to speak with you this morning. Harry's stomach dropped. Now. But I thought, don't I have classes? Your schedule has been adjusted to accommodate the inquiry, McGonagall explained. However, you are not obligated to speak with them without appropriate support present. As your temporary guardian, I will accompany you, and you may request additional advocates if you wish. Harry glanced at his friends, a silent plea in his eyes. Hermione straightened immediately. We'll come too, she declared. If Harry wants us there. I do, Harry said quickly. McGonagall hesitated. The ministry officials may prefer a more private discussion. They can prefer whatever they want, Harry said, surprised by the firmness in his own voice. But I want Ron and Hermione with me. And. He hesitated, then added, Professor Snape, if he's available. McGonagall's eyebrows rose even further at that, but she nodded. I'll inform Professor Snape of your request. The meeting will take place in my office at 10 o'clock. That gives you time for breakfast first, which I strongly encourage you to eat, Mr. Potter. After she left, Ron looked at Harry incredulously. You asked for Snape? Voluntarily? Harry shrugged, uncomfortable with their surprise. He knows about this stuff. And he's been different since everything happened. Different how? Hermione asked. Less. Harry struggled to explain. Less like he hates me, I guess. More like he understands. He stood up abruptly, not wanting to discuss it further. Come on, let's go to breakfast. Might as well get it over with. The great hall fell silent as Harry entered, followed closely by Ron and Hermione. He kept his gaze fixed straight ahead, ignoring the sudden hush and the weight of hundreds of stairs. The walk to the Gryffindor table felt like crossing an ocean. Ignore them, Hermione whispered at his side. Easy for her to say, Harry thought bitterly. She hadn't had her deepest humiliations projected for the entire school to see. They were halfway to their usual seats when Fred and George Weasley appeared on either side of him, creating a protective flanking formation. Morning, Harry. Fred said brightly, as if nothing unusual was happening. Saved you seats, George added, guiding him toward a space near the middle of the table, where Neville and Dean were already sitting. Thanks, Harry muttered, grateful for their intervention. As they sat down, conversation gradually resumed around them, though Harry was acutely aware of continued glances in his direction. At the Hufflepuff table, several students offered tentative smiles. The Ravenclaws seemed to be deliberately not looking his way, a courtesy he appreciated. Only the Slytherins watched openly, their expressions ranging from curiosity to something like calculation. Toast. Hermione offered, pushing a plate toward him. Harry took a piece automatically, though his appetite had vanished. Where's Ginny? He asked, noticing the youngest Weasley's absence. Library, Ron said through a mouthful of eggs. Been spending a lot of time there lately. She's having a hard time with all this, Fred explained, lowering his voice. Mom and Dad didn't exactly prepare her for the reality of her childhood hero having, well, you know. Harry winced. He kept forgetting about Ginny's apparent hero worship, which made the revelations about his home life all the more distressing for her. Maybe I should talk to her, he suggested, surprising himself. Might help, George agreed. She feels awful about fainting when everyone else was just shocked. Thinks she let you down somehow. Before Harry could process that peculiar sentiment, the Morning Post arrived, 100 owls swooping into the great hall with letters and parcels. Harry automatically looked up, not expecting anything for himself. He never got mail, and was startled when no fewer than 6 owls broke from the flock and headed directly for him. What the? He began, as the first one dropped a small package in front of him, quickly followed by the others depositing letters and parcels of various sizes. Looks like you've got admirers, Harry, Fred teased, though his eyes were watchful. Hermione reached for one of the letters. Maybe we should check these before you open them, she said cautiously. After what happened with the Dursleys, people might be sending all sorts of things. Good thinking, Ron agreed, pulling out his wand. Remember that hate mail Neville's gran got when she testified against those Death Eaters? Bubotuber pus all over the place. Harry recoiled from the pile. You think people are sending me hate mail because of what happened? Not hate mail, Hermione corrected quickly. But there might be, well, unsettling things. Sympathy gifts, magical solutions, that sort of thing. She cast a detection charm over the pile, one Harry recognized from their study of household spells. Nothing glowed or reacted, suggesting the mail was harmless. Seems safe, she declared, though she still opened the first letter herself, scanning it quickly before handing it to Harry. It's from Mrs. Longbottom, Neville's grandmother. Harry looked at Neville, who seemed as surprised as he was. The letter was brief but direct. Mr. Potter, I was grieved to hear of your treatment at the hands of those disgraceful muggles. Please know that the ancient and noble house of Longbottom stands ready to offer assistance and sanctuary should you require it. My grandson speaks highly of your character. Augusta Longbottom, regent of House Longbottom, blimey, Ron whispered, reading over his shoulder. That's practically an offer of alliance from an old pure-blood family. The next letter was from Cedric Diggory's parents, expressing similar sentiments. The small package contained homemade treacle tart from Mrs. Weasley, with a note promising that arrangements were being made and that he should hang tight, dear. As Harry worked through the pile, a pattern emerged. Wizarding families, some he knew, others he'd never heard of, offering support, sanctuary, even adoption. The magical community was rallying around their wounded hero with an intensity that left Harry feeling both touched and overwhelmed. This is a lot, he said finally, pushing away the last letter. It's good, though, right? Ron asked. Everyone wants to help. Everyone wants a piece of the boy who lived, Harry corrected, more bitterly than he'd intended. Now with added tragic backstory. That's not fair, Harry, Hermione said quietly. These people genuinely care. Harry sighed, regretting his tone. I know. I'm sorry. It's just strange, having everyone suddenly interested in my welfare now, when for years. He trailed off, not wanting to finish the thought. Neville, who had been silent until now, spoke up. My gran means it, he said, his voice unusually firm. About the alliance. The Longbottoms and Potters were allies in the war. Harry looked at Neville with new interest. I didn't know that. There's a lot about wizarding alliances you don't know, Neville continued, surprising them all with his confidence on the subject. Gran could explain it better, but basically, the old families have, formal relationships. The Potters were allied with the Longbottoms, the Bones, and a few others. It means something, those ties. Harry filed this information away, another piece of his heritage he'd been kept ignorant about. Thanks, Neville. Will you thank your gran for me? I'll write back, but... I'll tell her, Neville assured him. She'll understand you're busy with the Ministry investigation. As if summoned by the mention, Harry glanced up to see Professor McGonagall entering the Great Hall, accompanied by 3 unfamiliar figures in formal robes. They paused at the entrance, scanning the room until their gazes landed on Harry. I think my 10 o'clock just arrived early, he muttered. We've got your back, mate, Ron said, rising with him. Harry nodded gratefully, gathering the letters to take with him. As they approached McGonagall and the Ministry officials, he felt a familiar presence join them from the direction of the staff table. Snape, his black robes billowing as ever, fell into step beside them. Mr. Potter, he acknowledged. Professor McGonagall informed me of your request. Thank you, sir, Harry said quietly. Snape merely inclined his head, but positioned himself slightly in front of Harry as they reached the newcomers, a subtle but unmistakable protective stance. Mr. Potter, McGonagall greeted him. May I present Madame Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Mr. Rufus Scrimgeour, head Auror, and Mr. Dirk Cresswell from the Muggle Liaison Office. Harry recognized the name Bones from Neville's explanation of allied families, and indeed, the square-jawed witch with a monocle gave him a nod that seemed to carry additional meaning. Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, while I appreciate your support of Mr. Potter, perhaps it would be better if, McGonagall began. They stay, Harry interrupted firmly. Please. McGonagall's lips thinned, but she nodded. Very well. Shall we proceed to my office? As they moved through the corridors, Harry was acutely aware of whispers and stares following them. The presence of ministry officials would only fuel further speculation. By dinner, the entire school would know about the investigation. Quite the entourage you've assembled, Mr. Potter, Scrimgeour remarked, his tawny eyes sharp behind wire-rimmed glasses. One might almost think you were preparing for an interrogation rather than a simple inquiry. One might think, Snape replied before Harry could, his voice silky with danger, that Mr. Potter has learned to be cautious about trusting adults to act in his best interests. A lesson taught most effectively by experience. Scrimgeour's eyes narrowed at the rebuke, but Madame Bones interrupted before he could respond. A reasonable precaution, she said briskly. Mr. Potter has the right to advocates of his choosing. Indeed, I would have been concerned had he not exercised that right. Her approval seemed to surprise even McGonagall. Harry filed away another observation, Madame Bones was not simply following ministry protocol. She had her own agenda here. McGonagall's office was enlarged to accommodate the expanded group. Harry took a seat in the center, flanked by Ron and Hermione, with Snape and McGonagall standing behind him. The ministry officials arranged themselves opposite, creating an impromptu tribunal. Mr. Potter, Madame Bones began, her voice formal but not unkind. We are here to investigate the circumstances revealed by the activation of Hogwarts protective enchantments on October 31st. This is not a disciplinary hearing. You are not accused of any wrongdoing. Do you understand? Yes, ma'am, Harry answered, trying to keep his voice steady. Good. We will be asking questions about your life with the Dursley family. Some of these questions may be difficult or painful to answer. You may take your time, and you may decline to answer if you wish, though cooperation will help us ensure your future safety. Harry nodded, steeling himself. Very well. Let's begin with the basics. How long have you lived with the Dursley family? Since I was a year old, Harry answered. After my parents were killed. And during that time, were you ever told about your magical heritage? No. I didn't know I was a wizard until Hagrid came with my Hogwarts letter when I was 11. Madame Bones frowned slightly. They kept your identity from you deliberately. They told me my parents died in a car crash, Harry explained. They said my father was unemployed and my mother was. He hesitated, not wanting to repeat the insults. They didn't like magic. Called it freakishness. I see. Madame Bones made a note. And your living conditions? Can you describe your accommodations at the Dursley residence? Harry's throat tightened. This was harder than he'd expected, even knowing what would be asked. He felt Hermione's hand slip into his, offering silent support. Until I got my Hogwarts letter, I slept in the cupboard under the stairs, he said finally, forcing the words out. After that, they moved me to my cousin's second bedroom. It had a lot of locks. And there were bars on the window last summer. Cresswell, the Muggle liaison, spoke up for the first time. Locks on the outside of the door. Yes. And a cat flap for pushing food through. The man's expression darkened as he made his own notes. And your daily routine? Madame Bones continued. What were your responsibilities in the household? I did the cooking, most mornings, Harry said. And the gardening. Cleaning. Whatever Aunt Petunia wanted done. From what age? Harry tried to remember. I've been cooking since I could reach the stove standing on a chair. So, maybe 5 or 6. Behind him, he heard McGonagall make a small, strangled noise. The questions continued, methodical and thorough. About meals withheld as punishment. About Harry hunting and Dudley's gang. About Uncle Vernon's belt and Aunt Petunia's frying pan. About the endless list of impossible chores and the consequences of failure. As the litany of abuses grew, Harry felt strangely detached, as if he were describing someone else's life. Only the pressure of Hermione's hand in his and Ron's solid presence beside him kept him anchored to the present. Finally, Madame Bones reached the most recent events. After returning to Hogwarts this September, did you inform any staff member about your summer experiences? About the bars on your window, for instance? Harry shook his head. No. May I ask why not? He hesitated. No one ever did anything before, he admitted quietly. When I was younger, a teacher at my primary school noticed bruises once. She reported it, but then suddenly she didn't work at the school anymore, and the Dursleys were angrier than ever. After that, I just stopped expecting help. The silence that followed this statement was heavy with implication. It wasn't just the Dursleys who had failed him, but an entire system of adults who should have protected him. One final question, Madame Bones said, her voice gentler now. When you collapsed in the Great Hall, you had been experiencing physical symptoms for some time. Why didn't you seek medical attention? Harry looked down, ashamed. I thought it would go away on its own. It usually does. Thank you, Mr. Potter, she said after a moment. Your testimony has been most helpful. Mr. Cresswell will be coordinating with Muggle Child Protection Services regarding the Dursley family. In the meantime, your temporary guardianship with Hogwarts will continue, with Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall serving as your legal guardians. And the permanent arrangements? McGonagall asked. That brings us to our next order of business, Scrimgeour interjected. The matter of Sirius Black. Harry sat up straighter. My godfather? Scrimgeour looked surprised. You've been informed about Black? Only that he exists, and that he's in prison, Harry said. That he's accused of betraying my parents. Accused, but never tried, Madame Bones clarified, her expression grim. In reviewing your case, Mr. Potter, we discovered significant irregularities in the handling of Black's arrest and imprisonment. No trial transcript exists because no trial was ever conducted. That's illegal, Hermione blurted out, then flushed when everyone turned to look at her. Sorry, but it is. Habeas corpus is a fundamental principle of magical law. It's in Wizarding Legal Precedents, Volume 3. Miss Granger is correct, Madame Bones agreed, looking impressed despite herself. The lack of a trial represents a serious miscarriage of justice, regardless of Black's apparent guilt. I have ordered a formal review of the case, including a proper interrogation of the prisoner under Veritaserum. And if he's innocent? Harry asked, barely daring to voice the question. What happens then? If, and I stress this is highly unlikely, given the evidence, but if Black were to be exonerated, the magical godparent bond would give him primary claim to your guardianship, Madame Bones explained. However, given the circumstances, including his years in Azkaban, such an arrangement would be subject to stringent evaluation and monitoring. Harry nodded, trying not to let hope take root too firmly. The idea of having a godfather, someone his parents had chosen for him, was intoxicating, but the man was still in prison for murder. It wouldn't do to get attached to the idea. In the meantime, Madame Bones continued, we'll be evaluating the various petitions for your guardianship. The Weasleys, as I understand, is among them? Yes, McGonagall confirmed. Along with the Tonks family, who have a blood connection through Mr. Potter's paternal grandmother, and several others. The Longbottoms have also expressed interest, Harry added, thinking of Augusta's letter. Madame Bones raised an eyebrow. Have they indeed? Interesting. She gathered her papers. We'll need to conduct interviews with each potential guardian family, of course. And there will be additional questions as our investigation proceeds. But for now, I believe we've taken enough of your time, Mr. Potter. One moment, Snape spoke up from behind Harry. There is the matter of the Dursleys themselves. What consequences will they face for their treatment of Mr. Potter? Cresswell answered this one. We're coordinating with Muggle authorities for a child welfare investigation. Given the unusual nature of the evidence, we'll be using magical means to ensure cooperation. Memory charms will be employed as needed, but rest assured, their behavior will be thoroughly addressed. Harry felt a complex mix of emotions at this. Part of him wanted the Dursleys to suffer as he had suffered. Another part just wanted to put them behind him forever. Mostly, he felt tired of thinking about them, tired of their shadow over his life. I don't want Dudley to be hurt by this, he said suddenly, surprising himself. He's just a kid too. And Aunt Petunia made him the way he is. Cresswell looked at him curiously. Your concern for your cousin is noted, Mr. Potter. We'll ensure appropriate interventions for the minor involved. With that, the formal inquiry concluded. As the ministry officials gathered their materials, Madame Bones approached Harry directly. Mr. Potter, a moment in private, if I may. McGonagall frowned. As his guardian, this is a personal matter, Minerva, Madame Bones interrupted. Family business, you might say. McGonagall hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. Very well. We'll wait outside. Once the room had cleared, leaving Harry alone with the formidable witch, Madame Bones removed her monocle, her expression softening slightly. Mr. Potter, Harry, I wanted to speak with you about Susan. Susan? Harry repeated, confused. My niece. Susan Bones. She's in your year, though in Hufflepuff. Harry nodded, placing the quiet, red-haired girl he'd seen in herbology. Susan's mother was my sister, Madame Bones continued. She and your mother were friends at Hogwarts. Close friends, in fact. When the war intensified, our families formed part of an alliance against you-know-who. The Potters, the Bones, the Longbottoms, among others. Neville mentioned something about that, Harry said. About alliances between families. Did he? Good lad, remembering his heritage. Madame Bones nodded approvingly. What you may not know is that after your parents went into hiding, there was discussion about where you would go if the worst happened. Your godfather was first choice, of course, but the Bones family was among the alternatives considered. Harry stared at her. I could have lived with you. Instead of the Dursleys. Had circumstances been different, yes, she confirmed gravely. Unfortunately, my sister and her husband were killed in the same wave of attacks that claimed the Longbottoms. By the time I was in a position to make inquiries about you, Dumbledore had already placed you with your Muggle relatives and insisted the arrangement was necessary for your protection. The revelation hit Harry like a physical blow. He could have grown up with a wizarding family, with Susan Bones as a sister, perhaps. He could have known about magic, about his parents, about his heritage. I tell you this not to upset you, Harry, but because I want you to understand that the bonds between our families remain, Madame Bones continued. The ancient and noble house of Bones stands with you, as we stood with your parents. Whatever the outcome of these proceedings, you are not alone in the wizarding world. Thank you, Harry managed, his throat tight with emotion. Madame Bones replaced her monocle, her formal demeanor returning. I've taken the liberty of having copies of your parents' wills located. They've been sealed since their deaths, most irregular, but as head of the DMLE, I have the authority to unseal them for review. I believe they may contain information pertinent to your guardianship. Their wills? Harry repeated, another piece of his parents he'd never known existed. I'd like to see them. You shall, she promised. Once the legal review is complete. Now, I believe your friends are anxiously waiting to reclaim you. As if on cue, the door opened slightly, and Ron's concerned face appeared. All right, Harry," he called. "I'm fine," Harry assured him, rising to his feet. "We're done here." Madam Bones nodded in farewell. "We'll speak again soon, Mr. Potter. In the meantime, I suggest you give some thought to your preferences regarding guardianship. Your wishes will be taken into account." As Harry rejoined his friends in the corridor, his mind was spinning with new information. Alliances, godparents, wills, potential guardians, it was overwhelming. What did Madam Bones want? Hermione asked immediately. "To tell me her niece's mother was friends with my mum," Harry explained, still processing the implications. "And that I might have lived with them instead of the Dursleys if things had been different." "Susan Bones?" Ron looked surprised. "Quiet Hufflepuff girl. Ha! Never would have thought." "There's a lot I'm just finding out," Harry said. "About my family, about wizard traditions. Things nobody bothered to tell me." "We'll help you figure it out," Hermione promised. "I'll research wizarding family alliances today. And guardian laws. And wills. There must be books in the library about all of this." Despite everything, Harry found himself smiling at her predictable response to any problem: research. "Thanks, Hermione. And I'll ask Dad about the Godfather stuff," Ron added. "He works at the Ministry, he might know something about Black's case." Harry nodded gratefully, touched by their immediate support. As they walked back toward Gryffindor Tower, he felt a curious lightness alongside the confusion and anxiety. For the first time, he was learning about his place in the wizarding world, not just as the boy who lived, but as Harry Potter, son of James and Lily, with a history and connections of his own. It was a start. Severus Snape strode through the dungeons, his face set in a forbidding expression that sent first-years scurrying for cover. After the morning's interview, he needed the solitude of his private laboratory, away from prying eyes and inane questions. Potter's testimony had been difficult to hear. The methodical recitation of abuses, delivered in that detached voice, had struck uncomfortably close to Severus's own memories. The child had dissociated, a coping mechanism Severus recognized all too well from his own youth. He reached his laboratory and sealed the door behind him with a complex ward. Only then did he allow his rigid posture to relax, pouring himself a finger of Ogden's finest and dropping into his worn leather chair. The morning's revelations went beyond Potter's treatment at the Dursleys. The matter of Sirius Black's lack of trial raised disturbing questions about the administration of justice immediately following the Dark Lord's fall. Questions that implicated not just the Ministry, but Dumbledore himself, who as Chief Warlock should have ensured proper procedures were followed. And then there was Amelia Bones's private conversation with Potter. Severus hadn't needed legilimency to guess its content. The Bones family was making a play for Potter's guardianship, leveraging old alliances and connections to Lily. A politically astute move, and one that would place Potter firmly under the influence of a powerful DMLE head with her own agenda. A soft chime alerted him to an arrival at his office. Sighing, he activated the communication spell. "Enter," he said, his voice echoing in the empty office next door. A moment later, Lucius Malfoy's distinctive tones replied. "Severus? I was told I might find you here." Severus stiffened. "Lucius. Of course." The Board of Governors would have been notified about the incident, and Lucius would have recognized the political opportunity immediately. With a flick of his wand, Severus adjusted the wards to admit his visitor, then moved from the laboratory to the adjoining office. Lucius was already seated, immaculate as always in dark robes with silver embroidery, his cane resting against Severus's desk. "Lucius," Severus greeted him neutrally. "This is an unexpected visit." "I was in the castle for an emergency meeting of the governors," Lucius explained smoothly. "This business with the Potter boy has created quite the uproar. I thought I might gain some clarity from you, old friend." Severus raised an eyebrow. "What sort of clarity?" "The kind that goes beyond the sensationalized accounts in the Prophet," Lucius replied. Is it true, Severus? The heir of House Potter, abused by muggles. Dumbledore's golden boy, bearing the marks of common brutality. The evidence is incontrovertible, Severus said carefully. Hogwarts magic revealed the truth for all to see. How convenient, Lucius murmured. Ancient magic, impossible to falsify, revealing the boy who lived's tragic past just when Dumbledore's influence was beginning to wane. You think this was orchestrated? Severus asked, keeping his tone even. Lucius waved a dismissive hand. I think the timing is fortuitous for certain parties. The boy becomes a sympathetic figure once again. The wizarding public rallies behind their wounded hero. Dumbledore positions himself as the boy's rescuer, cementing his role as the child's magical guardian. Except that Dumbledore is precisely the one whose judgment is being questioned, Severus pointed out. He placed Potter with those muggles. He insisted he remain there, despite evidence of mistreatment. Indeed. Lucius smiled thinly. Which is why the governors are considering a vote of no confidence in the headmaster's leadership. Severus concealed his surprise. A serious step. These are serious times, Lucius said. A school that cannot protect its most famous student from muggle brutality. That fails to recognize signs of abuse in a child under its care for over a year. What does that say about Hogwarts under Dumbledore's management? And who would the governors suggest as a replacement? Severus asked, already knowing the answer. Lucius's smile widened. Several names have been floated. Mine among them, though I would of course be reluctant to leave my current responsibilities. Of course, Severus echoed dryly. The more pressing question, Lucius continued, is what becomes of the boy. I understand numerous families have petitioned for guardianship. The ministry is reviewing the options, Severus confirmed, deliberately vague. Including the matter of Sirius Black. Lucius's eyes were sharp, assessing Severus's reaction. A curious development, reopening that case after all these years. Bones seems determined to correct the procedural oversights of the previous administration, Severus said carefully. Amelia always was a stickler for proper procedure, Lucius agreed. Though one wonders about her motivation in this particular case. The Bones family had connections to the Potters, did they not? So I understand. A ward of House Bones would be quite the coup for Amelia, Lucius mused. The boy who lived under her direct influence. It would certainly strengthen her position within the ministry. Severus remained silent, aware that Lucius was fishing for information about his own position on the matter. What of your own interest in the boy, Severus? Lucius asked finally, confirming his suspicion. I hear you've been rather involved in his case. Taking a personal interest in his healing, even. Quite the change from your previous assessment of James Potter's spawn. The trap was laid with typical Slytherin subtlety. Admit too much concern for Potter, and Lucius would question his loyalty to their former cause. Dismiss the boy entirely, and he would seem callous even by Death Eater standards. I have a professional obligation to ensure the well-being of Hogwarts students, Severus replied neutrally. Even Potter. And I have certain expertise in healing the specific injuries he sustained. Understanding dawned in Lucius's pale eyes. Ah. Personal experience. I had forgotten about your father's proclivities. Severus inclined his head slightly, neither confirming nor denying. Well, Lucius continued, perhaps that explains your involvement. Though I must admit, I'm surprised you haven't taken greater satisfaction in James Potter's son receiving some comeuppance for his father's arrogance. It was the opening Severus had been waiting for. Initially, I might have, he admitted, allowing a calculated edge of bitterness into his tone. But the situation has revealed opportunities one hadn't previously considered. Lucius leaned forward slightly, interest piqued. Opportunities? Potter is malleable at present, Severus explained. Disillusioned with Dumbledore, questioning everything he's been told about his place in our world. The influence of certain parties could be significant. Indeed, Lucius murmured, eyes gleaming with sudden calculation. A Potter aligned with more traditional values would represent quite a shift in the political landscape. Precisely, Severus agreed. Whatever my personal feelings about the boy, I recognize his potential importance. It would be foolish to allow old grudges to blind me to current possibilities. Lucius nodded slowly, clearly reassessing the situation. Always the pragmatist, Severus. I've always admired that about you. He rose smoothly to his feet. I should return to the governor's meeting. But I appreciate this clarification. Always happy to provide perspective, Lucius, Severus replied, standing as well. At the door, Lucius paused. One last thing, Severus. Draco has written to me about this Chamber of Secrets business. Some message on the wall. Is there anything to it, or merely a student prank? Severus kept his expression neutral. Filch's cat was found petrified beside the message. Dumbledore is investigating, but has shared little information with the staff. Petrified, you say? Lucius's face betrayed nothing, but Severus sensed a shift in his demeanor. Interesting. Do keep me informed of any developments in that matter. After Lucius departed, Severus remained standing in his office, considering the implications of their conversation. Lucius was moving quickly to capitalize on the political opportunity presented by Potter's situation. The vote of no confidence against Dumbledore was a significant escalation, and his interest in the Chamber of Secrets was suspicious at best. More concerning was Lucius's obvious calculation regarding Potter's guardianship. If the Malfoys themselves entered the competition for Potter's custody, it would create a perfect storm of political maneuvering that would leave the boy a pawn in adult power games, exactly what Severus had hoped to protect him from. With a sigh, he turned back to his laboratory. He had potions to brew for Potter's continued healing, and a meeting with Dumbledore to prepare for. The headmaster would need to know about Lucius's schemes, and about the growing threat to his position at Hogwarts. The political games were intensifying, with Harry Potter at their center. And Severus, despite his best intentions, was being drawn deeper into the fray. Hermione Granger sat in the Hogwarts library, surrounded by stacks of books on wizarding law, family traditions, and child welfare regulations. After the morning's interview, she had headed straight to the library, determined to understand the legal maze that Harry now faced. What she found was both fascinating and disturbing. Wizarding guardianship law was a complex tangle of ancient traditions, blood magic, and political considerations. The more she read, the more she realized how vulnerable Harry's position truly was. I thought I'd find you here. Hermione looked up to see Professor McGonagall standing beside her table, eyeing the towering stacks of books with a mixture of approval and concern. Professor, she greeted, straightening. I'm just researching Harry's situation. So I see, McGonagall said dryly. Magical guardianship in the modern era, godparent bonds and their legal implications, blood wards and familial protection. You've been thorough, Miss Granger. I want to understand what Harry's facing, Hermione explained. Everything's happening so fast, and he doesn't know anything about wizarding traditions or his family's standing. McGonagall nodded, pulling out a chair across from her. A commendable effort. What have you discovered? Hermione hesitated, then decided on honesty. That Harry should never have been placed with the Dursleys in the first place, she said bluntly. According to Wizarding Legacy, inheritance and guardianship, magical children have special protections under wizard law. Even without a godparent, Harry should have been placed with a wizarding family with connections to his parents. McGonagall's expression tightened. The circumstances following you-know-who's defeat were chaotic, Miss Granger. Decisions were made quickly, with limited information. But no one checked on him, Hermione pressed. For 10 years. That's not just chaotic, Professor. That's negligence. To her surprise, McGonagall didn't become defensive. Instead, she sighed heavily, suddenly looking older. You are correct, Miss Granger. There were failures at every level. Failures I myself participated in, to my eternal regret. The admission stunned Hermione. She had expected justifications, not agreement. What happens now? She asked, her voice smaller. With all these families wanting to claim Harry? That, McGonagall said, is precisely what I came to discuss with you. Professor Dumbledore and I believe Mr. Potter would benefit from someone explaining the various petitions for his guardianship, someone he trusts, who can present the information objectively. You want me to explain it to him? Hermione asked, surprised. You're already doing the research, McGonagall pointed out. And Mr. Potter values your judgment. He's more likely to absorb information from you than from another adult figure who may have their own agenda. Hermione considered this. It made sense, in a way. Harry did trust her explanations of wizarding concepts, and he was understandably wary of adults at present. I can do that, she agreed. But I'd need more information about the specific families petitioning for guardianship. McGonagall nodded. I've taken the liberty of preparing a file with the relevant details. She produced a slim folder from her robes. This contains summaries of each petition received thus far, along with basic information about the families involved. Hermione took the folder, leafing through it quickly. The Weasleys were there, as expected, along with the Tonks family, the Longbottoms, and several others she didn't recognize. The Malfoys, she exclaimed, spotting a familiar name. They can't be serious. I'm afraid they are, McGonagall said grimly. Lucius Malfoy submitted his petition this morning, claiming distant blood ties through the Black family connection. But they supported Voldemort. Hermione protested, forgetting in her indignation to use the more acceptable you-know-who. An allegation never proven to the Ministry's satisfaction, McGonagall reminded her. Officially, Lucius Malfoy was cleared of all charges. And the Malfoys remain one of the wealthiest and most influential families in Wizarding Britain. Hermione shook her head in disbelief. Harry would never agree to live with them. Draco's been horrible to him since our first day at Hogwarts. Which is information the Wisengamot would consider, McGonagall assured her. Mr. Potter's preferences will carry significant weight, especially given his age and the circumstances. Hermione continued scanning the list. The Diggorys, the Macmillans. Professor Lupin. She looked up in surprise. Who's Professor Lupin? Remus Lupin, McGonagall explained. He was a close friend of James Potter's at Hogwarts. Part of the same friend group as Sirius Black, in fact. He's not currently employed at Hogwarts, the professor, is an error in the filing. Why haven't we heard about him before? Hermione asked suspiciously. If he was so close to Harry's parents, why hasn't he been in Harry's life? McGonagall's expression turned troubled. Mr. Lupin has health considerations that complicated matters. And Dumbledore's insistence on the blood protection at the Dursleys made other arrangements seem unnecessary. Hermione sensed there was more to the story but decided not to press for now. She continued reading, making mental notes of key information about each family. There's so much Harry doesn't know, she said finally. About his family, about his heritage. None of these books mention what happened to his grandparents, or why his parents went into hiding in the first place, or what these family alliances actually mean in practical terms. Much of that information is not recorded in publicly available texts, McGonagall explained. The Potter family history, like that of many old wizarding families, is partly oral tradition passed down through generations. With James and Lily's deaths, and with Mr. Potter raised outside our world. She trailed off, the implication clear. So Harry's lost not just his parents, but his entire heritage, Hermione concluded sadly. Not entirely, McGonagall corrected. There are those still living who knew the Potters well. Remus Lupin, as I mentioned. Certain members of the Order of the Phoenix, a group your parents worked with during the war. And, of course, Sirius Black, if he is indeed innocent. Hermione seized on this new information. The Order of the Phoenix. What was that? McGonagall looked as though she regretted the slip. A resistance group organized by Dumbledore to fight you-know-who, she explained reluctantly. James and Lily Potter were members, as were the Longbottoms, the Bones, and others. Including you? Hermione guessed shrewdly. McGonagall's lips thinned, but she nodded. Indeed. Which is why I feel a particular responsibility for Mr. Potter's current situation. I knew his parents well, Miss Granger. I should have insisted on checking on him, blood wards or no blood wards. The regret in her voice was palpable. Hermione felt a sudden surge of sympathy for the stern professor. You're helping him now, she offered. And I'll make sure he understands all his options. Thank you, Miss Granger. McGonagall rose to her feet. I would suggest beginning with the Weasleys' petition, as Mr. Potter already has a connection to their family, then perhaps the Tonks family due to the blood relation. What about this Sirius Black situation? Hermione asked. How likely is it that he'll be cleared? McGonagall hesitated. I wouldn't want to speculate on an ongoing investigation. However, there were aspects of the original case that troubled many of us at the time. The lack of a trial. The speed with which Black was condemned. Certain inconsistencies in the narrative. You think he might actually be innocent? Hermione pressed, intrigued by the professor's careful wording. I think, McGonagall said deliberately, that Mr. Potter should be prepared for all possibilities, but should not pin his hopes too firmly on any single outcome. Before Hermione could ask more questions, the library door opened, and a small figure with bright red hair slipped inside. Ginny Weasley, looking pale and tired, made her way toward the restricted section before noticing Hermione and McGonagall. She froze, like a deer caught in headlights. Miss Weasley, McGonagall greeted her. Another first year dedicated to academic pursuits, I see. Ginny flushed. Yes, Professor. Just, researching a project. Hermione noticed how tightly Ginny was clutching a small black book to her chest. The younger girl's appearance was concerning, dark circles under her eyes, skin paler than usual, a slight tremor in her hands. Are you feeling all right, Ginny? She asked. You look tired. I'm fine, Ginny said quickly. Just, homework, you know. And everything with Harry. She trailed off, looking distressed. McGonagall's expression softened. These have been difficult days for many of us, Miss Weasley. Perhaps you should speak with Madame Pomfrey if you're having trouble sleeping. I'm fine, Ginny repeated, more firmly this time. I need to go. She hurried away, disappearing among the library stacks. Hermione frowned after her. That was odd. She's been acting strange ever since Halloween. The revelations about Mr. Potter were particularly distressing for Miss Weasley, McGonagall noted. Given her admiration for him. It's more than that, Hermione said slowly, remembering Ron's comments about Ginny spending unusual amounts of time in the library. She seems almost afraid of something. Keep an eye on her, if you would, McGonagall suggested. First year is challenging enough without additional emotional burdens. Perhaps you might encourage Mr. Potter to speak with her, once he feels up to it. It might help them both. With that, she bid Hermione goodbye, leaving her with the guardianship file and even more questions than she'd had before. Hermione returned to her research with renewed determination. There were too many mysteries surrounding Harry, his parents, his godfather, his heritage, and she was going to solve them, one book at a time. Harry deserved to know the truth about his past, especially now that his future hung in the balance. Harry stood in the empty defense against the dark arts classroom, wand raised, facing Professor Lockhart with determination. After the morning's interrogation, he'd been restless, unable to concentrate on classwork or conversation. When Lockhart had suggested a private dueling demonstration, to take his mind off his troubles, Harry had surprised himself by agreeing. Now, as Lockhart prattled on about his dueling victory over a Transylvanian warlock, Harry found himself appreciating the distraction, despite the professor's insufferable personality. "The key, Harry, is dramatic flair," Lockhart was saying, demonstrating an elaborate wand movement that seemed more likely to dislocate a shoulder than deflect a curse. "The audience, I mean, your opponent, should be dazzled by your technique before the spell even leaves your wand." "I think I'd rather just focus on effective spells, Professor," Harry replied, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. "Ah, practicality. Admirable, but lacking vision," Lockhart sighed theatrically. "Very well, let's practice a simple disarming charm. The incantation is Expelliarmus. Observe." He pointed his wand dramatically at a quill on his desk and called out, "Expelliarmus." The quill twitched slightly but remained in place. "Well, you get the idea," Lockhart said quickly. "It works better on wands, of course. Why don't you try?" Harry aimed his wand at Lockhart, a small, rebellious part of him enjoying the brief look of alarm that crossed the professor's face. Expelliarmus. A jet of scarlet light shot from Harry's wand, striking Lockhart squarely in the chest. The professor's wand flew from his hand, arcing through the air to land neatly in Harry's outstretched palm. "Oh! Well done, Harry!" Lockhart exclaimed, looking both surprised and slightly discomfited. "Perfect execution on your first try." "Of course, I wasn't properly prepared, or I would have demonstrated the Corsican countercharm, which I used to great effect against the Banshee of Belfast." The classroom door opened, interrupting Lockhart's self-aggrandizing monologue. Ron entered, looking relieved to find Harry. "There you are, mate. Been looking all over for you." He glanced at Lockhart with thinly veiled disdain. "Sorry to interrupt your lesson, Professor." "Not at all, not at all." Lockhart beamed. "Mr. Potter and I were just concluding our private tutorial. He shows remarkable aptitude for defensive magic, with my guidance, of course." "Right," Ron said skeptically. "Harry, Hermione's looking for you. Says she's got information about the guardianship stuff." Harry immediately handed Lockhart back his wand. "Thank you for the lesson, Professor. I should go." Of course, of course. Always happy to provide special instruction to a student in need," Lockhart called after them as they escaped into the corridor. "We'll schedule another session soon." Once safely out of earshot, Ron snorted. "Private tutorial? What was that about?" Harry shrugged. "He caught me wandering the corridors after the ministry interview. Offered to teach me dueling to take my mind off my troubles. He's insufferable, but I actually learned a useful spell. The disarming charm. Yeah, Dad uses that one sometimes." Ron glanced at him curiously. "How'd the interview go, anyway?" "About as well as could be expected," Harry said, not wanting to rehash the details. "Where's Hermione?" "Your quarters. She's got a whole file on potential guardian families. Been researching all day, of course." They made their way through the castle, which was mercifully emptier than usual with most students at dinner in the Great Hall. Harry still felt uncomfortable with the attention his situation had generated, preferring to take meals in his private quarters when possible. When they reached the tapestry concealing the entrance to Harry's rooms, they found Hermione already inside, surrounded by her usual fortress of books and parchment. She looked up when they entered, her expression a mix of excitement and apprehension. "Harry. I've been organizing everything I learned about the guardianship petitions. There's so much to explain." Harry settled into an armchair across from her, feeling a mixture of curiosity and dread. "How many families are we talking about?" 12 so far, Hermione said, consulting her notes. "Some with stronger claims than others. Professor McGonagall gave me this file with the official petitions." She handed him a stack of parchment. Harry flipped through the first few pages, overwhelmed by the formal legal language and unfamiliar family names. "I can't make sense of half of this." "That's why I've summarized it all," Hermione assured him. I've categorized them by type of claim, blood relations, named in your parents' will, family alliances, and political appointments. Political appointments? Harry repeated, alarmed. Someone can just be appointed my guardian for political reasons? Only in specific circumstances, and it's rare, Hermione explained. But since you're, there's significant political interest in your placement. Brilliant, Harry muttered. Just what I need. More reasons to be treated differently. Ron, who had been unusually quiet, spoke up. Maybe you should just start with the main options, Hermione. The ones Harry's most likely to end up with. Hermione nodded, pulling out a shorter list. Right. The strongest claims come from blood relations and those named in your parents' will. The Tonks family has a blood connection. Andromeda Tonks was born a Black, and the Blacks and Potters are distantly related through your paternal grandmother. I've never even heard of them, Harry said. Andromeda was disowned for marrying Ted Tonks, a Muggleborn, Hermione explained. They have a daughter, Nymphadora, who's training to be an Auror. They're considered blood traitors by traditional purebloods, but they have an excellent reputation otherwise. Harry filed this information away. A family considered blood traitors for marrying Muggleborns sounded promising, at least. The Longbottoms have petitioned based on the alliance between your families, Hermione continued. Augusta Longbottom's letter mentioned this. It's not as strong as a blood claim, but it carries significant weight in wizarding tradition. Neville's Gran, Harry said, remembering the stern-looking woman from platform 9 3/4. What about the Weasleys? Ron looked down, his ears turning red. Mum and Dad filed right away, he confirmed. Dad says they're arguing based on established relationship and demonstrated care. Since you've already stayed with us and everything. The thought of living permanently at the Burrow made Harry's chest warm with longing. The brief time he'd spent there had been the happiest weeks of his summer. That sounds perfect, he said honestly. Is there any reason they wouldn't be approved? Hermione hesitated. Well, there are some practical considerations. The Weasleys already have 7 children. Their financial resources are limited. She glanced apologetically at Ron, who shrugged, used to discussions of his family's financial situation. I have my own money, Harry pointed out. From my parents' vault. That wouldn't be an issue. A minor can't support their guardians financially, Hermione explained. It's considered inappropriate. But that's not the only factor. The ministry also considers political influence, ability to protect you from potential threats, and, blood status. Blood status? Harry repeated incredulously. They care if my guardians are purebloods? Some members of the Wisengamot do, Hermione confirmed grimly. It shouldn't matter, but with certain traditional factions, it does. The Weasleys are purebloods, but they're considered blood traitors by those same factions. Harry shook his head in disgust. So being decent to Muggles counts against them? That's ridiculous. It is, Hermione agreed. But it's the reality we're dealing with. On the other hand, the Weasleys have a strong case based on your existing relationship and their history of taking you in when you needed help. What about my godfather? Harry asked, changing tack. Sirius Black. What's happening with that investigation? Ron and Hermione exchanged another of those loaded glances. I asked Dad about that, Ron said. He couldn't tell me much, it's all confidential ministry business, but he did say the case is being actively reviewed, and that some surprising inconsistencies have been found. What kind of inconsistencies? Harry pressed. He wouldn't say exactly, Ron admitted. But he did mention that the timing was weird. Black was arrested and sent to Azkaban within 24 hours of your parents' deaths. No trial, no Veritaserum questioning, not even a proper interrogation. That's not just weird, it's illegal, Hermione added. I've been reading about wizarding criminal procedure. Every accused criminal is entitled to Veritaserum questioning at minimum, and a full Wisengamot trial for serious charges. So what happens now? Harry asked. Madam Bones has ordered a complete review, Hermione explained. That includes bringing Black from Azkaban for proper questioning under Veritaserum. It's scheduled for tomorrow, according to what Professor McGonagall told me. Harry felt a flutter of nervous anticipation. Tomorrow, he might learn the truth about the man who had allegedly betrayed his parents, the man who, if innocent, should have been his guardian all along. There's more, Hermione continued, looking concerned. The Malfoys have filed a petition. What? Harry and Ron exclaimed in unison. Lucius Malfoy is claiming a distant blood connection through the Black family, Hermione explained, her distaste evident. It's a weak claim, legally speaking, but with his influence in the Ministry. No way, Harry said flatly. I'm not living with the Malfoys. I'd rather go back to the Dursleys. You won't have to do either, Hermione assured him quickly. Your preferences carry significant weight, especially given what happened with the Dursleys. No one's going to force you into another abusive situation. Harry wasn't so sure. His experience with adults making decisions about his life hadn't exactly inspired confidence. What about this Professor Lupin person? He asked, spotting the name on Hermione's list. McGonagall said he was friends with my parents. Remus Lupin, Hermione confirmed. He was part of your father's friend group at Hogwarts, along with Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew, the friend Black allegedly killed. McGonagall said he has health considerations that complicated matters, whatever that means. Another person who never checked on me, Harry noted bitterly. Seems to be a pattern. It does seem strange, Hermione agreed. But maybe there's an explanation. McGonagall implied that Dumbledore's insistence on the blood protection made other arrangements seem unnecessary. Harry snorted. Blood protection. A lot of good that did me. An uncomfortable silence fell, broken finally by Ron. So what happens next? With all these petitions and everything? The Ministry will conduct interviews with each family, Hermione explained. They'll evaluate the claims, consider Harry's preferences, and make a recommendation to the Wisengamot. The final decision will likely take several weeks, possibly longer if the Black investigation complicates things. And until then, I stay at Hogwarts. Harry confirmed. Yes, with Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall as your temporary guardians, Hermione said. It's actually a good arrangement for now. Hogwarts is arguably the safest place for you, and it gives you time to consider all your options. Harry nodded, trying to absorb everything. The idea that so many families wanted to take him in, to give him a home, was still hard to grasp after years of being told he was a burden, an unwanted freak. I think I need some time to think about all of this, he said finally, setting aside Hermione's notes. Of course, she agreed quickly. It's a lot to process. But Harry, this is a good thing. You have choices now. Real choices, about your future. Harry managed a smile. I know. It's just, overwhelming. We're here, mate, Ron said simply. Whatever you decide. Their steady support meant more to Harry than he could express. For all the uncertainty ahead, at least he wasn't facing it alone. The conversation shifted to other topics, assignments they needed to complete, Quidditch practice resuming next week, the latest school gossip. It felt almost normal, and Harry found himself relaxing for the first time since his collapse in the Great Hall. Then Ron mentioned the Chamber of Secrets again, and Harry's curiosity returned. What exactly was this message about the chamber? And why didn't anyone tell me about it? Ron and Hermione exchanged yet another of those looks that Harry was beginning to resent. We didn't want to worry you while you were recovering, Hermione explained. But on Halloween, while everyone was at the feast, someone wrote a message on the wall near the second-floor bathroom: the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware. And Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, was found hanging next to it, all stiff and frozen, Ron added. Not dead, but petrified somehow. Petrified? Harry repeated, alarmed. Like, turned to stone. Magically immobilized, Hermione clarified. Professor Sprout is growing mandrakes to make a restorative potion, but they won't be mature for months. And this Chamber of Secrets, what is it? Harry asked. Hermione shifted into lecture mode. According to Hogwarts, a history, it's a secret chamber Salazar Slytherin supposedly built before leaving the school. Legend says it contains a monster that only Slytherin's heir can control, meant to purge the school of those Slytherin considered unworthy to study magic. Muggleborns, Harry concluded grimly. So someone's claiming to be Slytherin's heir and threatening Muggleborns. That's what everyone thinks, Ron confirmed. The Slytherins have been strutting around like they own the place, except Malfoy, like I said. He's been weirdly quiet. Has anyone else been attacked? Harry asked, concerned now for Hermione and other Muggleborn students. Not yet, Hermione said, though she looked worried. But the atmosphere has been tense. Some of the older students remember the last time the chamber was supposedly opened, about 50 years ago. A girl died then. Harry stared at her. A student died. And they didn't close the school. It was handled very quietly, Hermione explained. According to what I've read, they caught the person responsible. But no one seems to know who it was or what exactly happened. So now someone's opened it again, Harry mused. Or claims to have. And they're targeting Muggleborns. A thought struck him suddenly. What if it's connected to what happened to me? The timing is suspicious. The chamber message appears on Halloween, the same night I collapsed. Hermione looked thoughtful. It's possible. Both events would create significant disruption at Hogwarts. Dumbledore's attention would be divided. And if someone's targeting Muggleborns, Harry continued, the idea taking shape, they probably don't like me much either, given my friendship with you and my mum being Muggleborn. Plus the whole defeating you-know-who thing, Ron added dryly. That tends to put certain types off. We should look into it, Harry decided, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. If there's a connection, or even if there isn't, we can't just ignore a threat to Muggleborn students. Harry, Hermione said cautiously, you've got a lot on your plate right now. The guardianship hearings, your recovery, all the more reason to keep busy, Harry interrupted. I'm tired of just reacting to things, Hermione. Of having things happen to me. I want to do something. His friends looked at him with matching expressions of concern, but neither argued further. They knew that determined look on his face. All right, Ron said finally. Where do we start? The second-floor corridor, Harry decided. I want to see this message for myself. Their investigation would have to wait until morning, but as they continued talking into the evening, Harry felt a shift in his perspective. The collapse in the Great Hall, the revelations that followed, they had changed his life in ways he was still discovering. But for the first time, he felt a strange sort of freedom. The Dursleys' hold over him was broken. His secret was out. And while the path ahead was uncertain, at least now he had options, and friends who would stand beside him no matter what came next. It wasn't the life he would have chosen. But perhaps it could become one worth living, on his own terms. The following morning, Harry woke to the sound of urgent knocking at his door. Bleary-eyed, he fumbled for his glasses and called, "Come in." Professor McGonagall entered, already fully dressed despite the early hour. Her expression was grave but contained a hint of something else, excitement, perhaps, or anticipation. "Mr. Potter, I apologize for the early intrusion, but there have been developments you should be aware of immediately." Harry sat up, instantly alert. What's happened? Is it about the chamber? Has someone else been attacked? No, nothing of that nature, McGonagall assured him. It concerns your godfather, Sirius Black. Harry's heart jumped. They've questioned him. Already? Yes. Madame Bones conducted the Veritaserum interrogation personally, early this morning. McGonagall paused, seeming to choose her words carefully. The results were significant. It appears that Black was not, in fact, your parents' secret keeper. Harry stared at her, trying to process this. Secret keeper. What does that mean? McGonagall sighed. I sometimes forget how much you don't know about your own history, Mr. Potter. Your parents were hidden under the Fidelius charm, a complex spell that conceals a secret within a single living soul. This person becomes the secret keeper, and only they can reveal the protected information. In your parents' case, the secret was their location. And everyone thought Sirius was their secret keeper. Harry guessed. But he wasn't. No. According to his testimony under Veritaserum, your parents switched to Peter Pettigrew at the last moment, believing it would be a less obvious choice. Black was meant to be a decoy. Harry's mind raced. So Pettigrew betrayed them? Not Sirius. McGonagall nodded grimly. It appears so. Furthermore, Black claims that Pettigrew is not dead at all, that he faked his own death after the confrontation, framing Black in the process. But how? They found Pettigrew's finger, didn't they? That was in the Prophet article. A finger, yes, McGonagall confirmed. But not a body. Black claims Pettigrew cut off his own finger before transforming into a rat. He was an unregistered animagus, and escaping into the sewers. Harry's head was spinning with this new information. His godfather, innocent. Framed by another of his parents' friends. And not just framed, but imprisoned without trial for over a decade. What happens now? He asked. The Ministry is in an uproar, McGonagall said. The wrongful imprisonment of Sirius Black represents one of the greatest miscarriages of justice in recent memory. Fudge is scrambling to contain the political damage. Madame Bones has already issued an order for Black's immediate release and full exoneration. So he's free? Harry asked, hope rising in his chest. He can be my guardian. It's not quite that simple, McGonagall cautioned. Black has spent 11 years in Azkaban, surrounded by Dementors. The psychological effects of such exposure are significant. He will need time to recover, to adjust to freedom. There will be a thorough evaluation of his fitness to serve as your guardian. But it's possible. Harry pressed. Yes, it's possible, McGonagall confirmed. The magical godparent bond gives him a primary claim. If he passes the Ministry's evaluation and if you wish it, he could indeed become your legal guardian. Harry felt a complex tangle of emotions, hope, uncertainty, excitement, apprehension. When can I meet him? That's the other reason for my visit, McGonagall said. Black has requested to see you as soon as possible. Given the circumstances, Madame Bones has arranged for a supervised meeting this afternoon, here at Hogwarts. Today. Harry repeated, his voice rising slightly. I'm meeting my godfather today. If you feel ready, McGonagall said. No one would force such a meeting if you're not prepared. No, I want to, Harry said quickly. I definitely want to meet him. McGonagall's expression softened slightly. Very well. The meeting will take place at 2 o'clock in the headmaster's office. Professor Dumbledore, myself, and Madame Bones will be present to ensure everything proceeds appropriately. As she turned to leave, Harry called after her. Professor. What was he like? Sirius Black. When he was friends with my parents? McGonagall paused, a distant look crossing her face. Brilliant. Rebellious to a fault. Fiercely loyal to his friends, to your father in particular. They were inseparable at school, he and James. Like brothers. Her expression clouded. Which made the belief in his betrayal all the more devastating. With that sobering thought, she departed, leaving Harry to prepare for what promised to be one of the most significant meetings of his life. He dressed quickly and headed straight for Ron and Hermione's usual breakfast spot, needing to share this momentous news with his friends. As he entered the great hall, he barely noticed the usual wave of whispers and stares that followed him. His mind was too full of the possibilities that had suddenly opened before him. A godfather. A connection to his parents. A home. For the first time since his collapse had exposed his deepest secrets to the wizarding world, Harry felt something like genuine hope for his future. Chapter 3, Justice and Revelations. Harry stood before the stone gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office, his heart hammering against his ribs. In a matter of minutes, he would meet his godfather, a man who had spent 11 years in the wizarding prison for a crime he didn't commit. A man who had been his father's best friend, who should have raised him if the world hadn't gone so terribly wrong that Halloween night. "Sherbet lemon," Professor McGonagall said crisply, and the gargoyle leapt aside. "Are you ready, Mr. Potter?" Harry nodded, not trusting his voice. He followed McGonagall onto the spiral staircase, which began to move upward of its own accord. His palms felt clammy, and he discreetly wiped them on his robes. "Your godfather is, not as you might expect," McGonagall warned quietly as they ascended. "Azkaban changes people, Mr. Potter." "The Dementors, I know about Dementors," Harry interrupted, remembering what he'd read in the books Hermione had provided after learning of the meeting. Dark creatures that fed on human happiness, leaving only despair and madness in their wake. "I understand." McGonagall's expression softened slightly. "I'm sure you do. Just remember that whatever physical or emotional state you find him in, the essential Sirius Black, the man who loved your parents, who would have given his life for you, that man is still there, somewhere." The staircase deposited them at a polished oak door with a brass knocker. McGonagall rapped once, and the door swung open. Dumbledore's office was as Harry remembered it, circular, filled with curious silver instruments that emitted occasional puffs of smoke, portraits of previous headmasters lining the walls. Dumbledore himself stood near his desk, speaking quietly with Madame Bones and another man Harry didn't recognize. And then Harry saw him. Standing by the window, gazing out at the grounds, was a tall, gaunt figure in clean but ill-fitting robes. His black hair hung past his shoulders, lank and dull. When he turned at their entrance, Harry was struck by the hollow quality of his face, as though the skin had been stretched too tightly over the bones. But his eyes, grey and haunted though they were, blazed with an intensity that made Harry catch his breath. "Harry," the man breathed, his voice a hoarse rasp. Time seemed to stop. Harry stared at the living ghost of his father's best friend, trying to reconcile this broken figure with the laughing young man from his parents' wedding photo that Hagrid had given him. Sirius took a halting step forward, then another, moving as though he'd forgotten how. "You look so much like James," he said, his voice breaking on the name. "But your eyes, my mother's eyes," Harry finished automatically. "I know." A flicker of pain crossed Sirius's face. "Of course you do. Everyone must tell you that." An awkward silence fell. Harry had imagined this moment, this meeting, dozens of times since learning of his godfather's existence and innocence. But now, faced with the reality of this damaged man, he found himself at a loss for words. It was Sirius who broke the impasse. "I failed you," he said bluntly, his gaunt face contorted with anguish. "I should have been there. Should have raised you, protected you. Instead, I went after Peter. Revenge instead of responsibility." He shook his head, self-recrimination evident in every line of his body. "Lily would never have forgiven me for that." The raw pain in his voice cut through Harry's uncertainty. Without conscious thought, he crossed the room and did something he couldn't remember ever doing before. He initiated a hug, awkwardly wrapping his arms around the taller man's middle. Sirius stiffened in shock, then his arms came around Harry with desperate gentleness, as though afraid he might break him. Or perhaps afraid Harry would disappear altogether, proving this moment nothing but another cruel Dementor-induced hallucination. "I'm sorry," Sirius whispered, his voice ragged. "I'm so sorry, Harry. It's not your fault," Harry replied, his voice muffled against Sirius's robes, which smelled of antiseptic potions and something wilder underneath, like rain-soaked earth. You didn't know what would happen. They stood like that for a long moment, both reluctant to break the contact. Harry couldn't remember the last time he'd been held like this, with genuine affection, without obligation or reluctance. It felt foreign and vital all at once. When they finally separated, Harry was embarrassed to find his eyes damp. Sirius looked no better, hastily wiping his face with the sleeve of his robe. "Well," Dumbledore said gently from behind them, "I believe we can all agree this meeting is off to a promising start." Harry had almost forgotten the presence of the others in the room. He turned to see Dumbledore watching them with an inscrutable expression, while Madame Bones made notes on a piece of parchment. McGonagall's eyes suspiciously bright. "Perhaps we should all sit," Dumbledore suggested, conjuring comfortable chairs with a wave of his wand. "There is much to discuss, and I believe Sirius has some questions for you, Harry, as do you for him, I'm sure." They arranged themselves in a loose circle, Harry choosing a seat next to Sirius, who still looked as though he couldn't quite believe Harry was real. "Before we begin," Madame Bones said formally, "I should inform you, Mr. Potter, that this meeting is being conducted as part of Mr. Black's rehabilitation and the evaluation of his potential guardianship claim. I'll be observing and making notes, but please try to speak as naturally as possible." Harry nodded, turning back to Sirius. Now that the initial shock was wearing off, questions bubbled up, too many to articulate coherently. "How did you escape?" he blurted out, then immediately flushed. "I mean, I know you didn't escape, you were released, but, how did you survive? In Azkaban? With the Dementors?" Sirius's face darkened at the mention of his prison. "I survived because I knew I was innocent," he said simply. "It's not a happy thought, so the Dementors couldn't take it from me. It kept me sane when nothing else would. That, and..." He hesitated, glancing at Madame Bones. "Mr. Black has been granted immunity regarding previously undisclosed information about his time at Hogwarts," Madame Bones said, answering the unspoken question. "Including his status as an unregistered animagus." "Animagus?" Harry repeated, remembering McGonagall's explanation about Pettigrew. "You can transform too?" Sirius nodded. "Into a dog. Large, black, rather shaggy. We all became animagi, your father, Peter, and I, during our 5th year. To help Remus during his transformations." "Transformations?" Harry asked, confused. Sirius's expression shifted to surprise. "You don't know about Remus? About his condition?" "Mr. Potter has been kept in the dark about a great many things," McGonagall said, with a pointed look at Dumbledore. "Including Professor Lupin's lycanthropy." "Lycanthropy." Harry processed the word. "Professor Lupin is a werewolf?" "Was and is," Sirius confirmed. "One of the finest men I've ever known, despite his furry little problem, as your father called it. We became animagi to keep him company during full moons. A werewolf is only a danger to humans, you see. Animals can interact with him safely." Harry absorbed this new information about his father and his friends. They had mastered incredibly difficult magic as teenagers, broken who knew how many school rules, all to help a friend. The loyalty this demonstrated touched something deep within him. "So in Azkaban," he said slowly, putting the pieces together, "you could transform into a dog? And that helped?" "Dementors are less effective against animals," Sirius explained. "Their emotions are simpler, less accessible. When things became unbearable, I would transform. It didn't stop the effects entirely, but it muted them. Gave me moments of clarity in the darkness. Your ability to retain your sanity despite prolonged Dementor exposure is remarkable, Mr. Black," Madame Bones observed. "The healers at St. Mungo's were quite impressed with your mental resilience." Sirius gave a bark of humorless laughter. "Sanity might be overstating it, Madame Bones. I'm held together by spite and the desire to see Pettigrew pay for what he did. And by your duty to Harry, Dumbledore added quietly. A duty you've expressed eagerness to fulfill, despite your own ongoing recovery. Sirius turned to Harry, suddenly intense. He's right. I want to be your guardian, Harry. I know I'm not in the best shape right now. The healers say I need months of treatment, proper nutrition, therapy. But I'm getting better every day. And if you're willing to be patient with me, to let me prove myself worthy of James and Lily's trust. He trailed off, uncertainty evident in his expression. Harry felt a surge of emotion, hope, fear, longing, all tangled together. I want that too, he admitted. I've never had. I mean, the Dursleys weren't. He struggled to find the right words. I know what they did to you, Sirius said, his voice low and dangerous. Madame Bones showed me the reports. The photographs. His hands clenched into fists. If I'd known, if anyone had told me. Which brings us to a critical point, Madame Bones interjected smoothly. Mr. Black, as Mr. Potter's potential guardian, you have the right to pursue legal action against both the Dursleys and those responsible for placing him in their care, including the Ministry itself and... She glanced at Dumbledore. Certain individuals who made decisions regarding his placement. Dumbledore met her gaze steadily. I have never denied my responsibility in this matter, Amelia. My decisions, however well-intentioned, contributed to Harry's suffering. I am prepared to face whatever consequences the law deems appropriate. Harry looked between them, suddenly understanding another dimension of the situation. His abuse wasn't just a personal tragedy, it was a political scandal, a failure of the entire wizarding system meant to protect magical children. What would happen, he asked, if Sirius pursued legal action? There would be a formal hearing before the Wizengamot, Madame Bones explained. Both the Muggle and magical aspects of your case would be examined. The Dursleys would face magical justice for their treatment of you. Those responsible for your placement and monitoring would answer for their neglect of duty. And what about me? Harry pressed. Would I have to testify again? Would there be more interviews, more questions about everything? Sirius seemed to sense his discomfort. You wouldn't need to relive it all publicly, Harry, he said. There are ways, pensive memories, truth serums administered to the Dursleys, magical evidence already collected. Your involvement could be minimal. Harry considered this, torn between the desire for justice and the wish to simply move forward. I don't want it to be about me, he said finally. About Harry Potter, the boy who lived. But if it could help other kids, other magical children in Muggle homes. He looked at Madame Bones. Are there others? Like me? Something in her expression softened. Not as many as there once were, Mr. Potter. After the war, the Ministry implemented stricter monitoring of magical children in Muggle environments. But the system is imperfect. There are gaps. Your case has already prompted a review of those procedures. Then I think we should do it, Harry decided. Have the hearing. Not for revenge, but to fix whatever went wrong. So it doesn't happen to anyone else. Sirius regarded him with a mixture of pride and sorrow. You are so much like your mother sometimes, he said softly. Lily always saw the bigger picture too. The comparison to his mother warmed something in Harry's chest. Everyone always told him how much he looked like his father, but resemblances to his mother's character were rarer and somehow more precious. Speaking of your parents, Sirius continued, there's something you should know, Harry. Something about their will, and about your inheritance. Dumbledore shifted slightly in his chair, drawing Harry's attention. The headmaster looked suddenly uncomfortable. Their will was never properly executed, Sirius explained, a hint of old anger in his voice. It was sealed after their deaths, illegally, I might add. By whom? Harry asked, though he had a sinking suspicion he already knew the answer. Sirius's gaze flicked to Dumbledore. By the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, who claimed it was necessary for your protection. All eyes turned to Dumbledore, who met their collective gaze with resignation. "I believed it was the right decision at the time," he said quietly. The will made it clear that Harry was never to go to Petunia Dursley. It named alternate guardians, Sirius first, then Alice Longbottom, then Amelia's sister and brother-in-law, the Bones. But all were unavailable, Sirius arrested, the Longbottoms attacked into insanity, the Bones murdered by Death Eaters. But the will contained other provisions, Madame Bones pressed. Financial arrangements, properties, personal messages to Harry. All of which were kept from him. "Yes," Dumbledore admitted. "I justified it as necessary for his safety, for the blood protection that required his residence with Petunia. I convinced myself it was temporary, that when he was older, when the threat had truly passed." He spread his hands in a rare gesture of helplessness. "I was wrong." The simple admission hung in the air. Harry had expected denials, justifications, elaborate explanations of the greater good. The straightforward acknowledgement of error left him momentarily speechless. "The will has now been unsealed," Madame Bones informed Harry. "As Mr. Black's legal rehabilitation progresses, he'll be able to help you understand the full scope of your inheritance. The Potter estate is substantial." "Estate?" Harry repeated. "I thought it was just my trust vault at Gringotts." Sirius gave a short laugh. "Just your trust vault? Harry, that's merely your school fund. The Potter family was, one of the oldest and wealthiest in Wizarding Britain. There's the family vault, properties, investments, heirlooms." He shook his head. "James never cared much about the money, but he was meticulous about ensuring it would all pass to you. With the proper protections, of course." Harry struggled to process this. Not only had he been kept from a loving godfather, but he'd been denied knowledge of his own heritage, his family's legacy. The magnitude of what had been kept from him was staggering. "Why?" he asked, looking directly at Dumbledore. "Why keep all of this from me? My parents' will, my inheritance, my godfather, Professor Lupin, all of it. Why let me believe I was alone in the world?" Dumbledore met his gaze, blue eyes no longer twinkling but somber with regret. "Because I feared what you might become if you knew your true place in our world," he said softly. "The last heir of an ancient and noble house, wealthy beyond measure, famous for defeating the darkest wizard of our time. I feared the pride, the sense of entitlement that might grow in such fertile soil." He sighed deeply. "Instead, I cultivated the opposite, humility born of deprivation. Grateful for small kindnesses because you'd known so little of them. It was cruel, and it was wrong, and I cannot undo it." The honesty of the answer struck Harry like a physical blow. There was a twisted logic to it, a familiar pattern of adult decisions made about his life without his knowledge or consent. But unlike before, this time the adult was admitting the error, accepting responsibility for the consequences. "I think," Sirius said into the heavy silence that followed, "that we've given Harry quite enough to think about for one day. Perhaps we could continue this discussion tomorrow, after he's had time to process everything." Harry shot him a grateful look. His mind was indeed spinning with revelations, each more significant than the last. Madame Bones nodded, gathering her notes. "A sensible suggestion, Mr. Black. The formal guardianship hearing is scheduled for next week, which gives you both time to become better acquainted." She turned to Harry. "Mr. Potter, is there anything else you wish to ask before we conclude today's meeting?" Harry hesitated, then asked the question that had been gnawing at him since learning of his godfather's innocence. "What happens to Peter Pettigrew? Is there a search for him?" "The Auror office has been mobilized," Madame Bones confirmed. "We're working under the assumption that he may still be in his animagus form, a rat, according to Mr. Black's testimony. It complicates matters considerably." "A rat," Harry repeated, something nagging at his memory. "With a missing toe on his front paw. Where his finger would have been cut off." Sirius straightened in his chair. "Yes, exactly. How did you know that?" A cold realization washed over Harry. Scabbers, he whispered. Ron's rat. He's missing a toe on his front paw. And Ron said he's been in the family for years. Percy had him first. 12 years. The room went very still. Exceptionally long-lived for a common rat, McGonagall said tightly. Where is this rat now, Harry? Sirius asked, an urgency in his voice that hadn't been there before. With Ron, probably. In Gryffindor Tower. Harry stood, suddenly desperate to get away, to find Ron and Scabbers. We need to remain calm and proceed carefully, Dumbledore interjected, rising as well. If Mr. Weasley's pet is indeed Peter Pettigrew, we must approach the situation with caution. Cornered rats are dangerous, particularly those with nothing to lose. I'm going with you, Sirius insisted, already moving toward the door. Sirius, Madam Bones cautioned, you're still under medical supervision. Your presence might complicate. That rat betrayed my best friends to their deaths and left me to rot in Azkaban, Sirius snarled, a hint of the prisoner he'd been flashing through his careful composure. I'm going. Madam Bones looked to Dumbledore, who nodded slightly. Very well, she conceded. But you will follow Auror protocols, Mr. Black. No vigilante justice. Is that understood? Sirius's jaw worked for a moment, but finally he nodded. Understood. They moved as a group toward the door, the casual meeting having transformed into something far more urgent. As they descended the spiral staircase, Harry found himself walking beside Sirius, whose gaunt face was now animated with fierce purpose. 12 years, Sirius muttered. Hiding in a wizarding family, the coward. Close to you, all this time. If he's harmed a hair on your head, I'll, Sirius, Harry interrupted, concerned by the dark turn of his godfather's thoughts. Remember what Madam Bones said. No vigilante justice. Sirius blinked, then his expression softened as he looked at Harry. You're right. Of course you're right. Justice, not vengeance. That's what James would want. He took a deep breath. And that's what you deserve to see. As they strode through the corridors toward Gryffindor Tower, Harry felt a curious mixture of emotions, dread at the thought of confronting his parents' betrayer, anticipation of justice finally being served, and underneath it all, a fragile thread of hope. For the first time, he could glimpse a future with a family of his own, damaged and unconventional, perhaps, but a family nonetheless. First, though, they had a rat to catch. Ron Weasley sat cross-legged on his bed in the Gryffindor dormitory, feeding Scabbers treats from a small paper bag. The rat seemed even more lethargic than usual, barely acknowledging the offerings. Come on, Scabbers, Ron urged. You've got to eat something. You're wasting away. It was true, the rat had been losing weight steadily since the summer, his once plump form becoming increasingly scraggly. Ron had blamed it on Percy's neglect at first, then on the stress of living with Hermione's new cat, Crookshanks, who seemed to have made it his personal mission to terrorize the elderly rodent. But lately, Ron had begun to wonder if it was something else. Scabbers had been acting strange, jumpy, nervous, disappearing for hours at a time. More than once, Ron had woken in the night to find the rat's place on his pillow empty, only to discover him huddled in a dark corner of the room, whiskers quivering with what looked remarkably like fear. What's got into you, anyway? Ron asked, scratching behind Scabbers' ears in the way that usually made him relax. This time, the rat tensed, beady eyes darting toward the dormitory door. It's just us here. Crookshanks is shut up in Hermione's dorm. The door burst open, causing both Ron and Scabbers to jump. Harry stood in the doorway, breathing hard as though he'd been running. Behind him, Ron could see a cluster of adults, Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore, and a gaunt, wild-eyed man Ron didn't recognize. Ron, Harry said urgently. Where's Scabbers? Right here, Ron answered, confused by the strange question and even stranger audience. Why? What's going on? Don't let him go, Harry warned, stepping into the room. "Whatever you do, keep hold of him." As if understanding the words, Scabbers suddenly went berserk in Ron's hands, squirming and writhing with strength the boy had never seen from his pet. Sharp teeth sank into Ron's finger, drawing blood. "Ow! Scabbers, what the—" Ron loosened his grip reflexively, and the rat seized the opportunity, leaping from his hands onto the bed and making a desperate dash for the edge. Stupefy. The spell came from the unfamiliar man, shooting past Harry with remarkable precision. A jet of red light struck Scabbers mid-leap, freezing him in the air. The rat dropped to the floor with a soft thud, immobile. "What are you doing to my rat?" Ron demanded, jumping to his feet. "Who are you? What's going on?" "Mr. Weasley," Dumbledore said calmly, entering the room. "I understand your confusion, but I must ask you to remain calm. Your rat is not what he appears to be." Ron looked from Dumbledore to Harry, bewildered and increasingly alarmed. "What are you talking about?" The gaunt man stepped forward, and Ron instinctively moved back. The stranger's eyes were fixed on the stunned rat with an intensity that was frankly frightening. "That's no rat," the man said, his voice rough with emotion. "That's an animagus. A wizard who can transform into an animal at will. His name is Peter Pettigrew, and he betrayed Harry's parents to Voldemort." Ron stared at the man, then at Scabbers, then back at Harry, who nodded grimly. "It's true, Ron. This is my godfather, Sirius Black. He was falsely accused of the crime Pettigrew committed. And Pettigrew has been hiding as your pet for 12 years. "That's impossible," Ron protested weakly, though the strange behavior of his pet suddenly made more horrifying sense. "Scabbers has been in my family for 12 years, Sirius finished for him. An unusually long life for a common rat, wouldn't you say? And missing a toe on his right front paw, exactly where Pettigrew cut off his own finger to fake his death." Ron looked down at the frozen rat on the floor, seeing with new eyes the missing digit he'd always accepted as a battle scar from some ancient rodent conflict. He slept in my bed," Ron said faintly, the implications starting to sink in. "For years. A grown man has been sleeping in my bed." Harry moved to Ron's side, putting a hand on his shoulder. "I know it's a lot to take in. I only just found out myself." Madam Bones, who had been observing from the doorway, now stepped forward. "If I may, Headmaster. I believe we should move Mr. Pettigrew to a more secure location before attempting the reverse transformation." Dumbledore nodded in agreement. "The defense against the dark arts classroom should suffice. It has the necessary containment features." With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore levitated the stunned rat into the air, encasing it in what appeared to be a transparent, shimmering bubble. "Mr. Weasley, you are welcome to accompany us, if you wish. This concerns you as well, after all." Ron hesitated, then nodded firmly. "Yeah, I'm coming. I want to see the rat man who's been living in my pocket." As they made their way through the common room, they attracted curious stares from the few Gryffindors present. News would spread quickly, Harry knew. By dinner, the entire school would know that Ron Weasley's pet rat was actually the man who betrayed the Potters. Just another bizarre chapter in what was becoming the strangest year of Harry's life. They reached the defense classroom without incident. Lockhart, thankfully, was nowhere to be seen. Dumbledore secured the doors with a complex locking charm, then directed Madam Bones to set up additional protective spells around the room. "Now," Dumbledore said once the preparations were complete, "we shall see the truth." He placed the still stunned rat on the floor in a clear area at the front of the classroom. "Sirius, as the wronged party, would you like to do the honors?" Sirius stepped forward, a terrible eagerness in his face. He drew a wand, not his own, Harry guessed, but a temporary one provided by the Ministry, and pointed it at Scabbers. "Revelio animagus," he intoned, his voice steady despite the tremor in his hand. A flash of blue-white light shot from the wand, enveloping the rat. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, gradually, Scabbers began to grow, to change, to transform. His body elongated, limbs extending, features shifting from rodent to human in a grotesque metamorphosis that made Ron gag beside Harry. And then, where Scabbers had been, lay a short, balding man with graying hair. His face was fleshy, still bearing traces of rat-like features in his pointed nose and small, watery eyes. His right hand was missing the index finger, confirming his identity beyond any doubt. Peter Pettigrew had returned to human form. "Incarcerus," Madame Bones said sharply, and ropes shot from her wand, binding the unconscious man securely. "Renervate." Pettigrew's eyes fluttered open. For a moment, he seemed disoriented, glancing around the classroom in confusion. Then his gaze landed on Sirius, and naked terror washed over his face. "Sirius," he stammered. "My old friend. I heard you were free. How wonderful after all this tea time, save it, Peter," Sirius snarled, taking a step closer. "We know everything. Your Veritaserum interrogation is just a formality at this point." Pettigrew's eyes darted frantically around the room, seeking an escape, an ally, anything. They landed on Harry, and a calculating look replaced the fear. "Harry," he said, his voice taking on a pleading quality. "Harry, you look so much like James. Your father wouldn't want this. He would have shown mercy, don't you dare," Sirius growled, moving protectively in front of Harry. "Don't you dare speak to him. Don't even look at him." "Mr. Pettigrew," Dumbledore interrupted, his voice coldly formal. "You are being detained on suspicion of betraying James and Lily Potter to Voldemort, framing Sirius Black for your crimes, and the murder of 12 Muggles in London on November 1, 1981. Aurors are en route to transport you to the Ministry, where you will be formally charged and interrogated under Veritaserum." "No." Pettigrew's voice rose to a squeak reminiscent of his rat form. "Please, you don't understand. I was afraid. The Dark Lord, you have no idea the weapons he possesses." "What would you have done, Sirius? What would you have done?" "I would have died." Sirius roared, his face contorted with fury. "I would have died rather than betray my friends, as they would have died for me." A loud crack announced the arrival of 2 Aurors, who stepped forward immediately to take custody of the prisoner. Pettigrew continued to plead and whine as they secured him with additional magical restraints, his pathetic denials falling on deaf ears. Before the Aurors could disapparate with their prisoner, however, Harry stepped forward, something burning in his eyes that made even Sirius pause. "I want to ask him something," Harry said quietly. Madame Bones hesitated, then nodded to the Aurors to wait. Harry approached Pettigrew, stopping just out of reach. For a long moment, he simply stared at the man who had orphaned him, who had condemned him to 10 years of misery with the Dursleys, who had cost Sirius 11 years of freedom. When he finally spoke, his voice was steady, controlled, but with an undercurrent of steel that seemed to make Pettigrew shrink into himself. "Was it worth it?" Harry asked simply. "Trading their lives for yours. Living as a rat for 12 years. Looking over your shoulder every day, wondering if today would be the day you were caught." He shook his head slightly. "It doesn't seem like much of a life to me. Not worth what you paid for it." Pettigrew had no answer, only a choked sob that seemed to come from somewhere deep and broken inside him. Harry turned away, dismissing the man as unworthy of further attention. "Take him," he said to the Aurors. They did, disapparating with a crack that echoed in the sudden silence of the classroom. Ron, who had watched the entire confrontation with wide eyes, let out a long breath. "Bloody hell, Harry," he said weakly. "Your life is mental." Despite everything, or perhaps because of the absurdity of the observation in the face of such drama, Harry felt a bubble of laughter rise in his throat. "Yeah," he agreed. "It really is." Sirius moved to Harry's side, placing a cautious hand on his shoulder. "You handled that well," he said, his voice rough with suppressed emotion. "Better than I would have at your age. James would have been punching him, and Lily would have been hexing him into next week." The casual reference to his parents, delivered with such easy familiarity, made Harry's chest ache with a peculiar mixture of loss and hope. Here was someone who had known them, really known them, not as martyrs or legends, but as real people with tempers and preferences and quirks. "Will you tell me about them?" Harry asked, the question slipping out before he could reconsider. Not just the good parts, but everything. What they were really like. Something in Sirius's gaunt face softened, the ghost of the handsome young man he'd once been shining through the ravages of Azkaban. "I'd like nothing better," he said. "Starting today, if you want." Before Harry could respond, the classroom door burst open, admitting a breathless Hermione, who skidded to a halt at the sight of the assembled adults. "Harry! Ron!" she exclaimed. "Everyone's saying Scabbers is Peter Pettigrew and he's been arrested and," she broke off, noticing Sirius for the first time. "Oh! You must be Mr. Black. Harry's godfather." Sirius blinked, clearly thrown by this whirlwind introduction. "I am," he confirmed. "And you must be Hermione Granger. Harry's mentioned you." "He has." Hermione looked pleased, then immediately refocused on the matter at hand. "Is it true? Was Scabbers really Pettigrew?" "Yes," Ron answered, his face still slightly green. "My pet rat was a murderer in disguise. I'm never getting another pet. Ever." "Oh, Ron." Hermione's expression was sympathetic. "I'm so sorry. No wonder Crookshanks was after him all the time. Measles can sense dishonesty." "Your cat," Ron said, with the air of someone having a revelation, "is officially forgiven for everything." Dumbledore cleared his throat gently. "I believe we have imposed enough excitement on Mr. Potter and his friends for one day. Sirius, you are welcome to continue your visit with Harry, but perhaps in a more comfortable setting." "My quarters," Harry suggested quickly. "We could talk there. Ron and Hermione too, if that's okay." Sirius nodded, looking almost shy. "I'd like that. If your friends don't mind hearing old stories about your parents and their questionable judgment in Friends." The self-deprecating joke fell a bit flat, but the effort itself seemed to mark a step away from the intensity of the past hour. As they made their way from the defense classroom toward Harry's private quarters, the adults gradually fell away, Dumbledore to deal with the administrative aspects of having harbored a fugitive on school grounds, McGonagall to manage the inevitable student gossip, Madame Bones to coordinate with the Auror office. Soon it was just the four of them, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Sirius, walking through the corridors of Hogwarts as students stared and whispered. It was an oddly familiar sensation for Harry, who had grown somewhat accustomed to being the subject of school gossip. But this time, the whispers didn't bother him as much. This time, he wasn't alone. Severus Snape stood in the shadows of Dumbledore's office, his face an impassive mask as the headmaster recounted the events of the afternoon. The capture of Pettigrew, the confirmation of Black's innocence, the rapid political reshuffling already occurring at the ministry, all of it washed over him, secondary to the implications for his own carefully constructed world. Sirius Black, innocent. James Potter's loyal friend, wrongfully imprisoned. And now, the most likely guardian for Harry Potter. It was as though the universe had conspired to resurrect his worst adolescent nightmare. "You're very quiet, Severus," Dumbledore observed, pausing in his explanation. "I'd have thought you'd have more to say about this development." Snape's lip curled slightly. "What would you have me say, headmaster? That I'm overjoyed at the prospect of Black taking guardianship of Potter? That I look forward to watching him mold the boy in his father's image, encouraging the very worst of his impulsive tendencies?" He shook his head. "You know me better than that." Dumbledore regarded him steadily over his half-moon spectacles. "I know that you've shown remarkable concern for Harry's well-being these past weeks. That you've gone beyond professional obligation to ensure his recovery, both physical and emotional. Am I to believe that was merely duty? That you would abandon your investment in his welfare simply because Sirius Black has re-entered the picture?" "It changes things," Snape said stiffly. Black and I have history. One that cannot be easily set aside. Ancient history, Dumbledore corrected gently. From when you were both little more than children yourselves. Surely adult concerns, Harry's well-being, his future, his healing, these outweigh old schoolboy grudges. Snape paced to the window, looking out at the grounds without really seeing them. Black will not welcome my involvement, he said finally. And Potter, once influenced by Black's perspective, will likely revert to seeing me as the enemy. I think you underestimate Harry, Dumbledore said. He has shown remarkable maturity in recent weeks. And as for Sirius. He sighed. Azkaban changes people, Severus. The man who returned is not the same one who went in. His priorities have shifted. His focus is on Harry now, not on old rivalries. Snape made a noncommittal noise, unconvinced. We shall see. Indeed we shall, Dumbledore agreed. Beginning with tomorrow's hearing before the Child Welfare Division of the Wizengamot. I understand you've agreed to testify. Snape nodded curtly. As his attending healer, my testimony regarding the extent of his injuries is required. I will, of course, be professional. I never doubted it. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. Harry has requested your continued involvement in his case, you know. Even after learning of Sirius's innocence. He specifically asked that you attend tomorrow's hearing as part of his support team. That did surprise Snape, though he was careful not to show it. Did he, indeed? And what was Black's reaction to that request? Sirius is in no position to object to Harry's choices, Dumbledore said mildly. He understands that rebuilding trust will take time, and that Harry must feel secure in the adults supporting him. Snape considered this, turning the implications over in his mind. Potter wanted him there. Despite everything, their history, his treatment of the boy over the past year, the revelation of a godfather who actually wanted him, Potter had specifically requested his presence. It was unexpected. And strangely affecting. Very well, he said finally, his voice carefully neutral. I will attend as requested. In a professional capacity. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, as though he saw through the facade to something Snape himself wasn't ready to acknowledge. Excellent. The hearing is scheduled for 10 o'clock in the Ministry's Wizengamot chambers. Formal dress is expected. Snape inclined his head in acknowledgement, then turned to leave. At the door, however, he paused. Headmaster. There is the matter of the Chamber of Secrets to consider as well. With recent distractions, it seems to have fallen from priority. Dumbledore's expression sobered. Not fallen, merely complicated by other urgent matters. I assure you, I have not forgotten the threat. The message, the petrified cat, these are serious warnings. And the Weasley girl? Snape pressed. Her unusual behavior has not gone unnoticed, at least by me. The fatigue, the memory lapses, the odd moments of vacancy. Classic signs of possession or external magical influence. Minerva has spoken with her, as has Madame Pomfrey, Dumbledore said. They found no obvious signs of magical tampering. But perhaps, with your expertise. He left the suggestion hanging. Snape understood the implication. His background in the dark arts, his sensitivity to their effects, these made him uniquely qualified to recognize certain forms of magical corruption. I will observe her, he agreed reluctantly. Though I am hardly her favorite professor, and direct interaction may prove challenging. I leave the method to your discretion, Dumbledore said. But if your instincts tell you something is amiss with Miss Weasley, I am inclined to trust them. With that disconcerting vote of confidence, Snape departed, his mind already working through the complex web of responsibilities before him. Potter's hearing, Black's rehabilitation, the mystery of the chamber, the Weasley girl's strange behavior, all while maintaining his teaching duties and house responsibilities. Life had been so much simpler when all he had to worry about was hating James Potter's spawn from a comfortable distance. Now, much like Potter himself, Snape found his carefully constructed defenses crumbling, exposing vulnerabilities he'd long thought buried. The boy's collapse had set in motion a chain of revelations that threatened to reshape not just Potter's life, but Snape's as well. And he wasn't at all sure he was ready for what might emerge from the ruins. The Ministry of Magic's Wizengamot chambers were imposing by design: high ceilings, ancient stone, rows of tiered seating for the robed members, all intended to inspire awe and deference in those brought before the Wizarding High Court. For Harry, entering the cavernous space for the first time, the effect was decidedly intimidating. "Breathe, Potter," came Snape's quiet instruction from behind him. "They're just wizards in fancy robes, not gods." The sardonic observation, oddly enough, helped settle Harry's nerves. He straightened his shoulders, determined not to show fear or uncertainty as he walked to the chair positioned in the center of the floor. This wasn't a criminal trial, Madame Bones had assured him. This was a formal hearing of the Child Welfare Division, meant to establish the facts of his case and determine his future guardianship. The chair wasn't even equipped with the magical chains used for restraining criminal defendants. Still, sitting alone before the assembled Wizengamot members was daunting. Madame Bones sat in the Chief Warlock's position, Dumbledore having recused himself due to his involvement in the case. To her right was a stern-looking wizard with a monocle whom Harry didn't recognize, and to her left, a plump witch with kind eyes. "Welfare hearing of the 12th of November, 1992, Madame Bones announced, her voice magically amplified. "Concerning the guardianship and welfare of Harry James Potter, minor child of the late James and Lily Potter. Interrogators: Amelia Susan Bones, Acting Chief Witch; Tiberius Ogden, Head of the Child Welfare Division; Miriam Strout, Chief Healer of St. Mungo's; Janice Thickey Ward for Spell Damage and Mind Healing." She paused, surveying the chamber. Present for the proceedings, the minor child Harry Potter, accompanied by his support advocates Minerva McGonagall, temporary magical guardian; Severus Snape, attending healer; Arthur Weasley, petitioning guardian; and Sirius Black, godfather and primary claimant. Harry glanced at the row of chairs positioned to his left, where his unusual support team sat. McGonagall, ramrod straight in formal tartan robes. Snape, a black-clad shadow, his face unreadable. Mr. Weasley, looking both nervous and determined in what were clearly his best robes, a bit shiny at the elbows. And Sirius, still too thin, but now clean-shaven and properly dressed in deep blue robes that bore the Black family crest. It was a strange group, united only by their concern for him. The thought was both comforting and disorienting. "The purpose of today's hearing," Madame Bones continued, "is threefold. First, to establish the facts regarding Mr. Potter's treatment while in the care of his Muggle relatives, Vernon and Petunia Dursley. Second, to determine responsibility for the oversight failures that allowed said treatment to continue unchecked. And third, to evaluate the various petitions for guardianship and determine the most appropriate placement for Mr. Potter moving forward." She shuffled her papers, then looked directly at Harry. "Mr. Potter, given your age and the sensitive nature of the testimony, you have the option of providing your account via pensive memory rather than verbal testimony. Do you wish to exercise this option?" Harry considered this. The idea of not having to speak about the Dursleys' treatment was tempting, but there was something to be said for facing it directly, for putting it into his own words. "I'll testify verbally, Madame Bones," he decided. "But I'd like to provide pensive memories as well, if that would be helpful." A murmur ran through the Wizengamot members, approval, Harry thought, though it was hard to be sure. "Very well," Madame Bones said. "We'll begin with your verbal testimony, then review specific memories as needed. Please describe your living conditions at the Dursley residence, starting from your earliest memories." Harry took a deep breath and began. It was easier this time, having already recounted much of it during the initial ministry interview. He spoke calmly, factually, about the cupboard under the stairs, about Dudley's second bedroom, about the meager meals and endless chores. About Harry hunting and Aunt Petunia's frying pan and Uncle Vernon's belt. As he spoke, he kept his gaze fixed on Madame Bones, not wanting to see the reactions of the Wisengamot members or, worse, his own supporters. He didn't think he could continue if he saw the pity or horror on their faces. When he reached the events of the previous summer, Dobby's visit, the pudding incident, the bars on his window, his voice finally faltered. "The Weasleys rescued me," he finished. "Fred, George, and Ron came in a flying car and took me to their home for the rest of the summer. It was the first time I'd ever felt welcome in a home. Wanted, I mean." Madam Bones nodded, making a note. "Thank you, Mr. Potter. Your composure is commendable." She turned slightly. "Healer Snape, would you provide your assessment of Mr. Potter's physical condition following his collapse?" Snape rose from his seat, his black robes billowing around him as he moved to stand beside Harry's chair. With clinical precision, he detailed the injuries revealed by the diagnostic spells, the partially healed rib fractures, the untreated bone breaks from years earlier, the evidence of malnutrition and chronic stress. "In my professional opinion," Snape concluded, "Mr. Potter's physical condition represented years of systematic neglect and abuse, exacerbated by recent trauma. The fact that he was functioning at all, let alone participating in classes and Quidditch, speaks to either remarkable pain tolerance or, more likely, habituation to chronic pain that would have incapacitated most children." His dark eyes flicked briefly to Harry, something unreadable passing through them before he resumed his seat. "Thank you, Healer Snape," Madam Bones said. "The court also has written testimony from Madam Poppy Pomfrey, Hogwarts Medowitch, corroborating your assessment." She turned back to Harry. "Mr. Potter, we will now extract the pensive memories to support your testimony. Professor McGonagall will assist you." McGonagall moved to Harry's side, her expression gentle. "Think of the specific incidents you wish to share, Mr. Potter," she instructed quietly. "Focus on each memory clearly, and I will draw them out." Harry nodded, closing his eyes. He thought first of the cupboard, the cramped space, the spiders, the darkness. Then Uncle Vernon dragging him out by the arm after an episode of accidental magic, the belt coming down on his back. Aunt Petunia swinging the frying pan at his head when he'd accidentally burned the bacon. Dudley and his gang chasing him through the neighborhood, catching him, holding him down. As each memory crystallized, he felt the strange, painless sensation of McGonagall's wand drawing silvery strands from his temple, depositing them in a series of small vials. When they'd collected a dozen memories, Madam Bones directed an unspeakable to transfer them to the large pensieve set up to one side of the chamber. The swirling silver contents were then magically projected above the basin, allowing the entire Wisengamot to view them simultaneously. Harry didn't watch. He didn't need to see his worst memories played out for an audience, no matter how sympathetic. Instead, he studied his hands in his lap, listening to the collective gasps and murmurs as particularly shocking moments unfolded. When the final memory faded, the bars being installed on his bedroom window, he thought, though he hadn't looked up to check, a heavy silence fell over the chamber. "The evidence," Madam Bones said finally, her voice tight with controlled anger, "is incontrovertible. Mr. Potter suffered severe and prolonged abuse and neglect at the hands of his Muggle relatives, the very people entrusted with his care." She turned to Dumbledore, who sat in the witness area, his face grave. "Albus Dumbledore, as the wizard who placed Mr. Potter with the Dursley family, you will now account for that decision and the subsequent lack of monitoring." Dumbledore rose, his purple robes a stark contrast to the sea of plum-colored Wisengamot robes surrounding him. "Madam Bones, members of the Wisengamot," he began, his voice carrying without magical amplification. "I offer no defense for what has been shown here today. My decisions, however well-intentioned, led directly to Harry Potter's suffering, and for that, I bear full responsibility." He paused, his age showing in a way Harry had never seen before. "I placed Harry with his mother's sister believing the blood protection, the ancient magic invoked by Lily Potter's sacrifice, would keep him safe from external threats. I failed to consider that the greatest threat might come from within that supposed sanctuary." "Did you check on the boy?" Tiberius Ogden demanded. In 10 years, did you or your representatives ever physically verify his well-being? I assigned a squib neighbor, Arabella Figg, to monitor the situation, Dumbledore admitted. Her reports indicated that while the Dursleys were not affectionate toward Harry, there was no sign of the abuse we've witnessed today. Mrs. Figg was never permitted inside the Dursley home, Harry interjected, surprising himself by speaking out. She watched me sometimes when the Dursleys went out, but always at her house. She couldn't have seen any of it. Dumbledore's shoulders seemed to slump slightly. Another failure in my system of protection, he acknowledged. I believed distance was necessary, that too much magical interference might weaken the blood wards. I was wrong. Wrong? Miriam Strout repeated, speaking for the first time. Her kind face was now stern with disapproval. Albus, this goes beyond a simple error in judgment. The boy was kept ignorant of his heritage, denied basic medical care, physically and emotionally abused for a decade. These are criminal failures of duty. I am aware, Dumbledore said quietly. And I am prepared to accept whatever consequences this body deems appropriate, including removal from my positions at Hogwarts and the ICW, if necessary. My only request is that any punitive measures not interfere with the ongoing protection of the school and its students, particularly in light of recent concerns. Harry knew he was referring to the Chamber of Secrets, though the oblique reference seemed to pass over many of the Wisengamot members. Your positions will be addressed separately, Madame Bones said crisply. For now, we turn to the matter of the Dursleys themselves. Dirk Cresswell, head of the Goblin Liaison Office and acting representative to Muggle authorities, will present the Ministry's recommendations. Cresswell, a slightly harried-looking wizard with a receding hairline, stepped forward. Madame Bones, Wisengamot members, the situation presents certain jurisdictional challenges. The Dursleys, as Muggles, fall primarily under Muggle law. However, the nature of their offenses, abuse of a magical child, violation of a magical guardianship agreement, places them within our purview as well. He consulted his notes. We propose a hybrid approach. Muggle child welfare authorities have already been notified via our liaison channels. The Dursleys will face Muggle justice for child abuse and neglect. Concurrently, we recommend magical intervention in the form of compulsion charms and modified memories. They will retain the knowledge of their actions, but will be compelled to acknowledge their wrongdoing, to cooperate fully with Muggle authorities, and to undertake whatever rehabilitation is ordered. And their son? Harry asked, again surprising himself by speaking out. Dudley, he shouldn't suffer for what they did. Cresswell looked at Harry with something like respect. The Dursley child will be evaluated by both Muggle and magical child psychologists. Appropriate interventions will be provided to address his behavioral issues, which appear to have been actively encouraged by his parents. He will likely remain with his maternal aunt, Marge Dursley, during his parents' rehabilitation. Harry winced at the mention of Aunt Marge, who was possibly even worse than Uncle Vernon in many ways. But he said nothing further. Dudley's fate, while concerning, was ultimately beyond his control. We will now hear the guardianship petitions, Madame Bones announced. As Mr. Black's claim via the godfather bond takes precedence under magical law, we will address his petition first. Sirius stood, looking both nervous and determined. The week since his release from Azkaban had improved his appearance somewhat, he'd gained some weight, and the haunted look in his eyes was less pronounced, but he still bore the unmistakable marks of his ordeal. Madame Bones, members of the Wisengamot, he began, his voice stronger than Harry had expected. My claim to guardianship is based not just on the magical godfather bond, but on the expressed wishes of James and Lily Potter, as recorded in their will. I was their chosen guardian for Harry in the event of their deaths. A responsibility I was prevented from fulfilling due to my wrongful imprisonment. He turned slightly, looking directly at Harry. I won't pretend that I'm fully recovered from my time in Azkaban. I'm still undergoing treatment at St. Mungo's, still rebuilding my physical and mental health. But I'm committed to providing Harry with the home, the security, and the family James and Lily wanted for him. His gaze returned to the Wizengamot. I have acquired a suitable property in Hogsmeade Village, allowing Harry to remain close to Hogwarts while still having a proper home. I have submitted to all required psychological evaluations, and I've agreed to continued monitoring by the Child Welfare Division until deemed fully rehabilitated. Tiberius Ogden leaned forward. And how do you respond to concerns that your own recovery might place undue burden on a child already dealing with significant trauma? It was a fair question, and Harry watched with interest as Sirius considered his answer. I won't deny that I have healing to do, Sirius said finally. But that process has been greatly accelerated by having a purpose, a responsibility to fulfill. Harry is not a burden, he's my motivation for recovery. He smiled slightly, a hint of his former charm showing through. Besides, we won't be alone. Remus Lupin, another close friend of the Potters, will be living with us. He's already agreed to assist with Harry's care and education, providing stability during my treatment sessions. This was news to Harry, who couldn't help the small spark of excitement at the thought of living with both his godfather and another friend of his parents. The court acknowledges the Lupin addendum to your petition, Madam Bones confirmed. His qualifications have been reviewed and found satisfactory, despite certain health considerations. Harry knew she was referring to Lupin's lycanthropy, which apparently wasn't as secret as he'd initially thought. We will now hear from Arthur Weasley, representing the secondary petition, Madam Bones continued. Mr. Weasley stood, looking slightly awkward but resolute. Madam Bones, Wizengamot members, my wife Molly and I have submitted our petition based on our existing relationship with Harry. He has stayed in our home, been welcomed as part of our family. Our son Ron is his closest friend. He glanced at Sirius, his expression open and honest. We fully recognize and respect Mr. Black's primary claim as godfather. Our petition is offered as an alternative if, for any reason, Mr. Black's guardianship is deemed premature due to his ongoing recovery. It was graciously done, Harry thought, acknowledging Sirius's rightful claim while still offering the Weasleys as an option. He felt a surge of affection for Mr. Weasley, who had clearly put a lot of thought into his approach. We would also like to formally offer our home as a transitional or supplementary residence for Harry, Mr. Weasley continued. A place where he can stay during Mr. Black's more intensive treatment periods, or simply visit as part of an extended family network. We believe Harry deserves not just a guardian, but a broader support system, as many loving adults in his life as possible, after so many years without proper care. That's a generous offer, Mr. Weasley, Madam Bones acknowledged. And one the court will consider in its deliberations. She turned to Harry. Mr. Potter, while the final decision regarding your guardianship rests with this body, your preferences carry significant weight. Would you like to address the court regarding your wishes? Harry hadn't expected to be asked for his opinion. He stood slowly, gathering his thoughts. I've never really had a choice before, he began, his voice quiet but steady. About where I lived, who took care of me. It's new, having people actually want me. He glanced at Sirius and Mr. Weasley, drawing strength from their encouraging expressions. I'd like to live with Sirius, with my godfather. My parents chose him, and I think they'd want us to have a chance to be a family. Sirius's face showed naked emotion at this declaration, a mixture of gratitude and determination that made Harry's chest tighten. But I also really appreciate what the Weasleys have offered, he continued. They were the first real family I ever stayed with, the first people to make me feel welcome in a home. If it's possible, I'd like Mr. Weasley's idea about visits and being part of their extended family too. He paused, then added with sudden certainty, I think the most important thing isn't where I live, exactly. It's knowing that I have people who actually care what happens to me. And now, for the first time, I do. As he sat down, he felt rather than saw the impact of his words on the Wizengamot members. The sympathy, the approval, but most importantly, the respect. He'd spoken not as a victim seeking pity, but as a young person expressing a reasonable desire for family and stability. "Thank you, Mr. Potter," Madam Bones said, and Harry thought he detected a hint of pride in her voice. "The court will now deliberate on all aspects of this case. A short recess is called. Please remain available for our decision." As the Wisengamot members filed out through a side door for their private deliberations, Harry was finally able to join his support team. Sirius immediately pulled him into a hug. "Well said, Harry," he murmured. "Perfect, in fact." "It was just the truth," Harry said, slightly embarrassed by the praise. "Sometimes that's the hardest thing to express clearly, Mr. Weasley said, patting Harry's shoulder. "You did wonderfully. And Molly will be thrilled to hear you want to be part of our extended family. She's already planning weekly Sunday dinners once everything's settled." McGonagall nodded her approval. "Your composure throughout this process has been remarkable, Mr. Potter. Few adults could have handled such scrutiny with equal grace." Only Snape remained silent, standing slightly apart from the others. But when Harry caught his eye, the potions master gave him a small, almost imperceptible nod that somehow conveyed more than any verbal praise could have. The deliberations took less than an hour, remarkably quick by Wisengamot standards, according to Mr. Weasley. When the members returned to their seats, Madam Bones called for silence. In the matter of Harry James Potter's guardianship and welfare, she announced, "This body has reached the following determinations. First, regarding the Dursley family, Vernon and Petunia Dursley will face Muggle criminal charges for child abuse and neglect. Additionally, they will be subject to magical binding agreements never to speak of magic or the wizarding world to any party. They will be compelled to cooperate fully with Muggle authorities and to undertake all prescribed rehabilitation measures. Their son, Dudley Dursley, will receive appropriate psychological intervention and monitoring. Second, regarding the placement failures, Albus Dumbledore is formally censured for negligence in his duty of care toward a magical child. A separate hearing will determine whether this censure affects his positions at Hogwarts, the Wisengamot, and the International Confederation of Wizards. Additionally, the Child Welfare Division of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement will undergo comprehensive reform, with increased monitoring of all magical children in non-magical households. Third, regarding future guardianship, the Wisengamot recognizes the primary claim of Sirius Black as magical godfather to Harry Potter. Given Mr. Black's ongoing recovery from wrongful imprisonment, a graduated guardianship is hereby established. Mr. Black will assume partial guardianship immediately, with full legal authority transitioning to him upon certification from St. Mungo's Mind Healers as to his complete rehabilitation. During the transition period, secondary guardianship will be shared between Minerva McGonagall and Arthur and Molly Weasley, creating a support network for both Mr. Potter and Mr. Black. She paused, consulting her notes. Mr. Potter will reside primarily at Mr. Black's Hogsmeade residence, with Remus Lupin serving as additional adult supervision. Regular visits to the Weasley home are encouraged as part of the support network structure. Monthly evaluations will be conducted by child welfare representatives to ensure all parties' needs are being met. Madam Bones set aside her parchment and looked directly at Harry. "Mr. Potter, on behalf of the Wizarding justice system, I extend our formal apology for the failures that led to your mistreatment. The measures enacted today cannot erase the harm done, but we hope they represent a meaningful step toward healing and a more secure future." The formality of the proceedings had kept Harry's emotions in check throughout the hearing. But this direct acknowledgement, this official recognition of the wrong done to him, coupled with concrete actions to address it, broke through his careful composure. He blinked rapidly, fighting back the burning sensation in his eyes. "Thank you, Madam Bones," he managed, his voice slightly hoarse. "This hearing is concluded," she declared, striking a small gavel on her podium. As the chamber began to empty, Harry found himself surrounded by his newly formalized support network. Sirius's arm around his shoulders, Mr. Weasley beaming proudly, McGonagall with suspiciously bright eyes, and even Snape hovering at the edge of the group, his usual scowl softened into something almost neutral. "Well, Harry," Sirius said, his voice light despite the emotion evident in his eyes, "it seems you're stuck with me, at least part-time. How do you feel about that? Like it's the best thing that's happened to me since finding out I was a wizard, Harry answered honestly. The simple statement seemed to catch Sirius off guard. For a moment, the confident facade cracked, revealing the raw vulnerability beneath, a man who had lost everything, endured hell, and now found himself unexpectedly offered a second chance at family. "We'll make it work, Harry," he promised softly. "Whatever it takes. You'll never go back to the Dursleys. Never feel unwanted again. I swear it." And for the first time in his life, Harry actually believed such a promise could be kept. Ginny Weasley sat alone in the corner of the Gryffindor common room, the small black diary clutched in her trembling hands. The pages remained blank, despite her desperate scribbling moments earlier. "Tom, please answer me. I need to talk to you." Nothing. No elegant script flowing back in response, no sympathetic words, no comforting presence in her mind. Just silence, emptier and more frightening than she could have imagined. She'd become dependent on the diary, on Tom, over the past months. His understanding, his guidance, his constant companionship had been a lifeline as she struggled to adjust to Hogwarts, to manage her embarrassing crush on Harry, to find her place among so many talented students. But lately, something had changed. There were gaps in her memory, hours, sometimes entire evenings, gone without explanation. Strange paint on her robes that she couldn't account for. And Tom, once so attentive, now responded only sporadically, sometimes disappearing for days at a time. It had started around Halloween, around the same time as Harry's collapse in the Great Hall. That awful night when she'd seen the blue light reveal years of abuse, when the sight of Harry's suffering had overwhelmed her and she'd fainted dead away. Afterward, in the hospital wing, she'd poured her heart out to Tom, writing frantically about the horrors she'd witnessed, about poor Harry's treatment at the hands of those terrible muggles. Tom's response had been strange. Colder than usual, almost calculating. "What a touching display of magic," he'd written. "Ancient protective enchantments revealing hidden abuse. How convenient for young Potter. More attention, more sympathy for the famous boy who lived." She'd been shocked by his callousness, defending Harry vigorously. That was the first time Tom had gone silent on her, the first of many such silences to come. And then the nightmares had started. Dreams of moving through darkened corridors, of whispering voices in the walls, of standing before a wall with a paintbrush in hand. She'd wake gasping, tangled in her sheets, with no memory of what she'd been dreaming but a bone-deep certainty that something was terribly wrong. The day after Harry's collapse, she'd discovered the message on the wall near Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." The sight had filled her with inexplicable dread, a horrible suspicion she wouldn't, put into words. "Ginny? Are you okay?" She jumped at the voice, hastily shoving the diary into her pocket. Hermione Granger stood nearby, her expression concerned. "I'm fine," Ginny said automatically, the lie feeling stiff on her tongue. "Just tired." Hermione frowned, unconvinced. "You've been looking unwell for weeks. Have you been to see Madame Pomfrey?" "It's nothing," Ginny insisted. "Just adjusting to Hogwarts. First-year stuff." "Are you sure that's all?" Hermione pressed, sitting down beside her. "You know, after everything with Harry, everyone's being more careful about noticing when someone might need help. It's okay to ask for it, Ginny." For a brief, terrifying moment, Ginny considered telling her everything. About Tom, about the diary, about the missing time and strange dreams. The words rose in her throat, desperate to escape. But then she felt it, a cold pressure at the back of her mind, a warning presence that wasn't her own. Tom, not entirely gone after all. "I'm just worried about Harry," she said instead, the partial truth easier to voice. "And everything that's happening. The Chamber of Secrets and all that." Hermione's expression softened. "We all are. But Harry's doing better now, really better. The hearing went well today. He'll be living with his godfather, with visits to your family. He's got people looking out for him now. That's good, Ginny said, and meant it. He deserves that. He asked about you, you know, Hermione mentioned casually, though Ginny could tell it was deliberate. He knows you were upset by what happened. He wants to talk to you, when you're ready. Ginny's heart skipped, both thrilled and terrified by the thought. Tom had been so disparaging of her feelings for Harry, calling them childish, pathetic. But maybe without his constant criticism, she could actually talk to Harry normally, like a friend instead of a tongue-tied admirer. Maybe tomorrow, she said, surprising herself with the answer. I'd like that. Hermione smiled, appearing genuinely pleased. Good. I'll let him know. She stood, but paused before leaving. Ginny, whatever's bothering you, and I know something is, remember that there are people who want to help. Your brothers, me, the professors. You're not alone here. As Hermione walked away, Ginny felt the cold pressure in her mind intensify, a silent but unmistakable threat. She wasn't alone, that much was true. But the company she kept was becoming more frightening than comforting. She needed to talk to someone. About Tom, about the diary, about her suspicions regarding the chamber. Before it was too late. Before whatever was happening to her became irreversible. Tomorrow, she decided. Tomorrow she would speak to Harry, find the courage to tell him everything. He, of all people, would understand being manipulated, being made to feel powerless. He wouldn't judge her. But as night fell and she prepared for bed, the diary in her pocket seemed to grow heavier, its presence a dark promise of what was to come. And as she drifted into uneasy sleep, her last conscious thought was a plea, please, let me be strong enough tomorrow. Please, let me find the words. Lucius Malfoy stood before the fireplace in his study at Malfoy Manor, a glass of aged fire whiskey in one hand, the evening edition of the Daily Prophet in the other. The headline glared up at him, a monumental shift in the political landscape he'd been so carefully manipulating. Sirius Black declared innocent Pettigrew alive, charged with betrayal of Potter's Potter guardianship awarded to Godfather. Below this main headline, a secondary story continued the assault on his plans. Wisengamot reforms Child Welfare Division. Dumbledore censured but retains positions. Systematic failures. Tob addressed. He took a long swallow of fire whiskey, savoring the burn as it went down. Not all was lost. The Potter situation had evolved in unexpected ways, true, but adaptability was the hallmark of a true Slytherin. Already, his mind was recalculating, finding new angles, new pressure points to exploit. Black's guardianship of Potter was inconvenient but not disastrous. The man was damaged by his years in Azkaban, would be dependent on a support network that could be infiltrated, influenced. The Weasleys' involvement was more troubling, blood traitors to the core, firmly in Dumbledore's camp, but even that could be managed with the right approach. Most importantly, the Chamber of Secrets was open. His master's diary was doing its work, slowly but surely. The Mudblood Granger would be a natural target, given her friendship with Potter. The Weasley girls' possession was progressing nicely, according to Dobby's reluctant reports. Soon, the school would face a crisis that even Dumbledore couldn't contain. The flue flared green, interrupting his thoughts. Severus Snape's face appeared in the flames, his expression as inscrutable as ever. Lucius, he greeted. I believe we need to speak. Severus, Lucius returned smoothly. I was just reading about today's developments. Please, come through. Moments later, Snape stepped gracefully from the fireplace, brushing a non-existent speck of ash from his immaculate black robes. Lucius gestured to the chair opposite his own, offering a glass of fire whiskey that Snape declined with a slight shake of his head. I assume you're here to discuss the Potter situation, Lucius began, retaking his own seat. A surprising turn of events, Black's exoneration. Indeed, Snape agreed, his voice neutral. Though perhaps not as surprising as Pettigrew's continued existence. An animagus hiding as the Weasley boy's pet for 12 years. One wonders what motivated such dedication to concealment. Lucius caught the delicate probe. Fear of justice, I would imagine, he replied carelessly. The man betrayed the Potters, after all. Neither side would welcome him back with open arms. Neither side, Snape repeated, letting the phrase hang between them. Lucius smiled thinly. A figure of speech merely. There are no sides any longer, Severus. Only those of us attempting to preserve traditional wizarding values against the tide of Muggle influence. Of course, Snape murmured. Speaking of tradition, I understand your petition for Potter's guardianship was rejected rather firmly. A formality only, Lucius assured him. I never expected to gain custody of the boy. The petition served its purpose, establishing our family's interest in his welfare, positioning us for future influence. Clever, Snape acknowledged. And now? With Black as guardian, the Weasleys as secondary support, and Dumbledore retaining his positions despite the censure. Lucius sipped his fire whiskey, considering how much to reveal. Snape had always been a valuable ally, his position at Hogwarts providing information unavailable through other channels. But the man's recent involvement in Potter's case suggested a shift in allegiance, or at least, in priorities. Now, Lucius said carefully, we watch and wait. Black is damaged goods, whatever the Wizengamot might claim. His stability is questionable at best. And this business with the Chamber of Secrets, a most unfortunate development. One that might yet require stronger leadership at Hogwarts than Dumbledore can provide in his diminished state. The chamber, Snape said, his dark eyes revealing nothing. You seem well informed about a matter that has barely been reported in the Prophet. I have my sources, Lucius replied smoothly. As a governor, I make it my business to know what's happening at Hogwarts, especially when it might affect student safety. Indeed. Snape leaned forward slightly. And what do your sources tell you about the nature of this threat? About who might be responsible for opening the chamber? The question was too direct, too probing. Lucius's instincts flared in warning. Only rumors, Severus. Slytherin's heir, a monster targeting mudbloods, the usual mythological elements. Nothing concrete. Snape nodded, apparently accepting this answer. I see. Well, as someone currently at Hogwarts, I can tell you the situation is being monitored closely. Particularly after the incident with Filch's cat. Yes, most unfortunate, Lucius murmured. A warning, perhaps, of things to come. Perhaps. Snape rose abruptly. I should return to the school. The Weasley girl's condition requires attention. Lucius kept his expression carefully neutral, though inwardly he tensed. The Weasley girl? What condition would that be? Nothing serious, Snape said dismissively. Fatigue, memory lapses, the usual signs of first-year adjustment difficulties. Given recent events with Potter, all the staff are being more vigilant about student welfare. How commendable, Lucius said dryly. Do give Dumbledore my regards. And congratulate him on retaining his positions, despite this most embarrassing censure. I'll be sure to pass that along, Snape replied, his tone matching Lucius's in dryness. Good evening, Lucius. After Snape's departure, Lucius remained by the fire, turning their conversation over in his mind. Snape knew something, or suspected something, about the chamber. And his specific mention of the Weasley girl was too pointed to be coincidental. The plan might need acceleration. If Snape was investigating, if his suspicions were leading him toward the diary and its influence on the Weasley girl, the risk of exposure increased significantly. Perhaps it was time to visit Hogwarts himself. As a concerned governor, naturally, responding to the dual crises of Potter's abuse revelation and the chamber's opening. A perfectly reasonable excuse to observe the situation firsthand, to assess how his master's diary was progressing with its task. And if necessary, to ensure that any connections to himself remained buried beyond discovery. Draining his glass, Lucius made his decision. Tomorrow, he would pay a visit to Hogwarts. To offer his support to the beleaguered headmaster. To express his concern for the students' welfare. And to ensure that 50 years after its first opening, the Chamber of Secrets would finally fulfill its purpose, ridding Hogwarts of mudbloods once and for all, and bringing down Albus Dumbledore in the process. Harry sat with Sirius in his private quarters at Hogwarts, the remains of their dinner pushed aside in favor of the photo album Hagrid had given Harry the previous year. They'd been going through it together, Sirius providing stories and context for each photograph, filling in the blank spaces of Harry's knowledge about his parents. This one, Sirius said, pointing to a picture of James and Lily dancing at their wedding, was about 2 minutes before your father stepped on the hem of your mother's dress and nearly sent them both toppling into the cake. Remus managed to save it with a levitation charm, but Lily never let James forget it. Harry grinned, imagining the scene. They look so happy. They were, Sirius confirmed. Despite the war, despite the danger, they had this incredible capacity for joy. For living in the moment. His expression softened with memory. Your father used to say that finding happiness in dark times wasn't frivolous, it was an act of resistance. Defiance in the face of fear. I like that, Harry said quietly. That finding happiness can be brave. Sirius looked at him with a mixture of pride and sorrow. You're a lot like them both, you know. James's courage, Lily's compassion. Their determination. But you're also uniquely yourself, Harry. Shaped by experiences they never had, challenges they never faced. You mean the Dursleys, Harry said, not as a question. Among other things. Sirius closed the photo album gently. I want you to know that I'm proud of you. Not just for surviving what they did to you, but for how you've handled everything since. The hearing today, your testimony, you showed remarkable strength. Harry shrugged, uncomfortable with the praise. I just told the truth. The truth can be the hardest thing to face, Sirius said, echoing Mr. Weasley's earlier sentiment. Especially when it's painful. He hesitated, then added, there's something I've been wanting to ask you, Harry. Something I need to know. What is it? Harry asked, sensing the shift in Sirius's mood. Do you blame me? Sirius's voice was carefully controlled, but the vulnerability underneath was evident. For going after Peter instead of staying to take care of you? For leaving you to the Dursleys because I wanted revenge? Harry considered the question seriously. Did he blame Sirius? There had been moments, after first learning about his godfather's existence, when he'd wondered what his life might have been like if Sirius had made different choices that night. If he'd focused on his duty to Harry rather than his rage at Pettigrew. But those thoughts had faded quickly in the face of their actual meeting, in the understanding of what Sirius himself had suffered. No, he said finally. I don't blame you. You thought you were doing the right thing, catching the person who betrayed my parents. And then you were sent to Azkaban without even a trial. That wasn't your fault. Sirius's expression suggested he wasn't entirely convinced. I made a choice, Harry. And that choice had consequences for you. Terrible ones. So did Dumbledore's choice to put me with the Dursleys, Harry pointed out. And Pettigrew's choice to betray my parents in the first place. And Voldemort's choice to try to kill me. He shrugged slightly. If I blamed everyone whose choices led to me ending up at Privet Drive, I'd never stop being angry. Sirius stared at him for a long moment, then shook his head in wonder. Sometimes, he said softly, you say things that make me forget you're only 12. Your mother had that same wisdom, the ability to see beyond immediate hurt to the bigger picture. Harry felt the familiar warmth that always accompanied comparisons to his mother. I just want to move forward, he admitted. Build something better. With you, and Professor Lupin, and the Weasleys. A real family. We will, Sirius promised. The house in Hogsmeade is nearly ready. Remus is already setting up a library that would make Hermione swoon with envy. By Christmas, we'll be able to spend the holidays there, your first proper wizarding Christmas, Harry. The prospect was so enticing that Harry almost missed the soft knock at his door. "Come in," he called, expecting Ron or Hermione. Instead, it was Ginny Weasley who entered, looking pale and uncertain, a small black book clutched tightly in her hands. She stopped short at the sight of Sirius, clearly not having expected company. "I'm sorry," she stammered. "I didn't mean to interrupt." Hermione said, "She said Harry wanted to talk to me, but I can come back." "No, it's fine," Harry said quickly, motioning her in. "We were just looking at some old photos. This is my godfather, Sirius Black." "Sirius, this is Ginny Weasley, Ron's sister." Sirius smiled warmly at the girl. "Ah, the famous Ginny. Ron's told me about you, the first Weasley daughter in generations, and apparently quite the Quidditch player in the making." Ginny blushed furiously at this, but managed a small smile. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Black. Just Sirius, please. Mr. Black makes me look around for my father, and trust me, that's not a pleasant thought for anyone." He stood, gathering the photo album. "I should be heading back to my guest quarters anyway. Healer's orders, early to bed, early to rise, and all that rehabilitation nonsense." He winked at Harry. "We'll continue tomorrow." After Sirius departed, Harry turned his full attention to Ginny, noting with concern how exhausted she looked. There were dark circles under her eyes, and her normally vibrant red hair seemed dull, her skin too pale. "Are you okay?" he asked. "You look like you haven't been sleeping." Ginny bit her lip, her gaze dropping to the black book in her hands. I haven't been. Not well, anyway." She took a deep breath, as though gathering courage. "I need to tell you something, Harry. Something important. About the Chamber of Secrets." Harry straightened, instantly alert. "What about it?" "I think," she began, then stopped, a look of confusion crossing her face. She shook her head slightly, as though trying to clear it. "I think I know who opened it. Or rather, what opened it." She held out the book. "This diary. It's not normal, Harry. It writes back. It's been controlling me, I think. Making me do things I can't remember." Harry took the diary cautiously, turning it over in his hands. It looked ordinary enough, a small, black, leather-bound book with the name T.M. Riddle embossed on the back in gold lettering. When he opened it, the pages were blank. "It looks empty," he observed. "It is, until you write in it," Ginny explained, her voice shaking slightly. "Then the ink disappears, and he writes back. Tom Riddle." At first, he was nice, understanding, sympathetic. But lately. She shuddered. "Lately, I've been losing time. Finding myself in strange places with no memory of how I got there. And I think I might have been the one who wrote that message on the wall." "Who opened the chamber?" Harry stared at her, then back at the diary. "This book made you do that?" "How?" "I don't know exactly," Ginny admitted. "It's like he takes over sometimes. I'll be writing to him, and then suddenly it's hours later and I'm somewhere else entirely, with paint on my robes or feathers." She trailed off, looking sick. "Roosters. Dead roosters. I think I've been killing Hagrid's roosters." The confession seemed to drain what little color remained in her face. She swayed slightly where she stood, and Harry quickly guided her to sit beside him on the small sofa. "Ginny, this is serious," he said, trying to keep his voice calm despite the alarm bells ringing in his mind. "If this diary is controlling you, making you do things, we need to tell someone. Professor McGonagall, or Dumbledore." "I know," she whispered. "I've been trying to get rid of it for weeks. But every time I try, I can't remember what happens next." I'll throw it away, and then later it's back in my pocket. Like it won't let me get rid of it. She looked up at Harry, her brown eyes filled with tears. You must think I'm horrible. Stupid, to trust something that could write back. No, Harry said firmly. I don't think that at all. Whatever this is, it's not your fault, Ginny. It's powerful magic, dark magic, tricking you. That could happen to anyone. She didn't look convinced. I should have known better. After what Dad always says about magical objects. A tear slipped down her cheek. And now I've put everyone in danger. Especially Muggleborns like Hermione. Harry felt a chill at that. What do you mean? The Chamber of Secrets, Ginny said, her voice barely above a whisper. It was made by Salazar Slytherin to rid the school of those he thought unworthy to study magic. Muggleborns. Tom, the diary, it hates them. Wants them gone. And I think it's using me to make that happen. Harry looked down at the innocent-seeming diary in his hands, a sense of foreboding washing over him. If what Ginny was saying was true, if this object could possess her, make her open a legendary chamber and unleash whatever monster it contained, then the situation was even more dangerous than they'd realized. We need to take this to Professor Dumbledore, he decided. Right now. Tonight. Ginny nodded, relief evident in her face at having the decision taken out of her hands. But as Harry stood, diary in hand, the door to his quarters burst open. Professor Snape stood in the doorway, his wand drawn, expression grim. Potter, step away from that book, he commanded sharply. Miss Weasley, come here. Now. Harry froze, confused by Snape's sudden appearance and obvious alarm. Professor, what, the diary, Potter, Snape interrupted, his voice leaving no room for argument. Put it down and step away. It's not what it appears to be. Slowly, Harry placed the diary on the small table in front of the sofa. How did you know? He asked. About the diary? Monitoring charms, Snape replied curtly, moving into the room and positioning himself between the students and the diary. On Miss Weasley, at the headmaster's request. Her behavior has been concerning for weeks. The mention of a diary that writes back triggered alarms. His dark eyes fixed on Ginny, who had moved to Harry's side. How long have you had this in your possession, Miss Weasley? Since before school started, Ginny admitted shakily. It was in my cauldron, with my other books. I thought my parents had bought it for me. Something shifted in Snape's expression, a dawning realization that seemed to intensify his concern. And you've been writing in it regularly? Confiding in it? Ginny nodded miserably. It wrote back. Said its name was Tom Riddle. Snape went very still at that. For a moment, he seemed almost to stop breathing. Then, with deliberate care, he raised his wand and cast a series of complex spells around the diary, creating a shimmering barrier that contained it. Both of you will come with me to the headmaster's office, he said, his voice allowing no argument. Now. Do not touch the diary, Potter. I will handle it. With another intricate wand movement, Snape levitated the diary, keeping it surrounded by the protective barrier. As he directed it to float ahead of them, Harry noticed that the professor's hand was not quite steady, the first sign of genuine alarm he'd ever seen from the typically composed Snape. Professor, Harry said quietly as they followed the floating diary into the corridor, what is it? What's wrong with that book? Snape's gaze flicked briefly to him, then back to the diary. If my suspicions are correct, Potter, he said, his voice low enough that only Harry could hear, what Miss Weasley has been writing in is not merely a diary, but one of the darkest magical artifacts ever created. A container for a fragment of a soul. A soul? Harry repeated, confused and disturbed by the concept. Whose soul? Snape's expression darkened further. That, he said grimly, is precisely what we need to determine. And quickly, before whatever plan it has set in motion reaches its culmination. As they hurried through the darkened corridors toward Dumbledore's office, Harry felt a growing sense of dread. The Chamber of Secrets, a possessed diary, a fragmented soul, it all pointed to something far more sinister than a simple school prank or even a prejudice-motivated attack. Something ancient and evil had been awakened within Hogwarts. And somehow, Harry suspected it was connected to the shadow that had been haunting his life since that fateful Halloween night 11 years ago, the night that had set in motion the chain of events leading to his parents' deaths, his life with the Dursleys, and ultimately, to his collapse in the Great Hall that had exposed his years of abuse. The pieces were starting to fit together, forming a picture too terrible to fully comprehend. But one thing was becoming increasingly clear: the revelation of his abuse had been only the beginning of the truths that would be uncovered this year at Hogwarts. Chapter 4, Healing Begins. The diary floated before Dumbledore's desk, still encased in Snape's shimmering containment spell. The headmaster leaned forward, his expression grave as he examined the innocuous-looking black book without touching it. Harry and Ginny sat side by side in conjured chairs, both pale and tense, while Snape stood rigidly nearby, his dark eyes never leaving the suspended diary. "Miss Weasley," Dumbledore said gently, "I need you to tell me exactly when and how this diary came into your possession." Ginny twisted her hands in her lap. "It was with my schoolbooks after we went shopping in Diagon Alley. I thought Mom and Dad had bought it for me, as a surprise for starting Hogwarts." Her voice trembled slightly. "But they didn't, did they?" "No, my dear, I don't believe they did." Dumbledore's voice remained kind, but Harry noticed the sharp intelligence in his blue eyes, cataloguing every detail of Ginny's account. "Do you recall anyone else handling your books that day? Anyone who might have had the opportunity to slip the diary among them?" Ginny frowned in concentration. "We ran into the Malfoys at Flourish and Blots. There was that fight between Mr. Malfoy and Ron's dad." She trailed off, a look of realization dawning on her face. "Mr. Malfoy picked up my Transfiguration textbook. He was making fun of it being secondhand." "He could have, Lucius," Snape interrupted, his voice sharp with sudden certainty. "Of course. The timing aligns perfectly with his recent activities." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "It would explain much. Though I confess I'm surprised even Lucius would risk such an artifact." Harry looked between them, frustration building at the cryptic exchange. "Professor, what is it? What's wrong with the diary?" Dumbledore regarded Harry for a long moment, as though weighing something in his mind. Finally, he said, "What do you know about Tom Marvolo Riddle, Harry?" "Nothing," Harry answered, confused by the seemingly unrelated question. "Just that he's the name in the diary, the one who's been controlling Ginny somehow." "Tom Marvolo Riddle," Dumbledore said carefully, "was a student at Hogwarts 50 years ago. Brilliant, charismatic, and deeply troubled. He was head boy, received awards for special services to the school, and was considered by many to be one of the most promising students Hogwarts had ever seen." The headmaster's expression darkened. "He was also, as it happens, the last known person to open the Chamber of Secrets before now." Harry stared at him, the implications slowly sinking in. "So this diary, it contains his memories? And it's been making Ginny open the chamber again?" "Not merely his memories, I fear." Dumbledore drew his wand and cast a complex detection spell over the diary. The book glowed with a sickly green light, causing Snape to take an involuntary step back. "This object contains something far more dangerous, a fragment of Tom Riddle's very soul." "His soul?" Harry repeated, horrified. "But how is that even possible?" "Through the darkest of magic," Snape said tersely. "Magic so foul it is forbidden to even speak of it in most texts." Dumbledore nodded grimly. "A Horcrux, Harry. An object in which a dark wizard has hidden a part of their soul for the purpose of attaining immortality. To create one must commit the supreme act of evil, murder, and use that act to tear the soul apart." Ginny made a small, distressed sound, her freckles standing out starkly against her pallid face. "I've been carrying a piece of someone's soul." Writing to it? Letting it into my head? It is not your fault, Miss Weasley, Dumbledore assured her. Tom Riddle was exceptionally skilled at manipulation, even at 16. Full-grown witches and wizards have fallen prey to far less sophisticated enchantments. But why? Harry asked, trying to make sense of it all. Why would Lucius Malfoy give Ginny a diary containing this Riddle person's soul fragment? What's the point? Dumbledore and Snape exchanged a significant look, and Harry had the distinct impression they were having a silent conversation about how much to reveal. There is something else you should know, Harry, Dumbledore said finally. Something I had planned to tell you when you were older, but circumstances have forced my hand. He sighed deeply. Tom Marvolo Riddle did not remain Tom Riddle. In the years after leaving Hogwarts, he underwent a terrible transformation, delving deeper into the dark arts than perhaps any wizard before him. He created for himself a new identity, a name that, to this day, most in the wizarding world fear to speak. Harry felt a cold certainty settle in his stomach. Voldemort, he said quietly. Tom Riddle became Lord Voldemort. Yes, Dumbledore confirmed. And this diary is, I believe, his first Horcrux, created when he was still a student, using the death of a fellow pupil to seal a piece of his soul within its pages. The revelation hit Harry like a physical blow. He'd been writing to Voldemort, or rather, Ginny had. A younger version, perhaps, but Voldemort nonetheless. And now that same piece of Voldemort was trying to return, using Ginny to open the Chamber of Secrets and unleash whatever horror lay within. What do we do? He asked, pushing aside his shock in favor of practical action. How do we stop it? How do we destroy the diary? That, Snape interjected, is precisely the challenge. Horcruxes are notoriously difficult to destroy. Conventional spells have no effect. Even the most powerful destructive curses merely damage the container temporarily. There are methods, Dumbledore said. Fiend fire, cursed fire of immense heat and malevolence, can destroy a Horcrux, though it is extremely dangerous and difficult to control. Basilisk venom is also effective, one of the few substances in the world destructive enough to damage a soul fragment beyond magical repair. Basilisk venom? Harry repeated, something clicking into place. Professor, what exactly is the monster in the Chamber of Secrets? Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. An excellent question, Harry. The legend speaks of a horror within, a creature only Slytherin's heir can control. Given the petrification of Mrs. Norris rather than death, and what we now know about Tom Riddle's involvement. He trailed off, looking troubled. A basilisk, Snape said flatly. It would explain the petrification, an indirect view of its gaze petrifies rather than kills. And Parseltongue, the ability to speak to snakes, which both Slytherin and the Dark Lord possessed, would be necessary to control such a creature. Ginny had grown progressively paler during this exchange. I've been setting a basilisk loose in the school, she whispered, horror-stricken. I could have killed someone. You have done nothing, Miss Weasley, Snape said sharply. The diary has acted through you, without your knowledge or consent. The responsibility lies with the diary's creator and with the person who deliberately placed it in your possession. Harry was surprised by Snape's vehemence in defending Ginny, but grateful for it when he saw some color return to her cheeks. Professor Snape is correct, Dumbledore agreed. And fortunately, we have discovered the truth before any irreparable harm was done. Now we must act decisively. He rose from his chair. Severus, please escort Miss Weasley to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey should examine her thoroughly for any lingering effects of the diary's influence. I will contact Arthur and Molly immediately. And the diary itself? Snape asked, eyeing the suspended book with distaste. It must be destroyed, of course, Dumbledore said. Which brings us to the matter of the chamber and its occupant. If indeed a basilisk dwells within, we have both a serious threat and, ironically, the very means to destroy the Horcrux. You're going to use the basilisk's venom to destroy the diary, Harry realized. But first you need to find the chamber. And kill the basilisk. Precisely. I want to help, Harry said immediately. This is connected to Voldemort, which means it's connected to me. And Ginny's my friend, or Ron's sister, at least, he amended, with an awkward glance at the girl. I should be involved. Absolutely not, Snape said before Dumbledore could respond. Hunting a basilisk is not a task for a second-year student, Potter, no matter how exceptional your circumstances might be. Harry opened his mouth to argue, but Dumbledore raised a hand. Professor Snape is right that this is not a task for students, Harry. However, he added, seeing Harry's frustration, your insight may still be valuable. Tom Riddle opened the chamber 50 years ago. If we could determine how and where, it would save precious time. The girl who died, Harry said, remembering what Hermione had told him. Do you know who she was? Or where she was found? A flicker of approval crossed Dumbledore's face. Indeed I do. Her name was Myrtle Warren, though she is better known these days as Moaning Myrtle, the ghost who haunts the second-floor girls' bathroom. Myrtle? Harry and Ginny exclaimed in unison. The bathroom near where the message appeared, Ginny said. That can't be a coincidence. I very much doubt it is, Dumbledore agreed. Severus, after you've delivered Miss Weasley to Madame Pomfrey, please gather Minerva and Phileas. We will investigate the bathroom immediately. He turned to Harry. As for you, Harry, I must insist you return to your quarters. This is not a dismissal of your offer to help, but a recognition of the very real danger involved. Harry wanted to protest but knew it would be futile. Besides, Ginny was looking increasingly unsteady, the adrenaline of her confession clearly wearing off to reveal bone-deep exhaustion. I'll go with Ginny to the hospital wing, he offered instead. Make sure she gets there okay. Dumbledore studied him for a moment, then nodded. Very well. Severus, the containment charm, if you please. With a complex motion of his wand, Snape reinforced the shield around the diary and directed it to float into a lead-lined box on Dumbledore's desk. The box sealed itself with a soft click, muffling the malevolent aura that had been seeping from the diary since its discovery. As they left the headmaster's office, Harry found himself walking beside Ginny, with Snape a few paces ahead, his wand still drawn as though expecting attack at any moment. Ginny looked ready to collapse, swaying slightly with each step. Hey, Harry said softly. It's going to be okay. They'll destroy the diary, and the basilisk, and you'll be fine. Ginny glanced at him, her brown eyes hollow with exhaustion and fear. I don't feel fine, she whispered. I can still feel him, Harry. Tom. Like an echo in my head. What if he never really leaves? What if part of him stays with me forever? The vulnerability in her voice struck a chord in Harry. How often had he lain awake at the Dursleys, wondering if the damage they'd inflicted would ever truly heal? If the shame and fear and worthlessness would remain, lingering ghosts of their cruelty, long after he'd escaped their house. I know what you mean, he said quietly. Not about Tom, exactly, but about carrying things with you. Things other people put there. Things you didn't ask for. He hesitated, struggling to articulate the complex emotions. After the Dursleys, I thought I'd always be what they made me believe I was. Worthless. A freak. But it's getting better, Ginny. Slowly, but it is. And you're stronger than I was, you fought back. You recognized what was happening and asked for help. That counts for something. Ginny looked at him with surprise, as though seeing him clearly for the first time. Not as the Harry Potter of storybooks, but as another damaged person trying to heal. Thank you, she said simply, and slipped her hand into his. They walked the rest of the way to the hospital wing in companionable silence, united by the shared experience of having survived another's attempt to reshape them against their will. It wasn't quite friendship yet, but it was a beginning, a foundation of genuine understanding that ran deeper than hero worship or casual acquaintance. And in that small connection, Harry felt something shift within himself as well, the recognition that in reaching out to help another's healing, he had inadvertently advanced his own. Sirius Black paced the length of Remus Lupin's modest cottage living room, unable to contain his restless energy despite the late hour. The fluke call from Dumbledore had been brief but alarming, a Horcrux discovered at Hogwarts, a basilisk beneath the school, and Harry, somehow, peripherally involved. "Sit down, Padfoot," Remus said tiredly from his armchair. "Your pacing won't make Dumbledore's update come any faster, and you're wearing a track in my carpet." Sirius ran a hand through his hair, still adjusting to its shorter, cleaner state after years of Azkaban neglect. "I should be there, Moony. My godson is in a castle with a bloody basilisk, and I'm stuck here because the healers won't clear me for high-stress situations." He let out a bark of humorless laughter. As if anything about being Harry Potter's guardian could ever be low stress. "Dumbledore has the situation in hand," Remus reminded him, though his own concern was evident in the tight lines around his eyes. "And Harry is safe in his quarters, not hunting dark creatures through the castle." "This time," Sirius muttered. "But you know James's son isn't going to stay put if he thinks someone needs help. It's not in his blood." Remus smiled faintly. "True enough. Though from what you've told me, he seems to have Lily's good sense balancing James's impulsiveness." "He's got Lily's heart," Sirius agreed, finally dropping into the sofa across from Remus. "Her compassion. You should have seen him with the Weasley girl today, Remus. Didn't blame her for being possessed, didn't judge her for writing in the diary. Just, understood. Tried to help." "It sounds like he's healing," Remus observed. "Finding strength in his own experiences to help others." Sirius nodded, a complex mix of emotions crossing his gaunt face. "He is. But it shouldn't have had to be this way, should it? He shouldn't have had wounds to recover from in the first place. He should have been safe, and loved, and," his voice broke slightly. "We failed him, Moony. All of us." Remus leaned forward, his amber eyes serious. "Yes," he said simply. "We did. I should have demanded to see him, blood wards or no blood wards. You should have trusted Dumbledore with the secret keeper switch. Peter should have died rather than betray his friends. And Dumbledore should have checked on Harry properly, not relied on reports from a distance." He sighed heavily. "But regret doesn't change the past, Sirius. It doesn't help Harry now." "What does help him, then?" Sirius asked, genuine uncertainty in his voice. "I don't know how to be what he needs, Remus. A parent, a guardian, I never had good models for that. The noble and most ancient House of Black," he spat the name like a curse, "hardly prepared me for caring for a traumatized child." "You're already doing it," Remus said gently. "Being there. Listening. Supporting his choices. Showing up when it matters." He smiled slightly. "And you've got help, remember? Molly and Arthur, Minerva, even Snape, Merlin help us." Sirius scowled at the mention of his old nemesis. "I still can't believe Harry specifically requested that greasy bat's presence at the hearing. Or that Snape actually showed up and behaved, almost decently." "People change, Padfoot," Remus said mildly. "Sometimes for the better." Severus seems to have genuinely re-evaluated his perception of Harry. After seeing evidence of abuse he should have recognized from the start, Sirius muttered. Some spy if he couldn't spot the signs in his own classroom. "We all missed the signs," Remus reminded him. "And from what Minerva tells me, no one has been harder on Severus about that failure than Severus himself." Before Sirius could respond, the fireplace flared green, and Minerva McGonagall's stern face appeared in the flames. "Sirius, Remus," she greeted, looking exhausted but relieved. "I thought you'd want an update. The situation has been contained." Sirius was on his knees before the fire in an instant. "The basilisk?" "Neutralized," McGonagall confirmed. "Once we determined the entrance to the chamber, a sink in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, opened by Parseltongue, Albus was able to use Fawkes to transport himself inside. The phoenix's cry is fatal to basilisks, as it happens. The creature never had a chance to strike. And the diary? Remus asked, joining Sirius by the fireplace. Destroyed using the basilisk's fangs. Quite a dramatic affair, the book bled actual ink, and there was a rather disturbing manifestation of Riddle that tried to defend itself before dissipating. McGonagall shuddered slightly at the memory. Albus believes it's truly gone. The Horcrux, that is. And Harry? Sirius pressed, concern evident in his voice. Is he all right? Dumbledore said he was involved somehow. Mr. Potter is fine, McGonagall assured him. He remained in his quarters as instructed, though I suspect it required considerable restraint on his part. He's been informed of the outcome and is, I believe, visiting Miss Weasley in the hospital wing as we speak. Sirius let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Thank Merlin. Indeed. McGonagall's expression turned more serious. However, there is the matter of how the diary came to be in Miss Weasley's possession in the first place. Albus is convinced Lucius Malfoy planted it among her schoolbooks during an altercation at Flourish and Blots this summer. That slimy, death-eating bastard, Sirius growled. Using an innocent child to carry out his master's work. Will he be arrested? McGonagall's lips thinned. Unfortunately, proving his involvement may be difficult. Miss Weasley's testimony alone is unlikely to be sufficient, given his influence at the ministry. However, she added with a hint of satisfaction, Albus has arranged for the destroyed diary to be returned to him via house elf, along with a sock. Remus let out a surprised laugh. He's freeing Malfoy's house elf. Apparently, Mr. Potter suggested it, McGonagall confirmed, a rare smile touching her lips. Something about a debt repaid to a Dobby who tried to warn him earlier this year. Albus thought it a fitting additional consequence for Lucius's actions. Sirius felt a surge of pride at his godson's cleverness. That's James and Lily's son, all right. The perfect blend of mischief and justice. His expression sobered. When can I see him? After all this, I want to make sure he's really okay. Albus anticipated your request, McGonagall said. You're welcome to come through to Hogwarts tomorrow. In fact, there are several matters regarding Harry's ongoing healing that would benefit from your presence. Madame Pomfrey has arranged for a specialized healer from Street Mungo's to begin work with Harry, addressing both the physical injuries from the Dursleys and the emotional impacts. Sirius nodded firmly. I'll be there. First thing tomorrow. After McGonagall's face disappeared from the flames, Sirius remained kneeling on the hearth rug, emotions warring within him. Relief that the immediate danger had passed. Pride in Harry's compassion and quick thinking. And a renewed determination to be the guardian, the family, that Harry deserved. You should get some rest, Remus advised, placing a supportive hand on Sirius's shoulder. Tomorrow will be a big day. Sirius nodded absently, his mind already racing ahead to the healing journey they were about to undertake, Harry's, yes, but also his own. Perhaps, he thought with cautious hope, they could heal together, each drawing strength from the other's progress. It wasn't the future he'd envisioned when James and Lily had named him godfather to their newborn son. But it was the future before them now, and Sirius was determined to make the most of this second chance. For both their sakes. The hospital wing was quiet when Harry arrived the next morning, the pale November sunlight filtering through the high windows to cast elongated shadows across the stone floor. Ginny was the only occupant, sitting up in bed with a breakfast tray barely touched before her. She looked better than she had the previous night, some color had returned to her cheeks, and her eyes were clearer, more present. Harry, she greeted, looking surprised but pleased by his visit. You didn't have to check on me. I wanted to, he said, pulling up a chair beside her bed. How are you feeling? Ginny considered the question seriously. Better, she said finally. Madame Pomfrey gave me a potion for dreamless sleep last night, and this morning. She hesitated, a small, relieved smile touching her lips. This morning I woke up alone in my head. For the first time in months, it's just me in here. She tapped her temple gently. That's brilliant, Harry said, genuinely happy for her. And the diary? Professor Dumbledore said they were going to destroy it. It's gone, Ginny confirmed. Professor McGonagall came by earlier to tell me. They used the basilisk's fangs to destroy it. And the basilisk itself is dead, killed by Dumbledore and Fawkes. She shook her head in wonder. A real basilisk, Harry. In the school all this time. Hogwarts never does anything by halves, does it? Harry said wryly, earning a small laugh from Ginny. My parents are coming, she added, her expression turning more nervous. Professor McGonagall flooded them last night. They'll be here soon to take me home for a while. Her voice dropped to a near whisper. I don't think I'll be coming back. Not after what happened. What? Of course you'll come back, Harry said, surprised. It wasn't your fault, Ginny. Everyone knows that. I opened the Chamber of Secrets, she said flatly. I set a basilisk loose in a school full of children. I endangered everyone, especially Muggleborns like Hermione. How can I possibly stay after that? Did you want to do those things? Harry challenged. Did you choose to open the chamber, to hurt anyone? No, but, then it wasn't you, Harry interrupted firmly. It was Voldemort, using you. Just like. He paused, considering how much to share, then decided on honesty. Just like it wasn't my fault the Dursleys hurt me. I didn't choose that. I didn't deserve that. And you didn't choose or deserve what Riddle did to you. Ginny stared at him, clearly taken aback by the comparison and the personal revelation it contained. That's different, she protested weakly. Not really, Harry said with a shrug. We were both used by people who were stronger than us, who had power over us. The difference is, you fought back. You recognized what was happening and asked for help. That's brave, Ginny. Really brave. She looked down at her hands, a flush rising in her cheeks. I don't feel brave, she admitted. I feel stupid for trusting the diary in the first place. For not realizing sooner what was happening. Tom Riddle fooled everyone, Harry reminded her. Dumbledore said even the teachers thought he was brilliant and trustworthy when he was a student here. You were 11, facing a piece of the darkest wizard in history. The fact that you resisted at all is incredible. Ginny's head came up at that, a flicker of something like hope in her brown eyes. You really think so? I know so, Harry said firmly. And if your parents try to keep you from coming back to Hogwarts, I'll write them myself. Tell them what I just told you. A genuine smile spread across Ginny's face, not the starstruck, blushing expression she usually wore around him, but something warmer, more authentic. That would be something to see, she said. Harry Potter taking on Molly Weasley. Even Fred and George wouldn't bet on those odds. Harry laughed, pleased to see the real Ginny emerging from behind the shell of trauma and hero worship. I faced a basilisk. Well, sort of, he amended honestly. How much worse could your mum be? You have no idea, Ginny said with mock seriousness, but she was smiling properly now, color blooming in her cheeks. Before Harry could respond, the hospital wing doors opened to admit Molly and Arthur Weasley, both looking harried and deeply concerned. Behind them came Sirius, whose eyes immediately sought out Harry. Harry, he greeted, crossing to his side as the Weasleys rushed to Ginny's bed. McGonagall said I'd find you here. Sirius? Harry stood, surprised and pleased. I didn't know you were coming today. Wild hippogriffs couldn't have kept me away, not after hearing about basilisks and possessed diaries, Sirius said, giving Harry's shoulder a gentle squeeze. Are you all right? Really all right? I'm fine, Harry assured him. I wasn't even there for the exciting parts. The professors handled everything. Sirius looked skeptical, but before he could press further, Molly Weasley's voice rose in a mixture of relief and motherly concern. "Ginny, darling, we were so worried. When Minerva called, we thought, well, it doesn't matter what we thought. You're safe now." She enveloped her daughter in a fierce hug, then held her at arm's length, examining her closely. "You're too pale, too thin. Haven't you been eating properly? And what's this about a diary? Arthur, I told you those second-hand books might be dangerous." "Mum," Ginny protested weakly, "it wasn't Dad's fault. The diary wasn't from the second-hand shop. Someone put it in my cauldron deliberately." Arthur Weasley's normally good-natured face hardened. "Lucius Malfoy," he said grimly. Dumbledore explained his suspicions. To think he would use an innocent child as a weapon. He shook his head, unable to complete the thought. "The main thing is that Ginny's safe now," Sirius interjected, stepping forward. "The diary's been destroyed, and the basilisk is dead. No permanent harm done." Molly looked up, noticing Sirius properly for the first time. "Mr. Black," she acknowledged with a nod. "Yes, that is the most important thing. Though I still think," she broke off, glancing at her daughter. "Well, we'll discuss the rest of the term later, at home. For now, we need to get you packed, Ginny dear. Professor McGonagall said you could take a few weeks' leave to recover properly." Harry caught Ginny's eye over her mother's shoulder and saw the fear there, the worry that a few weeks might become permanent. Without thinking, he spoke up. "Mrs. Weasley, I think Ginny should come back as soon as she feels ready. She's fought really hard against the diary's influence, and she deserves to continue her education." Molly turned to him, surprise evident on her face. "Harry, dear, I appreciate your concern, but this is a family matter." "I know," Harry said quickly. "And I'm not trying to interfere. It's just," he hesitated, then pressed on. "I understand what it's like to have someone try to take your choices away. To make you feel powerless. And sometimes the best way to heal from that is to reclaim your place, to show yourself that they didn't win." A silence fell over the hospital wing as the adults absorbed his words. Arthur looked thoughtful, Molly conflicted. Sirius was watching Harry with a mixture of pride and sadness, clearly recognizing the personal experience that informed his perspective. "Perhaps," Arthur said slowly, "we could take it one day at a time. See how Ginny feels after a week or two at home. If she wants to return, and if Madame Pomfrey agrees she's ready." He glanced at his wife. "We've always trusted our children's judgment, Molly. Within reason." Molly sighed, her expression softening as she looked at Ginny's hopeful face. "We'll see," she conceded, which from Molly Weasley was tantamount to agreement. "But only if you're truly feeling better, Ginevra. No brave faces just because you don't want to miss Quidditch matches or whatnot." "I promise," Ginny said solemnly, though her eyes darted to Harry with a flash of gratitude. As the Weasleys began making arrangements for Ginny's temporary departure, Sirius drew Harry aside. "That was well said," he murmured, genuine approval in his voice. "And brave. Sharing your own experience to help someone else isn't easy, especially when the wounds are still fresh." Harry shrugged, a little embarrassed by the praise. It just seemed wrong for her to be punished for something that wasn't her fault. To lose Hogwarts because of what Riddle did to her. Sirius studied him thoughtfully. "You know, you remind me of your mother in moments like this. James was a good man, brave, loyal to a fault, but Lily had this clarity about injustice. This ability to cut through to the heart of what really mattered." He smiled slightly. "She would have been very proud of you today." The simple statement warmed Harry more than any grand praise could have. "Thanks," he said quietly. "That means a lot." "Now," Sirius said, his tone shifting to something more practical, "I didn't just come to check on you after the basilisk business. Madame Pomfrey has arranged for you to meet with a specialized healer from St. Mungo's today, someone who works specifically with magical children who have experienced trauma." Harry tensed slightly. A mind healer, you mean? Like a therapist? Something like that, Sirius agreed. Her name is Healer Mitra. She's very good, she's been working with me as well, actually. He hesitated, then added, I know the idea might seem strange or uncomfortable. But I've found it helps, Harry. Really helps, in ways I didn't expect. Harry considered this. The prospect of talking to a stranger about the Dursleys, about his feelings, about the tangled mess of his life, it wasn't appealing. But the genuine improvement he'd seen in Sirius over the past weeks was undeniable. And if Sirius, proud, stubborn Sirius, could admit he needed help and actually accept it, maybe Harry could too. Okay, he said finally. I'll meet with her. But... He glanced at Sirius uncertainly. Will you be there? At least for the first part. Relief and something deeper, perhaps gratitude, flashed across Sirius's face. If you want me there, I'm there, he promised. For as much or as little as you need. It was a small thing, really, the agreement to try therapy, the request for Sirius's presence. But as they said goodbye to the Weasleys and made their way toward Madame Pomfrey's office, where the healer awaited them, Harry felt a subtle shift within himself. A tiny step toward trusting not just that Sirius wanted to help him, but that he, Harry, deserved that help. That his healing mattered. That he mattered. And that, perhaps, was the most important healing of all. Healer Anjali Mitra was not what Harry had expected. In his limited experience, medical professionals tended to be either brusquely efficient like Madame Pomfrey or clinically detached like the Muggle school nurse who had occasionally treated his more visible injuries at primary school. Healer Mitra was neither. She was a small woman with warm brown skin and bright, intelligent eyes that missed nothing but judged nothing. Her dark hair was streaked with premature silver and pulled back in a simple braid. When Harry and Sirius entered Madame Pomfrey's office, she greeted them with a smile that was professional but genuinely welcoming. Mr. Potter, Mr. Black, she said, rising from her chair. Thank you for meeting with me today. Please, sit wherever you feel comfortable. The office had been rearranged to accommodate their meeting, with several comfortable chairs arranged in a loose circle rather than the formal desk and visitor setup Harry had anticipated. He chose a squashy armchair that reminded him of the Gryffindor common room, while Sirius took the seat nearest to him. I understand you've been working with Sirius already, Harry said, not quite a question. Healer Mitra nodded. For several weeks now. With his permission, I can tell you that he's making excellent progress. She smiled slightly. Though I suspect you can see that for yourself. Harry glanced at his godfather, who did indeed look markedly better than when they'd first met, still too thin, still bearing the marks of Azkaban, but with clearer eyes and a steadier presence. Before we begin, Healer Mitra continued, I want to clarify what these sessions are and are not. This is not an interrogation, Harry. You won't be forced to discuss anything you're not ready to talk about. Nor is it a test that you can pass or fail. There are no right or wrong answers, only your genuine experiences and feelings. And it's confidential? Harry asked. What I say stays between us. With 3 specific exceptions, she confirmed. First, if you indicate an intent to harm yourself or someone else, I am obligated to report that. Second, if you reveal ongoing abuse that requires intervention, I must act to ensure your safety. And third, with your explicit permission, I may share certain aspects of our discussions with your guardians or care team if I believe it would benefit your healing. Harry nodded, satisfied with these boundaries. And Sirius? He can stay. For as long as you want him here, Healer Mitra assured him. Though I would like some time with just you as well, either today or in future sessions, if you're comfortable with that. Okay, Harry agreed, relaxing slightly into his chair. So, how does this work? What do we talk about? Today is primarily about getting to know each other and establishing our goals for these sessions, Healer Mitra explained. But before we begin, I'd like to address the dramatic events of yesterday. I understand there was an incident involving a cursed diary and the Chamber of Secrets. Harry shot a surprised look at Sirius, who shrugged. Dumbledore filled her in, he explained. Thought it might be relevant to your current state of mind. It was mostly Ginny who was affected, Harry said, turning back to Healer Mitra. The diary was possessing her, not me. But you were involved in its discovery and in supporting Miss Weasley afterward, Healer Mitra noted. That kind of experience, encountering dark magic, confronting the reality that a friend was being possessed, can be deeply unsettling, especially coming so soon after your own traumatic revelations. Harry hadn't thought of it that way. He'd been so focused on Ginny's well-being, on the practical matter of the diary and basilisk, that he hadn't really considered how the situation might have affected him. I guess it was scary, he admitted. Knowing Tom Riddle, Voldemort, had been in the castle all this time, using Ginny. That he'd been at Hogwarts before, opening the chamber 50 years ago. He frowned slightly. It makes me wonder what else we don't know about him. About his connection to Hogwarts. That's a very insightful question, Healer Mitra said. And perhaps one to explore further in future sessions. For now, though, I'd like to focus on you, Harry. On what you hope to gain from our work together. Harry hesitated, unsure how to articulate what he needed. I want to feel normal, he said finally. Not like a freak, or a burden, or damaged goods. The last phrase came out barely above a whisper, a secret fear-given voice perhaps for the first time. Beside him, Sirius made a soft, pained sound, but didn't interrupt. You are none of those things, Healer Mitra said gently but firmly. But I understand the desire to feel normal, though I might suggest that normal is a rather broad spectrum, especially in the wizarding world. Her eyes crinkled slightly with warmth. What would normal look like to you, Harry? If you could define it for yourself? The question caught him off guard. He'd spent so much time trying to meet other people's definitions of normal, the Dursleys' impossible standards, the wizarding world's expectations of the boy who lived, that he'd never really considered what it might mean for him personally. I guess, being able to trust that people won't hurt me, he began slowly. Not flinching when someone raises their hand near me. Not feeling like I have to hide when I'm sick or injured. Being able to ask for help without feeling like I'm being a burden. He paused, considering. And maybe not feeling guilty for existing. For taking up space, or needing things, or just being. The room was very quiet after this admission. Healer Mitra nodded encouragingly, while Sirius looked as though he was physically restraining himself from interrupting. Those are excellent goals, Harry, Healer Mitra said after a moment. Very clear, very concrete. And very achievable, though it will take time and work to get there. She glanced at Sirius. Would you like to add anything, Mr. Black? Sirius cleared his throat, visibly composing himself. Just that I want all those things for you too, Harry. And that I'm committed to creating a home where you never have to worry about any of that. Where you can be yourself, whoever that turns out to be, without fear or shame. The simple sincerity in his voice made Harry's chest tight with emotion. Thanks, he managed, avoiding eye contact to maintain his composure. Speaking of home, Healer Mitra said, smoothly redirecting the conversation, I understand you'll be living with Sirius and Mr. Lupin in Hogsmeade once the house is ready. How do you feel about that arrangement? Good, Harry said immediately. Really good. It's close to Hogwarts, so I can still see my friends easily. And I've never had. I mean, the Dursleys' house was never really home. Just a place I had to stay. This will be different. In what ways do you imagine it will be different? Healer Mitra prompted. Harry thought about it. Well, no cupboard under the stairs, for one, he said, with a weak attempt at humor that fell flat when Sirius flinched beside him. Sorry, he added quickly. That was supposed to be a joke. You don't need to apologize for how you cope with your experiences, Harry, Healer Mitra assured him. Humor is a common and healthy response to trauma. It creates distance that allows you to process difficult emotions more safely. She smiled slightly. Though you might need to give your godfather time to develop a similar ability. The wounds are still fresh for him too. This perspective, that Sirius was also healing, also learning how to navigate these conversations, helped ease Harry's guilt over causing his godfather pain. Anyway, he continued, I think the main difference will be knowing I'm actually wanted there. That I'm not an inconvenience or an obligation. And having my own space, a real bedroom, not a cupboard or Dudley's second bedroom with bars on the windows. Sirius seemed to have regained his composure. We've been working on your room already, he said, a hint of excitement in his voice. Remus and I. It overlooks the back garden and has a view of the castle in the distance. We thought you might like to decorate it yourself, make it truly yours, but there's a proper bed and desk and bookshelves already. The image of a room, his room, prepared with such thoughtful consideration made Harry's throat tighten again. That sounds brilliant, he said. I've never really had my own things before. Except my Hogwarts stuff. Which brings us to another aspect of your healing, Healer Mitra said. The physical as well as the emotional. Madame Pomfrey has shared her concerns about the long-term effects of malnutrition and untreated injuries on your growth and development. Harry shifted uncomfortably. While the blue light in the Great Hall had exposed his injuries to everyone, he still found it difficult to discuss the physical aspects of the Dursleys' abuse. I'm fine now, he said automatically. The healing potions Professor Snape made fixed everything. They addressed the immediate injuries, Healer Mitra corrected gently. But there are longer-term considerations. Your bone density, your height and weight, certain neurological patterns that develop in response to chronic stress and pain. She reached into her bag and withdrew a small vial of golden potion. This is a specialized nutritional supplement developed specifically for magical children who have experienced prolonged malnutrition. It works in conjunction with your own magic to promote healthy growth and development. Harry eyed the potion warily. More potions. I've already taken so many since Halloween. Just one dose daily with breakfast, Healer Mitra assured him. And the taste is quite pleasant, honey and cinnamon, I'm told. But the benefits are significant. Combined with proper nutrition and the physical therapy exercises Madame Pomfrey has prescribed, you could gain several inches in height and develop a much healthier overall constitution. Sirius leaned forward, clearly interested. How long would he need to take it? At least through the end of puberty, Healer Mitra explained. Magical children have a somewhat extended growth period compared to Muggles, often into their late teens. With consistent treatment, Harry could achieve his full genetic height potential rather than remaining permanently stunted by early malnutrition. The clinical description helped Harry process the information more objectively. This wasn't about the Dursleys or what they'd done to him, not really. It was about his future, about becoming physically healthy in a way he'd never had the opportunity to be before. Okay, he agreed, taking the vial. I'll try it. Healer Mitra smiled approvingly. Excellent. Madame Pomfrey will provide your ongoing supply. She made a note on her parchment. Now, I believe our time is almost up for today, but before we conclude, I'd like to establish a regular schedule for our sessions. I propose meeting twice weekly initially, then adjusting as needed based on your progress. Harry glanced at Sirius, who nodded encouragingly. That sounds reasonable, Harry said. Here at Hogwarts. For now, Healer Mitra confirmed. Once you transition to living in Hogsmeade, we can re-evaluate the location. And speaking of transitions, she added, turning to include Sirius in the conversation, I'd like to discuss the holiday plans briefly before we end. Sirius sat up straighter. We're hoping Harry can spend Christmas at the new house, he said. His first proper Christmas with family. He stumbled slightly over the word, as though still adjusting to the reality of it himself. A meaningful milestone, Healer Mitra agreed. But also potentially challenging. First holidays in new family configurations often carry high expectations and complex emotions. I'd like to work with both of you to prepare for that transition, to make it a positive experience while managing expectations realistically. Harry hadn't considered that Christmas might be difficult. In his imagination, it was purely positive, a stark contrast to holidays spent cooking for the Dursleys while receiving nothing but a coat hanger or a pair of Uncle Vernon's old socks. "I think it'll be great," he said. "Anything would be better than Christmas at the Dursleys." "I have no doubt it will be an improvement," Healer Mitra said carefully. "But, better than terrible is a rather low bar, isn't it? What I'm suggesting is that we work together to make it genuinely good, to create new traditions that honor your past without being defined by it, that celebrate your new family while acknowledging the complexities of how you came to be together." Put that way, Harry could see the wisdom in her approach. "All right," he agreed. "We can talk about Christmas. Though it still seems a long way off." "It will be here before you know it," Sirius said, a hint of nervousness in his voice that told Harry his godfather was feeling the pressure of making their first holiday together perfect. "Indeed it will," Healer Mitra confirmed, gathering her materials as their session drew to a close. "For our next meeting, Harry, I'd like you to think about what has helped you feel safe or comfortable in the past. Specific places, activities, or people that have given you a sense of security or belonging. Can you do that?" Harry nodded, already mentally listing items: Hogwarts, flying, Ron and Hermione, the burrow, Hagrid's hut. "Excellent." Healer Mitra rose, extending her hand first to Harry, then to Sirius. "Thank you both for your openness today. It's a promising start to our work together." After she left, Harry and Sirius remained in the office for a moment, each processing the session in their own way. "What did you think?" Sirius asked finally. "Was it helpful?" Harry considered the question seriously. "I think so," he said. "She didn't push too hard, and she actually listened. And I like that she's working with both of us, not just me. It makes it feel less like I'm the only one who's, messed up." "You're not messed up," Sirius said immediately, then smiled ruefully. "But I take your point. We're both healing. Both learning how to be family to each other." He stood, offering Harry a hand up from his chair. "Speaking of which, how do you feel about lunch in Hogsmeade? Remus is meeting us at the Three Broomsticks, and I thought you might like to see the house afterward. It's not quite finished, but the basic structure is there." The invitation made something warm unfurl in Harry's chest, a simple, normal family outing, the kind he'd watched the Dursleys enjoy with Dudley countless times while he remained locked in his cupboard. Except this time, he was included. Expected. Wanted. "I'd like that," he said, accepting Sirius's hand. "I'd like that a lot." As they walked through the castle toward the main entrance, Harry was acutely aware of the stares and whispers that still followed him, students curious about his collapse, about the rumors of the chamber's opening and sudden closure, about his newly discovered godfather walking beside him. But for perhaps the first time, the attention didn't bother him quite as much. Let them look. Let them talk. They were seeing only the surface of his story, the dramatic revelations, the famous godfather, the boy who lived label that had never quite fit properly. What mattered were the parts they couldn't see, the healing beginning within him, the family taking shape around him, the future opening before him. And for now, that was enough. The Three Broomsticks was crowded for a weekday, its warm interior a welcome respite from the November chill. Remus had secured a table in the corner, partially shielded from the main floor by a wooden partition that offered a modicum of privacy while still allowing them to enjoy the pub's lively atmosphere. "Harry," Remus greeted them, rising to shake Harry's hand formally before seeming to reconsider and pulling him into a brief, one-armed hug instead. "It's good to see you again. You're looking well." "Thanks, Professor Lupin," Harry replied, still slightly awkward around this new addition to his life, his father's friend, soon to be part of his household, but still mostly a stranger. "Just Remus, please," the man said with a smile. I'm not your professor yet, though I might be someday if Dumbledore has his way. Dumbledore wants you to teach at Hogwarts? Harry asked, sliding into the booth across from Remus. What subject? Defense against the dark arts, Sirius answered for him, flagging down Madame Rosmerta for their order. Though why anyone would want that cursed position is beyond me. No offense, Moony. None taken, Remus said mildly. And it's just an informal inquiry at this point. Apparently, Professor Lockhart is considering an extended book tour next year, and Dumbledore is, as he put it, exploring his options. Harry tried to imagine Remus teaching defense and found the image quite fitting. There was a quiet competence about the man, a sense of contained knowledge and experience that suggested he would make a far more substantive instructor than the preening Lockhart. I think you'd be brilliant, he said honestly. Couldn't be worse than Lockhart, anyway. Remus laughed, a warm, genuine sound. A ringing endorsement indeed. I'll be sure to include it in my application, guaranteed to be better than Gilderoy Lockhart, according to Harry Potter. The easy banter continued as they ordered lunch, shepherd's pie for Harry and Remus, a hearty steak for Sirius who was still rebuilding his strength after Azkaban. Harry found himself relaxing into the casual atmosphere, the simple normalcy of sharing a meal with people who actually wanted his company. So, Sirius said once their food arrived, how are you really doing, Harry? After everything with the diary and the chamber? Harry chewed thoughtfully, appreciating that Sirius had waited until they were settled before broaching more serious topics. Honestly? I'm relieved it's over so quickly, he admitted. Last year with the Philosopher's Stone, it dragged on for months before we figured out what was happening. This time, at least we caught it early. We? Remus repeated with raised eyebrows. I was under the impression that you heroically convinced Miss Weasley to confide in you, but that the actual confrontation with the basilisk was handled by the professors. Well, yeah, Harry acknowledged. I just mean, we, as in the school, I guess. And I didn't do anything heroic, Ginny came to me. She was really brave, fighting the diary's influence enough to ask for help. Sirius and Remus exchanged a look that Harry couldn't quite interpret. What? He asked, glancing between them. Nothing bad, Sirius assured him. It's just, you deflect praise very naturally, Harry. You just did it now, redirecting credit to Ginny rather than acknowledging your own role in uncovering the truth. It's a common response in children who've been consistently criticized rather than praised, Remus added gently. Accepting credit or compliments feels dangerous, as though it might invite ridicule or accusation. Harry shifted uncomfortably, not quite ready to examine that particular aspect of the Dursleys' influence on his behavior. Maybe, he said noncommittally. Anyway, I'm glad the chamber's closed and Ginny's okay. And that no one was seriously hurt by the basilisk. Recognizing his reluctance to pursue the topic, Sirius smoothly changed the subject. Speaking of the chamber, have you given any more thought to what you'd like to do with the basilisk remains? Dumbledore mentioned they belong to you by right of conquest, even though he was the one who actually defeated the creature. This was news to Harry. The remains are mine. What would I even do with a dead basilisk? Quite a lot, actually, Remus said, warming to the subject. Basilisk parts are incredibly valuable for potions and magical crafting. The venom alone is worth a small fortune, to say nothing of the hide, which makes exceptional protective gear resistant to most spells and potions. Not that you need the money, Sirius added quickly. The Potter vaults are more than sufficient to support you comfortably. But it's something to consider. You could donate the proceeds to a cause you care about, perhaps. Harry's mind immediately went to the Weasleys, to their threadbare robes and second-hand books. But he knew Ron's pride would never allow direct financial help, even if his parents might accept it. Could I set up a scholarship, he asked suddenly. For Hogwarts students who can't afford supplies or maybe even the tuition. Sirius looked genuinely surprised, then his expression softened with something like pride. That's a wonderful idea, Harry. We could certainly arrange that through Gringotts. Perhaps in your parents' names. The Lily and James Potter Memorial Scholarship, Remus mused. I think they would have been honored by that use of the basilisk proceeds. Lily especially was always concerned about educational access. Harry felt a warm glow at the thought of creating something meaningful in his parents' memory, something that would help other children avoid the shame he'd seen on Ron's face when confronted with his worn robes and hand-me-down textbooks. I'd like that, he decided. And maybe some of the hide could be made into protective gear for Ron and Hermione. After last year with the stone, and now the chamber, it seems like we could use the extra protection. Sirius laughed, though there was a hint of worry beneath the humor. Planning for your next adventure already, are you? Not planning, Harry corrected quickly. Just, being realistic. Trouble seems to find me whether I want it to or not. A fair point, Remus acknowledged. And a thoughtful gift for your friends. I'm sure they'd appreciate it, particularly Miss Granger, who strikes me as the practical type. As they finished their meal, the conversation shifted to lighter topics: Quidditch prospects for Gryffindor that year, the latest ridiculous headline in the Daily Prophet, Sirius Black defeats Basilisk, adopts boy who lived, which had Sirius choking on his butterbeer, and plans for the house in Hogsmeade. By the time they paid their bill and stepped back into the crisp November air, Harry felt more relaxed than he had in weeks. It's just down this lane, Sirius said, leading the way past the main street of Hogsmeade toward a quieter residential area. Not as grand as some of the Potter properties you'll inherit when you come of age, but it's got good bones and excellent wards. You have other houses? Harry asked, surprised. The Potters were an old family, Harry, Remus explained. They had several properties, including the main family estate in Wales and, I believe, a cottage in Godric's Hollow that was, well, where they died, Harry finished quietly. I didn't know it still existed. It's been preserved as a historical site, Sirius said, his voice carefully neutral. We can visit when you're ready, but there's no rush. It's not going anywhere. Harry nodded, filing away this new piece of information about his heritage. Every day seemed to bring fresh revelations about the family and legacy he'd been denied knowledge of for so long. They turned a corner, and Sirius gestured to a stone cottage set back from the lane, partially obscured by tall beech trees that were now bare for winter. It was smaller than Harry had imagined, but there was something inherently welcoming about its sturdy construction and the smoke curling from its chimney. Home, Sirius said simply. Or it will be, once we've finished the renovations. We're still working on expanding the interior. It was a bit cramped for 3 people as originally built. Expansion charms? Harry guessed, remembering reading about magical architecture in one of Hermione's many recommended books. Among other things, Remus confirmed as they approached the front door. The previous owner was a bit paranoid, had the whole place locked down with outdated wards that took weeks to untangle. But the advantage is that it's now one of the most secure private residences in Wizarding Britain, once we rebuilt the protections properly. Sirius tapped his wand against the door in a complex pattern, murmuring something under his breath. The door glowed briefly before swinging open to admit them. Inside, the cottage was clearly a work in progress. The main living area was comfortably furnished with a mix of old and new pieces, but some walls showed evidence of recent magical reconstruction, and a stack of building materials occupied one corner. Despite the unfinished state, the space felt welcoming. A fire crackled in the stone fireplace, bookshelves lined one wall, already half filled with Remus's collection, Harry guessed, and large windows let in plenty of natural light. It's brilliant, Harry said honestly, turning in a slow circle to take it all in. Really brilliant. Wait until you see your room, Sirius said, unable to contain his excitement. It's upstairs, first door on the right. Harry followed his directions, climbing a wooden staircase that creaked pleasantly underfoot. The landing at the top split into a short hallway with 3 doors, his room to the right, presumably Sirius's and Remus's to the left and at the end. He hesitated briefly before the door that would lead to his own space, suddenly nervous though he couldn't have said why. Taking a deep breath, he pushed it open and stepped inside. The room was larger than any bedroom he'd had before, though that wasn't saying much given the cupboard and Dudley's second bedroom. Windows on two walls offered views of the back garden and, in the distance, the silhouette of Hogwarts castle against the sky. As Sirius had promised, there was a proper bed, a four-poster similar to his one at Hogwarts but with deep blue hangings instead of Gryffindor red. A desk stood beneath one window, a wardrobe against the far wall, and empty bookshelves waited to be filled with his own collection. But what caught Harry's eye and made his throat tighten was the wall beside the bed. There, carefully framed and arranged in a casual collage, were photographs, wizard photographs, moving and alive with captured moments. His parents dancing at their wedding. Sirius holding baby Harry on what looked like a toy broomstick. James, Sirius, and Remus as teenagers, laughing by the Black Lake at Hogwarts. Lily holding newborn Harry, looking exhausted but radiant. Snapshots of the family he should have had. The family that, in a different way, he was building now. "We thought you might like to wake up to them," Sirius said quietly from the doorway. "To be surrounded by love, even when it's just memories." Harry couldn't speak past the lump in his throat. He nodded, reaching out to touch the frame of his favorite, his mother cradling him as an infant, looking down with such naked adoration that it made his chest ache. "They would be so proud of you, Harry," Remus said, coming to stand beside Sirius. "Of the person you're becoming, despite everything you've endured." "We certainly are," Sirius added. "Proud, and grateful to have you in our lives. To have this second chance at being a family." Family. The word had never truly applied to Harry before, not with the Dursleys, who had made it clear at every opportunity that he was an unwanted burden, a freakish intruder in their normal life. But here, in this unfinished room with its promises of belonging, with these two damaged but healing men who had loved his parents and now loved him, Harry could feel the contours of what family might actually mean. Not perfect. Not without complications or challenges. But real, and chosen, and his. "Thank you," he managed finally. "For all of this. For wanting me." "Oh, Harry." Sirius crossed the room in 2 strides and pulled him into a fierce hug. "Wanting you was never the question. Finding you, protecting you, being worthy of you, those were the challenges. But you have always been wanted." Remus joined them, placing a supportive hand on Harry's shoulder. "What Sirius is trying to say, in his emotionally stunted way," he said with gentle humor, "is that you're not an obligation or a responsibility to us. You're a gift. One we're still learning how to deserve, perhaps, but a gift nonetheless." Harry let himself lean into Sirius's embrace, accepting the comfort and connection it offered. The room around them might still need work, personal touches, his own possessions, the marks of everyday life, but it already felt more like home than any place he'd ever known. And as the afternoon light slanted through the windows, casting long shadows across his new room, Harry felt something shift within him, a cautious unfurling of hope, a tentative belief that perhaps his life could be more than survival. That it could contain joy, and belonging, and healing. That it could contain love. The days following the Chamber of Secrets incident passed in a blur of activity for Harry. Regular sessions with Healer Mitra, ongoing physical therapy with Madame Pomfrey, and a gradual return to classes kept him busy from morning until evening. The school buzzed with rumors about the chamber, the basilisk, and Ginny Weasley's involvement, but Dumbledore's firm announcement at dinner the night after the diary's destruction had largely quelled the worst of the speculation. A dangerous magical artifact was brought into Hogwarts, he had told the assembled students, his voice carrying to every corner of the Great Hall. This object attempted to use an innocent first-year student to open Salazar Slytherin's legendary Chamber of Secrets. Thanks to Miss Weasley's courage in seeking help despite the artifact's influence, the danger has been neutralized. The chamber has been sealed, and the basilisk within has been destroyed. He'd fixed the student body with a penetrating gaze over his half-moon spectacles. "I wish to make it absolutely clear that Miss Weasley bears no responsibility for these events. She was the victim of dark magic far beyond the ability of any first year, indeed, any student, to resist. When she returns to Hogwarts, she will be welcomed with the support and understanding that defines the true spirit of this school. The statement had been met with solemn nods from most students, though Harry had noticed a few skeptical expressions at the Slytherin table. Still, the overall response had been supportive, particularly from the Gryffindors who had rallied around Ron in his sister's absence. Now, a week later, Harry sat in the library with Ron and Hermione, attempting to catch up on the classwork he'd missed during his initial recovery. Hermione had organized his assignments by subject and priority, creating a study schedule that would have been irritating if it weren't so genuinely helpful. The Transfiguration essay is due tomorrow, she reminded him, pushing a half-completed parchment toward him. You've only got the conclusion left, and then we can move on to charms. Harry nodded, picking up his quill. Thanks, Hermione. For all of this, really. I'd be completely lost without your notes. What are friends for, she said, though her pleased expression belied her casual tone. Besides, it's helping me review as well. Teaching is the best way to reinforce learning, you know. Ron rolled his eyes fondly. Only you would find a way to make helping someone else into more studying for yourself. It's efficient, Hermione protested. And speaking of efficiency, how are you progressing with your potions analysis, Ronald? As his friends fell into their familiar bickering, Harry found himself smiling. There was something deeply comforting about their constancy, Ron's laid-back humor, Hermione's academic intensity, the genuine care underlying both. They had been his first friends, his introduction to what friendship could and should be, and their unwavering support through the revelations of his abuse and the chaos that followed had only strengthened the bond between them. He was just finishing his conclusion when Neville approached their table, looking uncharacteristically determined. Harry, he greeted, then nodded to Ron and Hermione. Can I talk to you for a minute? Alone? Surprised by the request, Harry glanced at his friends, who nodded encouragingly. Sure, Neville. Let's go over there. He gestured to an empty study alcove nearby. Once they were seated away from curious ears, Neville seemed to struggle with where to begin. My Gran wrote me, he said finally. About what happened with the chamber, and before that, with your relatives. He flushed slightly at mentioning the abuse but pressed on. She wanted me to tell you that the offer stands. From her letter, I mean. About House Longbottom's alliance with House Potter. Harry remembered Augusta Longbottom's formal note, one of many he'd received after the revelations in the Great Hall. Thank you, Neville. And your grandmother. But I'm not sure I really understand what it means, to be honest. The alliance thing. Neville nodded, as though he'd expected this. Gran thought you might not. It's old magic, not the kind they teach at Hogwarts anymore. Basically, it means that House Longbottom recognizes its historical bond with House Potter and stands ready to offer support, protection, and counsel as needed. He straightened slightly, reciting what was clearly a memorized formal phrase, the wands of Longbottom stand with the wands of Potter, in peace and in war, from this day until magic fades from the world. The ancient oath resonated in the quiet alcove, carrying a weight that seemed to transcend the awkward boy delivering it. Harry felt a strange tingling in his fingers, as though his magic itself recognized the significance of the moment. Wow, he said inadequately. Thank you, Neville. Really. I accept the alliance. Gladly. He hesitated, then asked, is there something I'm supposed to say back? Some formal response? Neville relaxed slightly, a small smile breaking through his serious expression. Not unless you want to get really traditional about it. Gran said just accepting was enough these days. He lowered his voice. Though historically, there would have been a whole ceremony with family grimoires and blood oaths and stuff. Pretty intense. I think I'll stick with the simple version, Harry said, smiling back. But I do appreciate it, Neville. Your Gran didn't have to do this. She wanted to, Neville said simply. Our families were close, Harry. My parents and yours fought together against you-know-who. They were friends. His round face grew more solemn. And after what happened to them, to all of them, Gran feels we should have done more for you. That someone should have checked on you, made sure you were all right. It was a sentiment Harry had heard frequently since Halloween, regret from the wizarding community that no one had monitored his situation, that he'd been left to suffer at the Dursleys without intervention. While part of him appreciated the concern, another part found it exhausting to continually reassure adults that he didn't blame them personally. But Neville wasn't an adult making excuses. He was a peer offering genuine connection, a link to the families that should have been part of Harry's life from the beginning. It means a lot, Harry said sincerely. And I'd like to know more, if you're willing to share. About our family's history, the alliance, all of it. Maybe you could write to your Gran, ask her to send any information she has. Neville brightened considerably. She'd love that. She's got all these old family records and stories. She could probably send copies of some of it. He hesitated, then added, and maybe this summer, if you wanted, you could visit Longbottom Manor. Meet Gran properly, see some of the historical stuff firsthand. The invitation touched Harry deeply. It represented exactly the kind of connection to his heritage that he'd been denied, access to people who had known his family, who could help him understand his place in the wizarding world beyond being the boy who lived. I'd really like that, he said. I'll have to check with Sirius, of course, but I'm sure he'd be fine with it. A thought struck him. Actually, maybe he could come too. He might be interested in the Alliance history as well. Of course, Neville agreed readily. Gran would welcome him. She was quite vocal at the Wizengamot about the miscarriage of justice in his case. He looked slightly embarrassed. She can be a bit intense, but she's got a strong sense of right and wrong. Sounds like someone else I know, Harry said with a grin, causing Neville to flush with pleasure at the comparison to his formidable grandmother. As they returned to the main table, Harry felt a quiet satisfaction at having strengthened another connection in his gradually expanding world. Neville had always been friendly but somewhat distant, a dorm mate rather than a close friend. This conversation had bridged that gap, offering the potential for a deeper relationship based on their shared history and families. Everything okay? Hermione asked as Harry resumed his seat. More than okay, he confirmed. Neville was telling me about the alliance between our families. Apparently, there's a whole history there I never knew about. The ancient alliances, Hermione said, immediately perking up with academic interest. I've been reading about them. They were formal magical bonds between wizarding families, usually sealed with ritual magic. Some date back to the Founders' era, though most were established during the wizarding wars of the 14th and 15th centuries. She turned to Neville eagerly. Is the Potter-Longbottom alliance really that old? Neville nodded, looking pleased to have information that even Hermione found impressive. Since 1423, he confirmed. During the Goblin Rebellion of Northumbria. A Potter saved my ancestor's life, and the families have been allied ever since. Nearly 600 years, Ron whistled. That's serious old magic. Most of the traditional alliances dissolved after the International Statute of Secrecy was established. The ones that survived are considered practically unbreakable. Harry looked at him in surprise. You know about this stuff? Ron shrugged, a bit self-conscious. Pure blood family history. Mom made sure we learned it, even though Dad's not big on the traditional stuff. The Weasleys had alliances too, back in the day, mostly with other Sacred 28 families. Most were broken when we became blood traders, he made air quotes around the term, but a few held. The Potters weren't part of the Sacred 28, were they? Harry asked, trying to recall what he'd read about the elite pureblood families. No, Neville answered. They were considered blood traders too, by the stricter families. The Potters married Muggles and Muggleborns pretty regularly throughout their history. He smiled slightly. Like your dad and mum. Which is why the alliance with the Longbottoms is even more significant, Hermione added. It means your families stood together despite pureblood politics and pressure. Harry absorbed this information, another piece of his family history slotting into place. His parents, and their parents before them, and generations back, had rejected pureblood supremacy, had married for love rather than status. It was a legacy he could be proud of, one that aligned with his own values and experiences. "Thanks for telling me, Neville," he said. "It means a lot to learn about this stuff. About my family's history. There's probably loads more in the Potter family vault," Ron suggested. "Old grimoires, journals, that sort of thing. Most ancient families keep their records in Gringotts for safekeeping." "Another thing to look forward to when you come of age," Hermione said. "Though perhaps Sirius might be able to arrange early access for you, given the circumstances. He is your guardian, after all." The reminder of his changing status, from unwanted burden to heir of an ancient family, from orphan to godson, still gave Harry a small thrill of disbelief mixed with cautious joy. Every day seemed to bring new discoveries about his heritage, new connections to a world he should have known from birth. As they returned to their studies, Harry found himself thinking about the approaching Christmas holidays with growing anticipation. His first Christmas with Sirius and Remus. His first Christmas in a home where he was actually wanted. His first Christmas as part of a family, unconventional and still forming, perhaps, but a family nonetheless. The healing was happening, slow but steady, in ways both obvious and subtle. Physical health returning through potions and proper nutrition. Emotional wounds addressed in therapy sessions with healer Mitra. And a sense of belonging, of identity beyond survival, taking root through connections to his parents' world and friends. It wasn't perfect. There were still nightmares, still moments of instinctive flinching, still deeply ingrained habits of self-deprecation and hypervigilance. The damage done by 10 years with the Dursleys couldn't be erased in a matter of weeks. But for the first time, Harry could envision a future where those wounds were scars rather than open injuries, still present, still part of his story, but no longer defining his day-to-day existence. A future where he was defined not by what had been done to him, but by what he chose to do with the life and legacy he'd inherited. It was a future worth working toward, worth healing for. And as he sat surrounded by friends who had stood by him through the darkest revelations, as he thought of the home being prepared for him in Hogsmeade, as he felt the subtle weight of generations of Potter history and alliances supporting him, Harry knew he wasn't facing that future alone. That knowledge, more than any potion or therapy session, was perhaps the most profound healing of all. Lucius Malfoy stood in his study at Malfoy Manor, a glass of fire whiskey in one hand and a bedraggled, unconscious house elf at his feet. The remains of the diary lay on his desk, a blackened, twisted thing with a basilisk fang still protruding from its cover. The message was unmistakable. Dumbledore knew. Knew that Lucius had planted the diary among the Weasley girls' school things. Knew that it had been a deliberate attempt to reopen the Chamber of Secrets. Knew, perhaps, even more than that, about the diary's true nature, about its connection to the Dark Lord. And the old wizard had responded not with direct accusation, but with this, returning the destroyed Horcrux along with a sock that had freed Lucius's most valuable house elf. A sophisticated move, demonstrating knowledge while avoiding direct confrontation that Lucius could counter with his ministry influence. "Clever, old man," Lucius murmured, taking a contemplative sip of his drink. "Very clever indeed." The house elf, Dobby, stirred at his feet, large eyes fluttering open. Lucius had stunned him the moment he realized what had happened, preventing the creature's escape until he could assess the full situation. "Master?" Dobby mumbled, then his eyes widened as memory returned. "No, not Master anymore. Dobby is free. Master gave Dobby clothes." "Not intentionally, as you well know," Lucius said coldly, drawing his wand. "But what's done is done. The question now is what to do with you, considering all you know about this household." Fear flickered across Dobby's face, but a strange determination followed it, a most unnatural expression for a house elf. "Dobby will not speak of Master's secrets," he said, though he edged away from Lucius's wand. But Dobby is free now. Free to leave. After appropriate memory modification, perhaps, Lucius mused, raising his wand higher. Before he could cast, however, the study door opened, and Draco entered, stopping short at the tableau before him. "Father? What's happening? Why is Dobby on the floor?" Lucius lowered his wand slightly, irritated by the interruption. "Nothing that concerns you, Draco. Return to your studies." But Draco didn't move, his pale eyes taking in the destroyed diary on the desk, the freed house elf, his father's obvious anger. "This is about what happened at Hogwarts, isn't it?" he asked. "The Chamber of Secrets. Weasley's sister." Lucius studied his son with narrowed eyes. "What do you know about that?" "Everyone knows," Draco said with a shrug that didn't quite conceal his tension. "It's all over school. The Weasley girl had a cursed diary that possessed her, made her open the chamber. Dumbledore killed the basilisk and destroyed the diary." He hesitated, then added, "Some people are saying it was the Dark Lord's diary. From when he was a student." The accuracy of the school gossip was disturbing. Lucius had expected more distortion, more opportunity to control the narrative. But Dumbledore had obviously been transparent about the situation, another calculated move that left Lucius with limited room to maneuver. "People say many foolish things," he said dismissively. "You would do well not to repeat such rumors." "I haven't," Draco assured him quickly. "I've barely said anything about it at all, just like you told me in your letter." "But father..." He glanced at the destroyed diary. Was it true? Was that really the Dark Lord's diary? The direct question from his son caught Lucius off guard. Draco had been raised on stories of the Dark Lord's power and vision, on the promise that purebloods would reclaim their rightful place at the top of wizarding society when he returned. But always as a distant, almost mythical figure, not as a present danger involving diaries and schoolgirls. "It was an artifact of great power," Lucius said carefully. "Its exact origins are irrelevant now that it has been destroyed." Dobby, who had been watching this exchange with wide eyes, suddenly spoke up. "It was he who must not be named's diary," he said, his voice stronger than Lucius had ever heard it. "A piece of his soul, put there by dark magic. And Master gave it to little girl, knowing it would harm students at Hogwarts." Silence. Lucius snarled, raising his wand again. "You forget yourself, elf." "Dobby is free," the house elf declared, standing straighter despite his trembling. "Dobby can speak the truth now. The truth about what Master planned, about the terrible things that would have happened if Harry Potter hadn't helped Miss Weasley." "Potter?" Draco repeated, looking between his father and the defiant house elf. "What does Potter have to do with this?" "Harry Potter helped save Miss Weasley from the diary," Dobby said proudly. "Even after Dobby tried to keep him from Hogwarts to protect him. Harry Potter is great and good, and he helped free Dobby too." Understanding dawned on Lucius's face. "Potter," he spat. "Of course. The sock. Dumbledore would never have thought of such a juvenile trick." His grip tightened on his wand. "I should have dealt with the boy directly when I had the chance." "Father," Draco said, alarm creeping into his voice. "What are you talking about? You wouldn't really hurt Potter, would you? That would be too dangerous. With all the attention on him now, after the abuse revelations." The concern in his son's voice penetrated Lucius's anger. Draco was right, of course. Potter was untouchable at present, the darling of the wizarding world, protected by his tragic past and his newly exonerated godfather. Any move against him would bring scrutiny Lucius could ill afford, especially now that Dumbledore was aware of his connection to the diary. "Of course not," he said smoothly, lowering his wand. "I merely express my frustration at the boy's continued interference in matters that don't concern him." He turned his attention back to Dobby. "As for you, former elf of this household, I suggest you depart immediately. Your freedom has been granted, however inadvertently. Do not expect any further, consideration from the house of Malfoy. Dobby looked between father and son, clearly torn between his newfound freedom and his concern for what might happen after he left. "Dobby is going," he said finally. "But Dobby will be watching. If Mr. Malfoy tries to hurt Harry Potter or his friends again, Dobby will know. And Dobby will tell." Before Lucius could respond to this unprecedented threat from a house elf, Dobby snapped his fingers and disappeared with a crack, leaving father and son alone with the destroyed Horcrux. "Father," Draco began hesitantly. "That diary, if it really was the Dark Lord's, if it really had part of his soul." "That is not a subject for discussion, Draco," Lucius interrupted sharply. "Certain knowledge is dangerous, particularly in these times. You would do well to forget what you saw and heard here today." Draco looked as though he wanted to argue, but years of deference to his father's authority prevailed. "Yes, father," he said, though something in his expression suggested that forgetting would not be as simple as Lucius implied. After Draco left, Lucius turned his attention back to the diary. It needed to be disposed of permanently, somewhere it would never be found or connected to him. The evidence of his involvement in the chamber incident, and more dangerously, his possession of the Dark Lord's Horcrux, had to be eliminated completely. But as he gathered the ruined diary for disposal, Lucius couldn't shake a sense of unease. The ease with which Dumbledore had identified and destroyed the Horcrux. The way Potter had once again inserted himself into a situation that should have been beyond his abilities. The fact that his own house elf had turned against him, had threatened him. The carefully constructed world of influence and control that Lucius had built since the Dark Lord's fall was showing cracks. Small ones, perhaps, but concerning nonetheless. And somewhere beneath that concern, though he would never admit it even to himself, lurked a more disturbing question: what would happen when the Dark Lord learned that Lucius had sacrificed his precious diary for a petty political maneuver against Arthur Weasley and Albus Dumbledore? It was not a question he cared to contemplate too deeply. For now, damage control was the priority. The diary would be destroyed, his connection to it erased. Draco would be instructed more firmly on the importance of discretion at Hogwarts. And when the Potter boy's moment in the spotlight inevitably faded, when the public's outrage over his abuse became yesterday's news, Lucius would find more subtle ways to restore the proper order of the wizarding world. The Dark Lord would return someday, Lucius had never doubted that. But until then, he had his own agenda to pursue, his own power to protect and expand. And not even the boy who lived would be allowed to interfere with that, no matter how many house elves he managed to free along the way. The Hogwarts Express chugged steadily through the snow-covered British countryside, carrying students home for the Christmas holidays. In a compartment near the middle of the train, Harry sat with Ron and Hermione, watching the winter landscape flow past the window. For the first time since coming to Hogwarts, he was genuinely looking forward to the holiday break, to Christmas in the Hogsmeade cottage with Sirius and Remus, to the Weasleys' invitation for Boxing Day lunch, to 2 weeks of being somewhere he was actually wanted. "You'll write, won't you?" Hermione asked for the third time. "And let us know how everything goes with the house and Christmas and all of it." "Course he will," Ron answered before Harry could. "Besides, we'll see him at the Burrow on Boxing Day. Mum's been cooking for a week already." "I'll write," Harry assured her with a smile. "And I expect detailed reports on your skiing adventure in France. Though I still can't believe your parents are voluntarily strapping boards to their feet and sliding down mountains." Hermione laughed. "They're quite athletic, actually. And they say the après-ski is half the fun, whatever that means." "It means sitting by a fire drinking hot chocolate after you've nearly killed yourself on the slopes," Ron said knowledgeably. "At least, that's what Charlie says. He went skiing once with some friends from the Dragon Reserve." Their easy conversation was interrupted by the compartment door sliding open to reveal Ginny, looking hesitant but determined. "Mind if I join you?" she asked. "Fred and George are testing some new invention on Lee, and I'd rather not be collateral damage." "Of course," Harry said immediately, making room beside him on the bench. "How are you feeling about going home?" Ginny had returned to Hogwarts just a week earlier, after 3 weeks of recovery at the Burrow. Her re-entry had been smoother than anyone expected, thanks largely to her brother's protective formation around her and the surprisingly supportive response from most students. Even the Slytherins had been subdued in their commentary, though whether from genuine sympathy or Snape's continuing zero-tolerance policy toward bullying was hard to determine. "Good, actually," she said, settling beside Harry. "Mum's calmed down a lot since I first went home. She's not hovering quite as much, and Dad convinced her that coming back to Hogwarts was the right decision." She gave Harry a small, private smile. "Your letter helped too." Harry had written to the Weasleys as promised, explaining from his own experience why he thought returning to normal activities was an important part of healing from trauma. The response had been a tear-stained note from Molly and a more measured but equally grateful one from Arthur, both thanking him for his insight. "Glad to hear it," he said. "And you're still joining us for the appointment with Healer Mitra next week?" After learning about Ginny's experience with the diary, Harry had suggested she might benefit from talking to his mind healer as well. To his surprise, she had agreed readily, admitting that the diary's lingering influence in her thoughts was still troubling her. "Definitely," Ginny confirmed. "Mum's bringing me to Hogsmeade on Wednesday for the session. She's planning to do some Christmas shopping while we're there, which means more homemade sweaters for everyone, I expect." "I like my Weasley sweater," Harry said honestly. "It's the first real Christmas present I remember getting." The comment landed with an unintended weight that momentarily stilled the conversation. Even after weeks of therapy and healing, Harry still occasionally made these matter-of-fact statements about his past that highlighted the depth of the Dursleys' neglect. "Well, you'll be getting a new one this year," Ron said, breaking the awkward silence. "Mum always makes them for family. And now that you're officially family, honorary Weasley and all that, you're definitely getting the full treatment." The simple inclusion warmed Harry more than Ron could know. "Looking forward to it," he said sincerely. "Though I hope she knows she doesn't need to get me anything. Having us over for Boxing Day is more than enough." "Try telling Mum that," Ginny laughed. "Christmas is her favorite holiday. She goes all out, decorations everywhere, enough food to feed a small army, presents for anyone who stands still long enough to unwrap them." The conversation shifted to holiday traditions, with Hermione describing her family's relatively quiet celebrations and Ron and Ginny trading stories of chaotic Weasley Christmases past. Harry listened with genuine interest, mentally filing away ideas for his own first proper Christmas with Sirius and Remus. As the train continued its journey southward, Harry found himself thinking about how much had changed since September. Then, he had been dreading the return to Hogwarts, his body still aching from Vernon's farewell beating, his mind resigned to another year of hiding his home situation from everyone around him. Now, his physical injuries were almost completely healed, his abuse was public knowledge but being addressed with support rather than shame, and he had a real home and family waiting for him at journey's end. The collapse in the Great Hall, so humiliating and terrifying in the moment, had been the catalyst for all of it. Hogwarts itself, through ancient protective magic, had revealed what he couldn't or wouldn't tell anyone. Had forced the adults in his life to see, to act, to change the course of his future. "Harry?" Hermione's voice broke through his thoughts. "Are you all right? You went quiet." He looked up to find all three of his friends watching him with varying degrees of concern. "I'm fine," he said automatically, then caught himself, a habit Healer Mitra was helping him break. "Actually, I was just thinking about how different everything is now, compared to the beginning of term. How much has changed because of what happened on Halloween. For the better, right?" Ron asked, a hint of worry in his voice. "Definitely for the better," Harry confirmed. "It's just, strange sometimes. To think that if I hadn't collapsed that night, if the magic hadn't revealed everything, I'd still be dreading summer. Still be stuck with the Dursleys. Still be." He trailed off, not quite able to articulate the sense of inevitability that had defined his existence before. "Still be suffering in silence," Ginny finished for him softly. "Still carrying secrets that were too heavy to bear alone. Their eyes met in a moment of perfect understanding, two people who had been forced to reveal their deepest vulnerabilities against their will, only to find that the exposure, painful as it was, had ultimately led to healing. Yeah, Harry agreed. Exactly that. Well, I for one am grateful for whatever ancient Hogwarts magic decided to step in, Hermione said firmly. Even if the method was rather dramatic. Hogwarts does have a flair for the theatrical, Ron agreed with a grin. Giant three-headed dogs, flying keys, wizard chess that tries to kill you, basilisks in the plumbing. Let's hope next year is a bit calmer, Harry said, laughing despite himself at Ron's catalogue of their adventures. I could use an ordinary school year for once. With you, mate? Not likely, Ron teased. But whatever happens, you've got us. All of us. He gestured to include Ginny in this declaration. And Sirius and Professor Lupin too. You're not alone anymore, Harry. The simple truth of that statement settled deep in Harry's chest, a warmth that had nothing to do with the compartment's heating charms and everything to do with the people surrounding him. People who had seen him at his most vulnerable and stayed. People who had learned his worst secrets and still chose him. People who made him feel, for perhaps the first time in his life, that he truly belonged. I know, he said quietly. And that makes all the difference. As the train sped onward through the gathering dusk, carrying him toward his first real Christmas, toward a home where he was wanted and a future that held more promise than fear, Harry Potter felt something he had rarely experienced before, a sense of genuine peace. The healing had begun, in his body, in his mind, in his heart. And while there would surely be challenges ahead, while the scars of his past would never fully vanish, he no longer faced them alone or in silence. That knowledge, that certainty of support and belonging, was perhaps the greatest healing of all. Chapter 5, New Foundation. Snow fell in gentle swirls outside the windows of the Hogsmeade cottage, coating the village in a pristine blanket of white. Inside, a fire crackled merrily in the stone hearth, casting a warm glow throughout the living room where Harry sat cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by colorful paper and ribbons. A small pile of carefully wrapped presents lay beside him, each tagged with the name of someone who had become important to him over the past months. You're getting quite good at that, Remus observed, entering from the kitchen with 2 steaming mugs of hot chocolate. He handed one to Harry before settling into the armchair nearest the fire. Much neater than Sirius's attempts, at any rate. Harry accepted the mug gratefully, warming his hands around the ceramic. Hermione taught me a folding trick for the corners, he admitted. She says presentation matters almost as much as what's inside. Wise beyond her years, that one, Remus said with a smile. Though I suspect the Weasley twins would disagree. Their philosophy seems to be, why rap when you can booby-trap? Harry laughed, the sound coming easily in a way that would have been unimaginable mere months ago. They sent an early gift for Sirius yesterday, he confided. It sang, God rest ye merry hippogriffs at top volume for 3 hours before he figured out how to silence it. That explains his muttering about, marauder comeuppance, this morning, Remus said dryly. He watched as Harry carefully tied a ribbon around a small, neatly wrapped package. Is that the one for Miss Weasley? Harry nodded, feeling a slight warmth in his cheeks that had nothing to do with the fire. It's a journal, he explained. A proper one, with protective enchantments. Healer Mitra suggested it might help her process everything that happened with the diary. Writing for herself, not for, him. The thoughtfulness of the gift was characteristic of how Harry had approached his first real Christmas, each present selected with careful consideration of what might genuinely help or please its recipient. For Hermione, a rare book on ancient protective magics that Remus had helped him locate. For Ron, a complete set of keeper's gloves and arm guards, supporting his friend's Quidditch aspirations. For the adult Weasleys, a framed magical photograph of their entire brood, taken at Bill's graduation and carefully restored by a specialist in Diagon Alley. She'll appreciate that, Remus said softly. The care behind it as much as the gift itself. Harry shrugged, a little embarrassed by the praise. It's not much, really. On the contrary, Remus corrected gently. Understanding what someone needs, especially after trauma, that's a rare insight, Harry. And a valuable one. Before Harry could respond, the front door burst open, bringing with it a swirl of snowflakes and Sirius Black, laden with packages and grinning like a child. Last-minute shopping successfully completed, he announced, kicking the door closed behind him and depositing his burden beside the modest Christmas tree in the corner. And not a moment too soon. The village is packed with procrastinators, says the man who left his shopping until Christmas Eve, Remus observed mildly. Strategic timing, Sirius countered, unwinding his scarf. The best inspiration strikes under pressure. He flopped onto the sofa, sending a small cloud of snow from his boots onto the hearth rug. Besides, I had important business at the ministry this morning. The final paperwork for tomorrow's hearing. Harry looked up sharply at that, his hand stilling on the ribbon he'd been adjusting. Everything's ready. They're still going forward with it. Absolutely, Sirius assured him, his expression softening. Just a formality at this point, Harry. The interim guardianship has been working perfectly, all the evaluations are positive, and the Wisengamot seems eager to make amends for their role in the whole mess. By this time tomorrow, it will be official, permanent guardianship awarded to me, with Remus as secondary guardian. The news should have been purely joyful, but Harry felt a familiar twist of anxiety in his stomach. And they're still keeping it private? No reporters or anything? Closed session, just as promised, Sirius confirmed. Only the necessary officials, ourselves, and your witnesses if you still want them. I do, Harry said firmly. Ron and Hermione already said they'd come. He hesitated, then added, and I'd like Professor Snape there too, if he's willing. Sirius managed, with visible effort, to keep his expression neutral at the mention of his old nemesis. If that's what you want, pup. Though I'm still not entirely convinced he hasn't been replaced by a remarkably civil impostor. The Snape I knew would sooner swim naked with the giant squid than willingly attend a Potter family event. Perhaps, Remus suggested diplomatically, we might view his willingness as evidence of growth rather than suspicion. Or evidence that he's finally seeing Harry as his own person, not just James Potter's son, Harry said, surprising both men with his insight. Sirius studied him for a moment, then nodded slowly. You might be right at that, he acknowledged. And I suppose I should work on doing the same with him, seeing the man he is now, not just the Slytherin we feuded with at school. He made a face like he'd bitten into something sour. Merlin, when did I become the mature one? Certainly not when you enchanted all the decorations to sing rude versions of carols whenever Remus enters a room, Harry pointed out with a grin. Aha! So it was you. Remus exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Sirius. I've been silencing baubles for 3 days. As his guardians fell into their familiar good-natured bickering, Harry returned to his wrapping, a sense of contentment settling over him. This, he was learning, was what family could be, teasing and warmth, inside jokes and shared traditions, the freedom to be yourself without fear of rejection or punishment. The cottage itself reflected this developing sense of family. Initially sparse and functional, it had grown increasingly personalized over the past weeks. Photographs lined the mantelpiece, James and Lily on their wedding day, baby Harry with Sirius, more recent snapshots of Harry with his friends at Hogwarts. Bookshelves overflowed with Remus's collection, interspersed now with volumes Harry had selected from the Potter family vault during a momentous trip to Gringotts. A wizarding chess set, a gift from Ron, occupied a small table by the window, a game perpetually in progress between Sirius and Harry. Even the Christmas decorations told the story of their evolving family. The tree bore an eclectic mix of ornaments, elegant crystal spheres that had belonged to the Black family, handmade wooden figures from Remus's childhood, paper stars Harry had crafted with Hermione's help. Stockings hung from the mantel, one for each of them, including a lumpy hand-knitted one from Molly Weasley that had arrived by Owl just that morning. It wasn't perfect, nothing real ever was. Sirius still had nightmares that left him hollow-eyed and silent the next day. Remus disappeared monthly for his furry little problem, returning exhausted and sometimes injured despite the wolfsbane potion Snape reluctantly provided. And Harry himself was still working through years of ingrained responses to living with the Dursleys, flinching at sudden movements, hoarding food in his room, apologizing excessively for minor mistakes. But they were healing, individually and together. The mind-healing sessions with Healer Mitra continued for all of them, sometimes individually, sometimes as a family. The nutritional potions and physical therapy had added nearly 2 inches to Harry's height and filled out his once gaunt frame. And most importantly, they talked, awkwardly at first, then with increasing openness about their fears, their hopes, their shared past and future. Harry. Sirius's voice broke through his thoughts. Canute for your thoughts. You've been staring at that same ribbon for 5 minutes. Harry blinked, realizing he'd become lost in reflection. Sorry, just thinking about all of this, he gestured vaguely around the room. How different everything is from last Christmas. Understanding softened Sirius's features. Better, I hope. The best, Harry said simply. It's just strange sometimes. If I hadn't collapsed in the Great Hall, if Hogwarts hadn't revealed everything, I'd still be at the Dursleys right now. Still be in that cupboard, or Dudley's second bedroom with the bars on the window. He shook his head slightly. Sometimes I still can't quite believe this is real. Remus and Sirius exchanged a glance heavy with shared emotion, guilt for the years they hadn't been there, fierce protectiveness for the present, determination for the future. It's real, Harry, Remus said gently. And it's permanent. Whatever happens tomorrow at the hearing, you never have to go back there. Never have to wonder if you're wanted or welcome in your own home. Which brings me to something I've been wanting to discuss, Sirius said, his tone shifting to something more serious. The Dursley sentencing is scheduled for early January. The Muggle court date is set, and the magical binding will happen concurrently. Harry tensed slightly. The Dursley situation was one aspect of his changing life that he'd been avoiding thinking about. While he never wanted to see his aunt and uncle again, the idea of them facing justice, magical and Muggle, stirred complicated emotions he was still sorting through. Do I have to be there? He asked, setting aside his wrapping. Absolutely not, Sirius assured him immediately. The Muggle authorities have your statements and evidence already, and the magical binding requires only the Ministry officials. You never have to see them again if you don't want to. Relief washed through Harry, followed by a twinge of something like shame. Is it cowardly? He asked in a smaller voice. Not wanting to face them? No, Harry, Remus said firmly. It's self-preservation. You've already shown extraordinary courage in sharing your experiences, in allowing the evidence to be collected and presented. You don't owe them, or the justice system, your presence as well. Besides, Sirius added, Andromeda will be there as your legal representative. Andromeda Tonks, Sirius's cousin and a formidable magical barrister, had taken a personal interest in Harry's case. She'll ensure everything proceeds properly and will report back to us afterward. Harry nodded, feeling some of the tension leave his shoulders. And Dudley? What will happen to him? This was another source of conflicted feelings for Harry. While his cousin had been a bully and tormentor for most of his childhood, Harry also recognized that Dudley had been shaped by his parents' toxic values and behavior. The idea of his cousin suffering for Vernon and Petunia's actions didn't sit right with him. He'll remain with his Aunt Marge temporarily, Remus explained, but the long-term plan involves specialized therapy and eventually reunification with his parents once they've completed their rehabilitation program. The Muggle child welfare system is quite thorough in these cases. Good, Harry said, surprising both men with his genuine relief. I don't want him to suffer because of what they did. He's just a kid too. A really messed up one, but still. Your capacity for compassion continues to astound me, Remus said softly. Especially toward those who haven't shown you the same. Harry shrugged, a little uncomfortable with the praise. It's not really about them, he admitted. It's about not letting what they did change who I am. Healer Mitra's been helping me see that. Sirius crossed the room and knelt beside Harry, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. Your parents would be so proud of the person you're becoming, Harry. I know I am. The simple words, delivered with such raw sincerity, threatened to undo Harry's composure. He ducked his head, blinking rapidly against the sudden burn in his eyes. Thanks, he managed after a moment. That means a lot. Sensing the need to lighten the mood, Sirius ruffled Harry's perpetually messy hair and nodded toward the half-wrapped presents. Need any help finishing those? I've been told my ribbon-curling charm is quite impressive. By whom, exactly? Remus asked skeptically. The same person who told you your singing was melodious and your cooking edible. Slander and lies, Sirius declared, waving a dismissive hand. My culinary skills are greatly underappreciated. Only because we prefer our food recognizable and non-toxic, Remus retorted. Their banter successfully restored the festive atmosphere, and Harry found himself smiling again as he returned to his wrapping. Tomorrow would bring the final guardianship hearing, officially cementing what his heart already knew: he had found his family, his home, his place in the world. And for tonight, there were presents to wrap, carols to sing, badly, in Sirius's case, and Christmas Eve traditions to begin, new ones, their own, untainted by the shadows of the past. It was, Harry thought as he carefully tied a final ribbon, more than enough. The next morning dawned clear and cold, sunlight glinting off the snow-covered landscape with diamond brilliance. Harry woke early, his stomach tight with nervous anticipation despite the reassurances that today's hearing was merely a formality. Too many times in his life, things that should have been certain had been snatched away at the last moment. The habit of preparing for disappointment was harder to break than he'd expected. He dressed with unusual care in the formal robes Sirius had insisted on purchasing for him, deep green with subtle black piping, tailored to actually fit his growing frame rather than hanging off him like Dudley's cast-offs. The effect, when he checked the mirror in his bathroom, was startling. The boy who looked back at him seemed older, more confident, a proper young wizard rather than a skinny kid playing dress-up. You look very handsome, dear, the mirror commented approvingly. Though you might try something with that hair. Harry smiled ruefully, attempting to flatten his perpetually unruly locks. It has a mind of its own, I'm afraid. The Potter curse, Sirius said from the doorway, looking particularly elegant in formal black robes with the black family crest subtly embroidered on the collar. Your father used to say it was the only part of him that refused to be tamed. Your mother claimed it was why she fell for him. His hair demonstrated the proper rebellious spirit. The casual mention of his parents no longer brought the sharp pang it once had. Instead, Harry felt a warm glow at this small insight into their relationship, another piece of the puzzle that was his heritage. You look remarkably presentable, Sirius continued, giving him an exaggerated once-over. The Wizengamot won't know what hit them. Is it really necessary? Harry asked, tugging at his collar. All this formality, I mean. You said it was just a procedural hearing. Procedural, yes. But also historical, Sirius explained. The official restoration of the Black and Potter family's alliance through your guardianship. These old wizarding traditions might seem silly, but they carry weight with the families whose support we'll need for the reforms we're proposing. The reforms had been Andromeda's idea initially, comprehensive changes to magical child welfare laws, prompted by the failures exposed in Harry's case. What had begun as a personal matter had expanded into a broader campaign for systemic change, with Harry's reluctant but determined support. Besides, Sirius added with a grin, it's fun to out-peacock Lucius Malfoy now and then. The man thinks he has a monopoly on aristocratic elegance. Harry couldn't help smiling at that. Sirius's ongoing rivalry with Malfoy had taken on an almost sporting quality since the diary incident, with each man seeking to outmaneuver the other in the Wizengamot's political arena rather than through direct confrontation. Ready for breakfast? Sirius asked, glancing at his watch. We should eat before the others arrive. The hearing's at 10, and I'd rather not face the Wisengamot on an empty stomach. They found Remus already in the kitchen, looking somewhat uncomfortable in his own formal robes, clearly new, but more conservatively styled than Sirius's. He was frying bacon with the focused attention he brought to all domestic tasks, as though cooking breakfast required the same precision as brewing a complex potion. "Morning, Harry," he greeted. "Sleep well?" "Well enough," Harry answered, taking his usual seat at the kitchen table. It was still novel, having a place that was unquestionably his, not Dudley's cast-off chair or the precarious stool he'd been allotted at the Dursleys, but his own comfortable place in a kitchen where he was welcomed as family, not tolerated as servant. "Good," Remus said, sliding a plate of bacon, eggs, and toast in front of him. "You'll need your strength today. Wisengamot hearings can be draining even when they're straightforward." Harry nodded, picking up his fork. He'd been taking the nutritional potions Healer Mitra had prescribed faithfully each morning, and the results were increasingly evident, not just in his height, but in the healthy glow of his skin and the newfound energy that had improved his performance in both classes and Quidditch. Andromeda Flood earlier, Sirius mentioned, accepting his own plate with a nod of thanks. "The press exclusion order has been finalized. No reporters within the chamber itself, though there will likely be some lying in wait outside the ministry. We'll use the private entrance," Remus assured Harry, noting his worried expression. "Kingsley Shacklebolt has arranged it. One of the benefits of having friends in the Auror department." They ate in companionable silence for a few minutes, each lost in their own thoughts about the day ahead. Harry was just finishing his toast when the fireplace in the living room flared green, announcing their first arrival. "Probably Hermione," Sirius said, checking his watch. "Punctual as ever." But it was Snape who stepped through the flames, brushing a non-existent speck of ash from his severe black robes. His appearance at the cottage was unexpected enough that all three of them froze momentarily in surprise. "Professor Snape," Remus recovered first, rising to greet him. "We weren't expecting you until later. Would you care for some breakfast?" Snape's lip curled slightly at the domestic offer. "I have eaten, thank you," he said stiffly. His dark gaze swept the kitchen, landing on Harry. "Mr. Potter. I received your owl regarding today's proceedings." Harry straightened in his chair. "Yes, sir. Thank you for coming. I know it's probably not how you'd choose to spend your holiday." "Indeed," Snape said dryly. Witnessing the formalization of Sirius Black's guardianship ranks somewhere between scrubbing cauldrons and enduring a Lockhart book reading in my hierarchy of preferred activities. Sirius opened his mouth, likely to deliver a sharp retort, but subsided when Harry shot him a quelling look. "Nevertheless," Snape continued, "I am here. The headmaster sends his apologies for his absence, but certain political considerations make his attendance inadvisable." Harry nodded, understanding the subtext. Dumbledore's presence might be interpreted as an attempt to influence the proceedings, given his previous role in Harry's disastrous placement with the Dursleys. The headmaster had been working to make amends in other ways, supporting the child welfare reforms, facilitating access to the Potter family archives, ensuring Harry's academic needs were met during his recovery. But some wounds were still too fresh for complete reconciliation. "Please thank him for me," Harry said politely. "And thank you again for coming, Professor. I know it's awkward with." He glanced between Snape and Sirius, "Well, with history and everything. But it means a lot to have you there." Something flickered in Snape's expression, surprise, perhaps, or a hint of reluctant understanding. "Your situation transcends old rivalries, Mr. Potter," he said finally. "Whatever my personal feelings toward your guardians, my commitment to your welfare remains professional and absolute." It was as close to a declaration of support as Snape was likely to offer, and Harry accepted it for the significant concession it was. "Thank you, sir." Before the awkward moment could extend further, the flue flared green again, and Hermione stepped through, looking uncharacteristically formal in dress robes of periwinkle blue. Ron followed immediately after, tugging uncomfortably at the collar of what appeared to be new robes, likely a Christmas gift from his parents. "Harry!" Hermione exclaimed, then faltered slightly upon noticing Snape. "Oh. Professor. Good morning." "Miss Granger," Snape acknowledged with a curt nod. "Mr. Weasley." Ron managed a mumbled greeting, clearly thrown by finding his most intimidating professor in Harry's kitchen on what should have been a school holiday. "Excellent, everyone's here," Sirius said briskly, rising from the table. "We should head to the ministry. Better to be early and settled than rushed." He flashed a grin at Harry. "Besides, it gives me time to practice my respectable guardian expression. A skill that continues to elude you," Snape muttered, just loudly enough to be heard. Rather than taking offense, Sirius actually laughed. "Probably true," he admitted. "Fortunately, respectability isn't what Harry needs from me. Loyalty, protection, and occasional reckless adventure are more my specialties." "A fact that continues to concern the Wizengamot, no doubt," Snape responded, though Harry thought he detected the faintest hint of reluctant amusement in the potions master's tone. They moved to the living room, where Remus was already adjusting the Floo connection to accommodate their direct transport to the ministry's private entrance. As his friends and the adults sorted themselves into travel order, Harry took a moment to absorb the scene, this unlikely gathering of people united solely by their concern for his well-being. Hermione caught his eye and smiled encouragingly. "Ready for this?" she asked softly. "As I'll ever be," Harry replied. "Still feels strange sometimes. Having people show up for me, I mean." "Better get used to it," Ron said, overhearing as he joined them. "You're stuck with us, mate. The whole lot of us." He nodded toward where Sirius and Remus stood conferring with Snape. "Even the greasy git, apparently." "Ron!" Hermione hissed, glancing anxiously toward the professors. "What?" "He can't dock points during holidays," Ron said, though he lowered his voice prudently. "Anyway, it's sort of impressive, isn't it? Him putting aside his hatred of Sirius to be here for Harry." Harry nodded, appreciating his friend's insight. "It is, actually. I think he's been doing a lot of that lately, putting aside old feelings to do what's right. Gives a bloke hope, doesn't it?" Ron mused. If Snape and Sirius can manage to be in the same room without hexing each other, maybe the Chudley Cannons really do have a shot at the cup this year. "Let's not get carried away," Harry laughed, feeling the last of his nervous tension dissipate in the warmth of his friend's presence. "Time to go," Sirius called, holding out the container of Floo powder. "Harry, you'll come through with me. The others will follow in pairs." As Harry stepped into the green flames with his godfather's steadying hand on his shoulder, he felt a curious sense of rightness settle over him. Whatever formalities lay ahead at the ministry, the truth that mattered was already established in his heart: he had found his family. Everything else was just making it official. The ministry's private entrance opened directly into a discreet reception area, where Kingsley Shacklebolt awaited them. The tall, imposing Auror greeted Sirius with a warm handshake and nodded respectfully to Remus and Snape before turning his attention to Harry. "Mr. Potter," he said, his deep voice calm and reassuring. "A pleasure to see you under better circumstances than our last meeting." Harry remembered Kingsley from the initial ministry investigation after his collapse, one of the Aurors who had interviewed the Dursleys and collected evidence from Privet Drive. Though their interaction had been brief, Harry had appreciated the man's professional, non-judgmental approach. "Thank you for arranging this, Auror Shacklebolt," he replied. "And for everything you did before." "Simply doing my job," Kingsley said, though his expression suggested it had been more personal than that. "Now, if you'll all follow me, we'll take the secure route to the Wizengamot chambers. The hearing is set to begin in 30 minutes, but Madam Bones requested you arrive early to review the final documentation." He led them through a series of corridors that seemed to bypass the ministry's main thoroughfares. Harry caught glimpses of ordinary ministry operations through occasional doorways, witches and wizards hurrying with stacks of parchment, interdepartmental memos zooming overhead, the soft chiming of magical lifts. It all seemed remarkably ordinary, given the significance of the day for him personally. They arrived at an antechamber adjacent to the Wisengamot's main hall, where Amelia Bones awaited them. She wore formal plum-colored robes that identified her as a senior member of the Wizarding Court, her monocle gleaming in the light from the enchanted windows. "Mr. Potter," she greeted him, extending her hand. "Right on time. I hope you're well." "Yes, Madam Bones," Harry answered, shaking her hand. "Thank you for arranging everything." "Of course," she said briskly. "After the irregularities in your case, ensuring this process is transparent and properly conducted is the least we can do." She turned to include the others in her address. "The format today will be straightforward. Mr. Potter and his prospective guardians will be called forward. I will review the findings of the interim guardianship period. Witnesses will be invited to speak if they wish. Then the final decree will be issued and magically recorded." She focused on Harry again. "At any point, Mr. Potter, if you have questions or concerns, you may speak freely. This proceeding is about your well-being, not procedural formalities." Harry nodded, appreciating her directness. "I understand." "Good. Now, there are a few documents that require your review and signature before we begin." She gestured to a small table where several official-looking parchments were arranged. "Nothing concerning, merely confirming your consent to the guardianship arrangement and acknowledging your understanding of your rights within it." As Harry moved to the table with Sirius and Remus, he felt a momentary flutter of unreality. 6 months ago, he had been living in Dudley's second bedroom, counting down the days until he could escape to Hogwarts, resigned to returning to Privet Drive each summer until he came of age. Now, he was signing papers that would formalize a permanent home with his godfather and honorary uncle, a home where he was wanted, protected, valued. The parchments were surprisingly straightforward, written in clear language rather than the convoluted legalese he had expected. One established Sirius as his primary magical guardian, with all the rights and responsibilities thereof. Another named Remus as secondary guardian, authorized to act in Sirius's absence. A third outlined Harry's own rights, to appropriate care and support, to education, to personal privacy and agency appropriate to his age, to reasonable participation in decisions affecting his life. "This one's different," Harry noted, coming to the final document. Unlike the others, it bore unfamiliar seals and was written in more formal, archaic language. "Ah, yes," Madam Bones said, looking slightly uncomfortable. "That is, a somewhat unusual addition. A magical oath of guardianship, invoking ancient family magic. Traditionally used in pure-blood adoptions, but in this case." She glanced at Sirius, who nodded for her to continue. "In this case, Mr. Black felt it would provide an additional layer of protection, given the previous failures of the standard guardianship arrangements." "It's not strictly necessary," Sirius added quickly. "The legal guardianship is binding without it. But this oath creates a magical bond that would, well, make it impossible for me to act against your best interests, Harry. It's a way of ensuring that what happened with the Dursleys can never happen again, not even if I were to be imperioused or otherwise compromised." Harry stared at the document, then at his godfather, stunned by the implications. "You do that? Bind yourself magically to my protection?" "In a heartbeat," Sirius said simply. "Your parents entrusted me with your care, Harry. I failed them once. I won't fail them, or you, again." The moment hung between them, weighted with emotion that neither could fully articulate. Then Harry picked up the quill and signed his name at the bottom of the parchment, his hand steady despite the significance of the action. "Thank you," he said quietly. Sirius signed next, followed by Remus as witness. As the final signature was completed, the parchment glowed briefly with golden light, then rolled itself into a neat scroll, sealed with wax that bore the combined crests of the Potter and Black families. "Well," Madam Bones said briskly, though her eyes were suspiciously bright behind her monocle. "That's the preliminary matters addressed. If you'll all take your places, we can begin the formal proceedings." She directed Harry, Sirius, and Remus to seats at the front of the chamber, with their witnesses, Ron, Hermione, and Snape, in the row directly behind. As they settled in, members of the Wisengamot began filing into the tiered seats that formed a semicircle around the central floor. Harry recognized a few faces from his previous hearing: Tiberius Ogden, Augusta Longbottom, Elphias Doge. Notably absent was Albus Dumbledore, who had recused himself from proceedings involving Harry's guardianship due to his role in the original placement. When all were seated, Madame Bones took her position at the Chief Warlock's lectern and struck a small silver gong that resonated throughout the chamber. Wisengamot session of the 25th of December, 1992, is now in session, she announced formally. Presiding, Amelia Susan Bones, acting Chief Witch. This hearing concerns the permanent magical guardianship of Harry James Potter, minor heir of the ancient and noble House of Potter. The formal language continued as Madame Bones reviewed the case background, the revelation of abuse at Hogwarts, the investigation that followed, the temporary guardianship arrangement, the subsequent evaluations. Harry found himself drifting slightly, the legal phraseology washing over him without requiring active engagement. "We will now hear from the proposed guardians," Madame Bones said, bringing Harry's attention back to the proceedings. "Sirius Orion Black, please step forward." Sirius rose and moved to stand in the center of the floor, his posture straight and dignified in a way that belied his usual casual demeanor. For a moment, Harry could see the heir of the noble and most ancient House of Black that his godfather had been raised to be, aristocratic, commanding, perfectly at ease in these formal surroundings. "Mr. Black," Madame Bones began, "you have petitioned for permanent guardianship of Harry James Potter on the basis of your status as his magically appointed godfather. During the interim guardianship period, you have established a suitable home, undergone treatment for your wrongful imprisonment, and demonstrated appropriate care for Mr. Potter's physical, emotional, and educational needs. Do you affirm your continued commitment to these responsibilities?" "I do," Sirius answered, his voice clear and firm. "And I further commit to honoring the wishes of James and Lily Potter that their son be raised with love, respect, and the knowledge of his heritage and place in our world." "The Wisengamot acknowledges your commitment," Madame Bones said. "Are there any members who wish to question the petitioner?" Augusta Longbottom raised her hand. "I have a question, if I may." "The chair recognizes Regent Augusta Longbottom," Madame Bones nodded. "Mr. Black," Augusta said, her formidable presence commanding attention despite her age, "as you are aware, House Longbottom has formally renewed its ancient alliance with House Potter. What assurances can you provide that you will honor and maintain these traditional alliances as Mr. Potter's guardian?" It was a shrewd question, touching on the political aspects of guardianship that extended beyond basic care. As heir to an ancient and noble house, Harry's alliances and political relationships had significance in wizarding society. Madame Longbottom, Sirius answered with a respectful inclination of his head, "I recognize and honor the ancient bonds between our houses. The Black family, though it has strayed from its proper path in recent generations, has its own history of alliance with both Potter and Longbottom lines. As Harry's guardian, I commit to maintaining and strengthening these traditional connections, while allowing Harry himself increasing agency in shaping the political future of House Potter as he matures." Augusta nodded, apparently satisfied with the response. "Thank you, Mr. Black. House Longbottom withdraws any reservation and confirms its support for your guardianship." Several other members asked questions. About educational plans, Sirius confirmed Harry would continue at Hogwarts, with supplementary tutoring in areas neglected by the school curriculum. Financial arrangements, the Black family would cover Harry's daily expenses, preserving the Potter fortune for his adulthood, and Harry's ongoing healing. Regular sessions with healer Mitra would continue, with additional specialized support as needed. Throughout, Sirius answered with a thoughtfulness and maturity that visibly impressed the Wisengamot members, many of whom had known him only as the reckless young man who had been imprisoned without trial, or worse, as a member of the traditionally dark-aligned Black family. When the questioning concluded, Madame Bones called Remus forward to address his role as secondary guardian. Despite the formal setting, Harry could see his former professor's natural teaching abilities shine through as he outlined his plans to supplement Harry's magical education and provide stability during Sirius's occasional treatment sessions. Only one Wizengamot member, a thin, sour-faced wizard Harry didn't recognize, raised the issue of Remus's lycanthropy, and even then with careful phrasing that acknowledged the extensive safety precautions already in place. "I would never endanger Harry or any child," Remus stated firmly. "The Wolfsbane potion provided by Professor Snape ensures I retain my human mind during transformations, and additional security measures are in place at our home. Furthermore, I remove myself entirely from the premises on the night of the full moon, taking residence in a secure facility specifically designed for transformed werewolves." The questioner seemed satisfied, and Harry felt a surge of gratitude that Remus's condition wasn't being used to prevent him from his rightful place in Harry's life. "We will now hear from the witnesses," Madam Bones announced. "Professor Severus Snape, as Mr. Potter's attending healer during his recovery and a member of the Hogwarts faculty, would you care to address the court?" Harry turned slightly in his seat to watch as Snape rose and moved to the center of the floor. The potions master cut an imposing figure in his formal black robes, his expression neutral but attentive. "Madam Bones, members of the Wizengamot," he began, his deep voice carrying effortlessly through the chamber. "I have observed Mr. Potter's progress since the revelation of his abuse on October 31st of this year. In my professional capacity, I can confirm that his physical recovery has been exceptional, aided by specialized potions and proper nutrition. More significantly, his psychological healing has been facilitated by the stable and supportive environment provided by Mr. Black and Mr. Lupin." He paused, as though carefully considering his next words. "Those familiar with my history with both Mr. Potter and Mr. Black might expect me to oppose this guardianship arrangement. I do not. Despite our past differences, I recognize that Mr. Black has demonstrated genuine dedication to Mr. Potter's welfare, placing the child's needs above personal grievances and historical animosities." The admission clearly surprised many of the Wizengamot members, who had doubtless heard of the long-standing feud between Snape and the Marauders. Furthermore, Snape continued, "I have observed a marked improvement in Mr. Potter's academic performance, confidence, and overall well-being since this guardianship began. While I maintain my professional objectivity, I cannot deny the evidence before me. This arrangement is clearly beneficial for the child in question. I support its permanent establishment without reservation." As Snape returned to his seat, Harry caught his eye and mouthed a silent "thank you." Snape acknowledged the gratitude with a slight nod, his expression inscrutable but not unfriendly. Ron and Hermione's testimonies were briefer but no less impactful. Ron spoke candidly about the differences he'd observed in his best friend. "He smiles more, he stands straighter, he doesn't flinch when people move too fast around him anymore," while Hermione provided a more analytical assessment of Harry's improved studies, health, and emotional stability. "Harry's always been brave," she concluded, her voice clear despite her obvious nervousness addressing the august body. "But now he's brave because he chooses to be, not because he has to be just to survive. That's what a proper home and guardians have given him, the chance to thrive, not just survive." Her simple eloquence left a palpable impact on the chamber, and Harry felt a rush of gratitude for his friend's unwavering support through the turbulent months since his collapse in the Great Hall. Finally, Madam Bones called Harry himself forward. He stood in the center of the chamber, aware of every eye upon him but no longer intimidated by the attention as he might once have been. "Mr. Potter," Madam Bones said, her tone gentler than it had been with the adults, "you have heard the testimonies and evaluations regarding this guardianship arrangement. Before the Wizengamot renders its decision, do you wish to make a statement regarding your own preferences?" Harry took a deep breath, centering himself as Healer Mitra had taught him. "I do," he said, his voice steady. "I want to be with Sirius and Remus. Not just because they've given me a proper home or because they were friends with my parents, though those things matter. But because they see me, really see me. Not as the boy who lived or James and Lily's son or even as a victim of abuse. They see Harry. Just Harry." He paused, gathering his thoughts. "For the first time in my life, I know what it means to be part of a family. To be wanted, not just tolerated. To have adults I can trust to put my welfare first. I'd like the Waisengamot to make that permanent, please. The simplicity of his request, delivered without drama or artifice, seemed to touch even the most stoic members of the court. Augusta Longbottom dabbed discreetly at her eyes with a lace handkerchief, while Tiberius Ogden nodded approvingly. "Thank you, Mr. Potter," Madame Bones said. She turned to address the full Waisengamot. "Having heard all testimonies and reviewed all evidence, I call for a vote on the permanent guardianship of Harry James Potter. Those in favor of granting full guardianship to Sirius Orion Black, with Remus John Lupin as secondary guardian, please signify by raising your wands." A sea of illuminated wand tips rose throughout the chamber, not merely a majority, Harry realized with a surge of emotion, but a unanimous decision. Every member of the Waisengamot, without exception, had voted to give him the family he had longed for throughout his childhood. "The vote is recorded as unanimous in favor," Madame Bones announced, obvious satisfaction in her voice. "By the authority vested in me by the Waisengamot of Magical Britain, I hereby declare Sirius Orion Black the legal and magical guardian of Harry James Potter, with all rights and responsibilities thereof. This guardianship is permanent and binding until Mr. Potter reaches his magical majority at the age of 17. She struck the silver gong again, the sound resonating with magical finality through the chamber. "This hearing is concluded." Harry stood frozen for a moment, hardly daring to believe it was done, officially, legally, magically done. Then Sirius was beside him, a hand on his shoulder, and Remus just behind, and the reality of the moment crashed over him in a wave of pure joy. "It's official, pup," Sirius said, his voice thick with emotion. "You're stuck with us now. Legally and everything." "Good," Harry managed, fighting the lump in his throat. That's good." Around them, Waisengamot members were dispersing, many stopping to offer congratulations or words of support. Augusta Longbottom approached with regal dignity, extending her hand first to Sirius, then to Harry. "House Longbottom is pleased by this outcome," she said formally, though her eyes were kind. "The renewal of proper guardianship for the Potter heir honors our ancient alliances." She lowered her voice slightly. "And on a personal note, Mr. Potter, I am glad to see you with family who values you properly. My Neville speaks very highly of you." "Thank you, Madame Longbottom," Harry replied, remembering the etiquette lessons Sirius had insisted on before the hearing. "I value Neville's friendship greatly, and the alliance between our houses." She nodded approvingly and moved on, allowing others to offer their congratulations. By the time they finally made their way from the chamber, Harry felt slightly overwhelmed by the tide of goodwill, so different from his previous experiences with wizarding authority figures. "All right there?" Ron asked, noticing his slightly dazed expression. "Just processing," Harry admitted. "It's done. Actually, properly done." "Was there ever any doubt?" Hermione asked, then immediately answered her own question. "Of course there was. After everything you've been through, certainly must feel like a luxury." As always, her insight cut straight to the heart of his feelings. Harry nodded, grateful for her understanding. "Well, it's certain now," Sirius declared, throwing an arm around Harry's shoulders. "Official, legal, magical, and thoroughly witnessed. You're my ward, my responsibility, and, if you'll have it, my family." "Our family," Remus corrected gently. "Our rather strange, somewhat damaged, but thoroughly committed family," Sirius amended with a grin. "Perfect for you, I'd say." Harry couldn't help but laugh, the remaining tension draining from him. "Perfect," he agreed. "Absolutely perfect." As they made their way through the ministry toward the private exit, Harry found himself walking beside Snape, who had remained silent since his testimony. "Professor," he said quietly, "thank you again. For being here, for what you said. I know it couldn't have been easy." Snape glanced down at him, his expression unreadable. "Contrary to popular belief, Mr. Potter, I am capable of setting aside personal feelings when the welfare of a child is at stake. A slight pause. Even when that child bears an unfortunate resemblance to James Potter. Harry smiled slightly, recognizing the backhanded acknowledgement for what it was. Still. I appreciate it. Snape inclined his head in acceptance. Your guardians appear to be having a positive influence on your manners, if not your academic diligence. Perhaps you might apply similar effort to your potion studies when term resumes. I'll try, sir, Harry promised, and was rewarded with what might almost have been a flicker of approval in the potions master's dark eyes. By the time they reached the private floor entrance, Harry felt a curious lightness, as though a weight he'd carried for so long he'd ceased to notice it had finally been lifted from his shoulders. The future stretched before him, not as a series of threats to be endured or obstacles to be overcome, but as a genuine opportunity, for growth, for learning, for the normal process of becoming himself under the guidance of adults who genuinely cared for his welfare. It wasn't a perfect ending, there were still challenges ahead, still healing to be done, still the shadow of Voldemort and the complicated legacy of being the boy who lived. But it was a new beginning, built on a foundation of trust, respect, and genuine care. And for Harry Potter, who had never dared hope for such things, it was more than enough. It was everything. Winter faded into a wet, blustery spring, bringing with it a flurry of changes both at Hogwarts and in the wizarding world at large. The most significant, from Harry's perspective, was the formal sentencing of the Dursleys in both Muggle and magical courts. Vernon and Petunia had received suspended prison sentences in the Muggle system, contingent on completion of a rigorous rehabilitation program and regular monitoring by child welfare officials. More significantly to Harry, they had been bound by unbreakable magical restrictions, unable to speak of magic to anyone, unable to approach or contact Harry, and compelled to acknowledge and address their abusive behaviors. Dudley, as Harry had requested, received specialized therapy and was gradually being prepared for eventual reunion with his parents once their rehabilitation was deemed sufficient. According to Andromeda's updates, his cousin was showing signs of genuine improvement away from his parents' toxic influence, though whether that would last once he returned to their care remained to be seen. The case had prompted sweeping reforms in the magical child welfare system, spearheaded by Amelia Bones and supported by a coalition that included both traditional families like the Longbottoms and progressive voices like Arthur Weasley. The Magical Child Protection Act established mandatory monitoring of all magical children in Muggle environments, created clear reporting protocols for signs of abuse or neglect, and established a dedicated division within the Department of Magical Law Enforcement for child welfare cases. At Hogwarts itself, the revelation of Harry's abuse had prompted changes as well. Madame Pomfrey now conducted more comprehensive health screenings of all first years, with particular attention to signs of neglect or mistreatment. A mind healer visited the school weekly to provide support to students struggling with emotional or psychological issues. And perhaps most significantly, there was a new openness among students about difficult home situations, Harry's case having broken the silence that often surrounded such matters. For Harry personally, the months since the guardianship hearing had brought steady growth, both physical and emotional. Regular sessions with healer Mitra continued, gradually shifting from crisis intervention to longer-term healing and development of healthy coping mechanisms. The nutritional potions and physical therapy had added another inch to his height and significantly improved his overall health and stamina, benefits that translated directly to his improved performance on the Quidditch pitch, where Gryffindor was now leading the Interhouse Championship. His academic performance had improved as well, particularly in subjects like potions where stress and anxiety had previously interfered with his natural abilities. While he would never rival Hermione's scholarly dedication, he had discovered a genuine enjoyment of learning when freed from the Dursleys' punishment for outperforming Dudley or Snape's previous hostility. Most important, however, was the newfound stability in his life. Weekends in Hogsmeade with Sirius and Remus had become a regular feature of his schedule, providing a bridge between his school life and home life that he'd never before experienced. Their cottage had become truly his home, filled with his books, his preferences, evidence of his existence valued rather than erased. And the relationships he'd developed or deepened since that fateful Halloween night continued to evolve in positive ways. Ron and Hermione remained his closest friends, their bond strengthened by all they'd faced together. Ginny Weasley had gradually emerged from her trauma to become a friend in her own right, no longer the starstruck little sister but a person with her own strength and perspective. Neville had grown in confidence with the renewal of their family's alliance, finding his voice both literally and figuratively. Even his relationships with professors had transformed. McGonagall, freed from her worries about his home situation, had become more openly supportive of his interests and aspirations. Flitwick challenged him with advanced charms work that connected to his natural affinity for defense. Hagrid remained his stalwart friend in connection to the magical creatures that fascinated him. And Snape, well, Snape remained Snape, but with subtle differences that only those who knew him well would notice. The cutting remarks about Harry's fame or arrogance had ceased entirely. The arbitrary point deductions had given way to legitimate criticism of actual mistakes. And occasionally, very occasionally, there were moments of genuine instruction, corrections delivered with precision rather than malice, insights offered without the previous taint of resentment. It wasn't friendship, would probably never be friendship given their history and Snape's complicated relationship with Harry's parents. But it was respect, tentative, fragile, but real. A foundation for a professional relationship that could, perhaps, eventually heal the wounds of the past on both sides. As for Dumbledore, that relationship remained the most complex of all. The headmaster had made genuine efforts to atone for his role in Harry's suffering, providing access to family records, supporting Sirius's guardianship, ensuring Harry's ongoing safety at Hogwarts. Yet the breach of trust created by a decade of neglect couldn't be repaired with a few months of attention, no matter how well-intentioned. They were finding their way toward a new dynamic, more honest, less manipulative on Dumbledore's part, more assertive, less resentful on Harry's. It would take time, perhaps years, to fully rebuild what had been damaged. But the process had begun, and both seemed committed to seeing it through. On this particular spring evening, Harry sat by the lake with Ron and Hermione, enjoying the lengthening daylight and unusually mild weather. Their OWL study materials were spread around them, though only Hermione was making a genuine effort to focus on academics rather than the spectacular sunset painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson. Mental, starting OWL preparation 2 years early, Ron grumbled, though without real heat. They're ages away. Exactly why now is the perfect time to establish good study habits, Hermione replied, not looking up from her color-coded revision schedule. Besides, it's never too early to identify areas that need additional focus. Harry smiled at the familiar exchange, no longer feeling the need to mediate between his friends' different approaches to schoolwork. I've been thinking about career options, he said, changing the subject slightly. Sirius suggested I might consider healing. Given everything with the Dursleys and the magical healing afterward, he thought I might have some insight that could help others. Both Ron and Hermione looked up at that, surprise evident in their expressions. Healing. Ron repeated. But I thought you wanted to be an Auror. Dark wizard catcher and all that. I'm keeping my options open, Harry shrugged. Remus pointed out that there are specialized healing roles in magical law enforcement, trauma response, curse breaking, that sort of thing. Could be interesting. It actually makes a lot of sense, Hermione said thoughtfully. You've always been good at defense, which has significant overlap with medical counter-curses. And you have a natural empathy that would serve well in a healing context. She smiled slightly. Besides, it would be a nice change from people expecting the boy who lived to spend his life fighting dark wizards. Harry nodded, grateful for her understanding. Exactly. I don't want my whole life defined by Voldemort, you know. By what happened when I was a baby, or by what might happen in the future. He picked up a small stone and skipped it across the lake's surface. I want to choose my own path based on what matters to me, not what everyone expects. Whatever you decide, mate, we're with you, Ron said simply. Healer Potter, Auror Potter, professional Quidditch player Potter, doesn't matter to us. Thanks, Harry said, genuinely touched by the unconditional support. What about you two? given any thought to life after Hogwarts? As his friends launched into their own tentative career musings, Hermione torn between magical law and research, Ron considering options that combined his strategic mind with his love of Quidditch, Harry felt a deep contentment settle over him. This was what healing looked like, he realized. Not the absence of scars or the forgetting of trauma, but the ability to imagine a future beyond it. To make choices based on hope rather than fear, on genuine interest rather than desperate survival. The sun dipped lower toward the horizon, casting long shadows across the Hogwarts grounds. Soon they would need to head back to the castle for dinner, return to the routines of school life with its classes and homework and small dramas. But for now, in this moment by the lake with his closest friends, Harry allowed himself to simply be present, neither dwelling on the past nor anxiously anticipating the future. Just Harry. Here, now, alive and healing and surrounded by people who truly saw him. It was, he thought, watching the last rays of sunlight glint off the water, perhaps the most magical thing of all. The end-of-year feast filled the great hall with light and celebration, the enchanted ceiling reflecting a perfect summer evening sky dotted with stars. At the Gryffindor table, Harry sat surrounded by friends, savoring the bittersweet feeling that always accompanied the term's end. For the first time in his Hogwarts career, the approaching summer didn't fill him with dread, quite the opposite, in fact. But there was still a certain sadness in leaving the castle that had been his first true haven. "Can't believe another year's over," Seamus remarked, helping himself to a second serving of treacle tart. "Feels like just yesterday we were watching Harry flatten Malfoy in the Quidditch final." "Best catch of the season," Dean agreed enthusiastically. "The way you spiraled under his broom and came up the other side, brilliant." Harry grinned, accepting the praise with more ease than he would have months earlier. The Gryffindor Quidditch victory had been particularly sweet this year, secured by his catch of the snitch in a spectacular match against Slytherin that even Snape had grudgingly acknowledged as adequately executed. "You're coming to the World Cup next summer, right, Harry?" Ron asked. "Dad says he can get tickets through work." "Ireland versus Bulgaria, should be incredible." "Definitely," Harry confirmed. "Sirius already mentioned it, said he'd get a tent for all of us." The casual reference to summer plans with his guardian still gave him a small thrill of pleasure. The past months had seen their household routines solidify into something both comfortable and nurturing, weekday evenings devoted to homework and projects, weekends filled with a mix of wizarding and muggle activities, regular dinners with the Weasleys and occasional visits from other friends. A normal family life, or as normal as it could be given the unconventional composition of their household. "Attention, please," Dumbledore called, rising from his seat at the head table. The chatter in the great hall gradually subsided as students turned toward the headmaster. "Before we conclude this year's feast, I have a few announcements and acknowledgements to make." He proceeded with the traditional end-of-term notices, reminders about the prohibition on magic during holidays, congratulations to graduating 7th years, the awarding of the House Cup, to Ravenclaw this year, by a narrow margin over Gryffindor. But then his tone shifted to something more serious. "This year has been one of significant change for Hogwarts," he continued. "Not merely in curriculum or staffing, but in our understanding of our responsibilities to the students in our care. The events of last Halloween prompted necessary reflection and reform, both within these walls and throughout the wizarding community." Harry felt eyes turning toward him and resisted the urge to shrink down in his seat. Though the intense scrutiny that had followed his collapse had gradually faded, moments like this still brought unwelcome attention. Hermione placed a supportive hand on his arm, while Ron subtly shifted position to partially block him from the most obvious stares. "The Hogwarts Charter," Dumbledore continued, "begins with a commitment that has endured 1,000 years, that every child who enters these halls will be protected, nurtured, and guided not only in magical learning but in their growth as individuals. It is a sacred trust, and one that, I must acknowledge, we have not always fulfilled as we should." The headmaster's gaze briefly met Harry's across the hall, genuine regret evident in his blue eyes. The protective magic that revealed Mr. Potter's situation was a manifestation of Hogwarts itself holding us accountable to our founding principles. It was a powerful reminder that our primary duty is to the children in our care, not to politics, not to tradition, not even to the greater good, but to each individual student who trusts us with their education and well-being. A hushed stillness had fallen over the great hall, students and staff alike absorbing the unprecedented public acknowledgement of failure from the venerable headmaster. In the spirit of that accountability, Dumbledore continued, I am pleased to announce several changes that will take effect next term. First, a full-time mind healer will join our staff, available to all students who wish to discuss concerns of any nature. Second, each head of house will now have reduced teaching hours to allow more time for student support and mentoring. And third, we will implement a comprehensive health screening program for all students, with appropriate follow-up care as needed. Whispers rippled through the hall as students processed these significant changes. Harry noticed Snape's expression from the head table, not the irritation one might expect at the prospect of additional responsibilities, but a somber approval that suggested he understood the importance of these reforms perhaps better than most. I wish to recognize several individuals whose courage and dedication have made these improvements possible, Dumbledore went on. Madame Pomfrey, whose tireless advocacy for student health has been instrumental in developing our new protocols. Professor McGonagall, whose unwavering commitment to student welfare drove many of these reforms. He paused, then added with a slight twinkle, and Professor Snape, whose expertise in healing and dedication to proper procedure ensured that our new systems are both effective and sustainable. A ripple of surprise ran through the student body at this last acknowledgement. Snape's face remained impassive, though Harry thought he detected a slight stiffening of the potions master's shoulders at being singled out for public praise. Finally, Dumbledore said, his voice gentling, I wish to acknowledge the extraordinary resilience shown by several of our students this year. Miss Ginevra Weasley, whose courage in the face of dark magic prevented a tragedy. And Mr. Harry Potter, whose dignity and strength throughout a difficult period have been truly remarkable. Harry felt his face heating as hundreds of eyes turned toward him once more. But there was something different in the attention now, not morbid curiosity or pitying glances, but genuine respect. Mr. Potter's situation served as a catalyst for long overdue changes in how our society protects its most vulnerable members, Dumbledore continued. The Magical Child Protection Act, recently passed by the Wisengamot, ensures that no magical child will ever again fall through the cracks of our system. It is, perhaps, a silver lining to find in a situation no child should ever face, but one that will benefit generations to come. He raised his goblet. I ask you all to join me in a toast, to healing, to progress, and to the continued welfare of every child within our world. The great hall filled with the sound of goblets being raised, students and staff alike participating in the solemn moment. Harry lifted his own goblet, touched by the genuine sincerity in Dumbledore's words. Their relationship remained complicated, would perhaps always carry the shadow of past mistakes, but the headmaster's public acknowledgement represented a significant step toward reconciliation. As the toast concluded, Dumbledore's expression lightened. And now, as we prepare to depart for the summer months, I remind you all that while magic may be prohibited outside school for our underage students, the most powerful magic of all knows no such restriction, the magic of kindness, of friendship, of love. Carry these with you wherever you go, and you will never be truly without magic. With those words, he signaled the conclusion of the feast. Around Harry, students began gathering their belongings and saying temporary farewells to friends, the hall filling with the cheerful chaos of term's end. But Harry remained seated for a moment longer, absorbing the significance of everything that had transpired since that fateful Halloween night. His collapse in the great hall, so painful and humiliating in the moment, had set in motion changes he could never have imagined. His abuse exposed, yes, but also addressed. His godfather freed and his guardianship secured. Reforms implemented to protect other children from similar fates. And perhaps most significantly for Harry personally, a new foundation built for his life moving forward, one of genuine care, proper support, and the chance to become the person he was meant to be, not the one trauma had shaped him into. All right, Harry. Ron asked, noticing his contemplative expression. Yeah, Harry replied, a small smile forming. Actually, I really am. As they made their way out of the great hall toward the carriages that would take them to Hogsmeade Station, Harry found himself pausing at the entrance to look back at the castle that had changed his life in so many ways. Hogwarts had revealed his secrets, yes, but in doing so, had set him on a path toward genuine healing. There was a certain symmetry to that, a balance that felt right. Outside, the summer evening was perfect, warm without being hot, the air fragrant with flowers from Sprout's greenhouses, the sky gradually deepening toward twilight. At the station platform, Harry caught sight of a familiar figure waiting apart from the other parents and guardians, Sirius, looking healthy and relaxed in casual wizarding robes, Remus beside him engaged in conversation with Arthur Weasley. "Look," Harry said to Ron and Hermione, pointing. "They came to meet us." "Brilliant!" Ron exclaimed. "Dad must have coordinated with them. We can all take the same compartment on the train. You'll visit over the summer, won't you?" Harry asked as they approached the waiting adults. "Both of you. Sirius has already set up guest rooms." "Try and stop us," Ron grinned. "I've already drafted a study schedule that includes weekly visits," Hermione added with perfect seriousness, then smiled at Harry's alarmed expression. "Joking, Harry. Well, about the schedule part, at least. I'll definitely visit." As they reached their waiting families, Harry was enveloped in a warm hug from Sirius, still a novel enough experience to make his chest tight with emotion. "Good feast?" his godfather asked, stepping back to look at him with obvious affection. "The best," Harry confirmed. "Dumbledore made a speech about the reforms. Mentioned you and the Child Protection Act." "Did he now?" Sirius looked pleased but not surprised. "Good of him. Those reforms will make a real difference, you know. Your story, hard as it was, changed things for the better." Harry nodded, still processing the idea that his suffering might have meaning beyond his personal experience, that it might help protect other children from similar fates. It didn't erase the pain or undo the damage, but it provided a context that made it slightly easier to bear. "Ready to head home?" Remus asked, joining them after concluding his conversation with Arthur. "We thought we'd take the train with you all, then apparate from King's Cross. Unless you'd prefer to fly directly from the Three Broomsticks." Home. Such a simple word, but one that had never held real meaning for Harry until recently. Not a place he was merely tolerated, but one where he belonged. Not a house he was required to maintain, but a home he helped create. Not a prison to escape from, but a sanctuary to return to. The train, Harry decided, glancing at his friends. "I'd like the ride with everyone. One last bit of time together before summer." Sirius nodded, understanding the importance of these traditions, these connections. "The train it is," he agreed, slinging an arm around Harry's shoulders as they moved toward the Hogwarts Express. "Besides, I haven't ridden it since our 7th year. Be fun to see if our compartment graffiti is still there." "Sirius," Remus warned, though his lips twitched with suppressed amusement. "Don't give them ideas." "Who, me?" Sirius affected an expression of exaggerated innocence that made Harry laugh. As they boarded the train, finding a compartment large enough for their expanded group, Harry felt a sense of completion, not an ending, but the closing of one chapter and the opening of another. The school year that had begun in fear and pain was ending in hope and healing. The summer ahead promised connection rather than isolation, growth rather than stagnation. And beyond that, well, beyond that lay challenges yet to come. Voldemort remained a shadow on the horizon, a threat not eliminated but merely dormant. The expectations of the wizarding world for their reluctant savior hadn't disappeared. The deeper healing from his years of abuse would take time, perhaps a lifetime. But for the first time, Harry faced these challenges from a position of genuine strength, not merely his own resilience, but the support of a real family, the loyalty of true friends, the guidance of adults who genuinely cared for his welfare. The foundation had been laid. And on that foundation, Harry Potter would build a future defined not by the scars of his past, but by the choices of his present and the hopes for his future. As the Hogwarts Express pulled away from Hogsmeade Station, bearing him toward a summer of possibility rather than dread, Harry looked around the compartment at the people who had become his family, by blood or by choice, by accident or by design. And he knew, with a certainty that ran bone deep, that whatever lay ahead, he would not face it alone. That knowledge, that belonging, was perhaps the greatest magic of all. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.